Hi, I'm the Space Quest historian. Now, I've said before that I don't really like King's Quest very much. In fact, the whole fantasy genre with knights and swords and magic and horseback riding and all that shit, never really my scene, but I'm willing to give it a fair shot. So, let's hop into the magic fantasy mobile and head for Daventry. I've never played any of the King's Quest games for more than 10 minutes before, so I'm actually going in pretty cold. Let's see if I can discover the magic that everyone else seems to get out of these games. But first up, we have to decide which version we're gonna play, because holy shit, this game has been made and remade about a zillion times. Now, I could just play the box standard EGA version from 1987 that everyone knows. This is the one that comes with the King's Quest collection on GOG, and it's probably the one everyone is most familiar with. I could also play the official remake from 1990 that Sierra did in SCI Zero. That's the one that was written by Josh Mandel, so that has a nice little tie-in with Space Quest. Or, if I was being a complete weirdo, I could play the Sega Master System version from 1989, but I figured since I'm going into this cold, frankly, I have no idea what this game is even about, I should probably start at the absolute beginning. The first ever version of the game released all the way back in 1984 for the IBM PC Junior. Yes, King's Quest. Not King's Quest, Quest for the Crown, not even King's Quest 1, just King's Quest. Let's fucking go. So the game just dumps you outside the castle with no explanation, which is cool. This was 1984 and the word cutscene hadn't even been invented yet, so let's check the manual. In the Kingdom of Daventry, King Edward is dying. Bummer. Although his kingdom had been wealthy in the past, recent disasters had brought hardship to his loyal subject. Already here I'm getting suspicious. It's never mentioned what exactly these disasters were, although, as we'll see later, I'm pretty sure the disasters are just down to royal negligence, but we'll get to that. Okay, so we play as Sir Graham here. Sorry, what? Oh, my mistake. Sir Graham. Bravest knight in all of Daventry, and apparently only knight in Daventry, so easy gig, I guess. I mean, look at this scrawny little fuck. We've been summoned to the king's throne room to be given a quest, and apparently that's where the game starts. So, enough of this manual, let's get in and see what the old bastard wants. Now, I know better than to set foot anywhere near this moat because this is a Sierra game, and I've played many Sierra games, and they do not fuck around. I am operating under the assumption that everything here is out to kill me. Guilty until proven otherwise. In fact, I should probably check if I can save my game, because this PC Junior version runs in DOSBox, but it's a bootloader, so it emulates being a boot disk being run off the floppy drive, and... okay, that's gonna be a problem. I'll just have to be extra careful, I guess. It's a good thing I'm being cautious too, because right off the bat, Sir Graham here doesn't appear to be a particularly bright fellow. Either that, or this is very early in the morning, or he fell out of bed and hit his head. I mean, dude, it's a door. You have to open it before you can there you go, there's a good lad. Jesus. Okay, here's King Edward. The Benevolent? Yeah, we'll see about that. At least he's sitting upright, so whatever he's got can't be all that bad, can it? Well, he certainly seems to think so, because in this wall of text, he tells you to piss off and bring back 3 magic items that'll restore the kingdom to its former glory. Again, he's being awfully vague about how the kingdom ended up in the sorry state that it's in, but I have the feeling we're about to find out pretty soon. Maybe only keeping a single knight on staff and having a moat full of man-eating alligators isn't exactly the best way to keep up appearances of being deserving the title Benevolent, but I'm no expert. Also, he never says how he found out about these 3 items, let alone why he's let his kingdom go to shit while they've been hiding under his fucking nose inside his own kingdom all this time. I'm getting some really weird vibes off of this King Edward dude, but hey, he says he'll give us the throne if we bring back this shit, so who am I to judge? Magic mirror that foretells the future, magic shield that protects from all harm, magic chest that's always filled with juicy booty. Okay, that got a bit Leisure Suit Larry there at the end, but fuck it, I'm off to get your shit, your highness. You just stay right there, and try not to get blood vomit on the carpet or something. That'll really put a dent in my inauguration ceremony. Okay, so, off into the Kingdom of Daventry we fuck. Now, this place is a bit of a head-scratcher. It's basically just this huge open world, well, huge for 1984 anyway, and it also seems to span the entire fucking globe because it loops around when you get to the edges of it. Look, I'm on this screen in the map here. I go north, and hot damn, suddenly I'm down here. Even the manual is like, we don't fucking know. You ever tried bending a piece of paper into the shape of a tube? It's fun. Here, have a go at it yourself. It also says, I may need to draw more than one map of Daventry because of the three-dimensional quality of the kingdom. Yeah, fuck you. Translation. This game is going to mindfuck your sense of geography and teleport you to weird places when you least expect it. Just you wait and see three-dimensional quality of the kingdom. Look, here's what they mean by three-dimensional quality. Sir Graham here can move in front of and behind objects on the screen. Now, to the game's credit, this was mind-blowing shit in 1984. Before this, you just had static images of what was on screen, but now you were actually moving their protagonist around the scenery and getting him stuck on trees. Fuck's sake, Graham! Another notch in this game's belt is that you can actually pretty much find these three magic items in any order you want. The game really has a pretty non-linear design, and the sprawling map of Daventry is open to you right from the start, so you can go anywhere and do whatever you want. Like, get fucked by this sorcerer. Or this witch. Or this wolf. Actually, the wolf isn't terribly... Okay, there we go. These are apparently random encounters that are just there to fuck with you. And once you get the magic shield, they won't bother you. They'll just piddle around in circles at... What the fuck is the deal with this sorcerer just floating through the landscape, casting immobilization spells on random people? Why is he such a dick? You know, I'll tell you what, this is why the kingdom is on its ass. You can't attract a growing housing market in this kind of environment. You want a kingdom, you gotta bring in the bacon. You gotta have people to tax. And what have you got? You got these trolly bastards floating around being assholes to people for no good reason. You've got trolls blocking all the bridges, and there are fucking wolves running wild in the forest. Fucking wolves! King Edward the Benevolent. More like King Edward who gives a fuck. And nowhere is this more striking than when you go see the woodcutter and his wife, who are apparently the only people who stayed behind on planet Daventry and trying to make an honest living. And to what fucking end? Holes in the roof, holes in the floor. They're just sitting on their asses waiting to die. The only reason this guy hasn't lopped his wife's head off and then his own is because his fucking axe is stuck in this wood block outside, and it's very hard to carry out a proper murder-suicide when you're so hungry you can't even get out of your chair. Look, if we're gonna be king, we gotta make some changes around here. Here, have this bowl of magic stew I found in the forest. They say thank you for what the game describes as their last meal. And they give you their last worldly possession, which is a beautifully carved wooden fiddle. And then Graham just fucks off and leaves them to die. Well then, I guess we're not gonna be King Graham the Benevolent either. Holy shit. And just to make this clear, these are the last inhabitants of this entire kingdom that could possibly have done anything to kickstart the economy again. There's only one other house in this entire rotten game world, and that's this witch's house. You know, the one that kidnapped us earlier? Yeah, I don't think she pays her fucking taxes either. I will have her cheese, though. Also, if she catches you, she sticks you in her cage, but her house is made of gingerbread and candy, so why don't you just eat your way out, Graham? What are you, on a diet? Hey, hang on, wait a minute, there's loads of food around. Look, there's a fucking carrot field just a hop and a skip to the north of here. It's full of carrots. No one's guarding it. There's just this little goat over here, but he's old and fenced in, and he's nowhere near the field. Have some carrots. Look, I can just take one. It's mine. Juicy carrot. Anyone? No? How about some walnuts? There are walnuts growing here. And also floating impossibly in the sky, too. Want some walnuts to go along with your last meal? No. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Well, fuck them. If they're not getting off their asses, I'm gonna take this billy goat over here to one of the bridges and fucking murder this troll. Get fucked. On the other side of the bridge is a puzzle that's so infamous that even I'm sick of hearing about it, and this is the first time I've ever actually played the game this far. This hateful little prick is Rumpelstiltskin. You're supposed to guess his name. It is Rumpelstiltskin, very obviously, but the game says, nope, that's wrong. Close, but wrong. Okay, so there's a note in the witch's house that says you need to think backwards, which is a hint to this puzzle. Now, side note, I don't know why the witch is spending her days pondering this sort of shit when she's not busy eating human flesh, but I suppose everyone needs a hobby. Right, so think backwards. So is it just Rumpelstiltskin backwards? No. What'd you do? And I swear to God, you write out the alphabet. Then you write the alphabet down backwards underneath it, and then you pick out the letters in the reverse alphabet that are underneath the right letters. So R is an I, U is an F, M is an N. Are you fucking kidding me? This puzzle is notorious, infamous even. Now remember, this is 1984. This is way before the internet. This is way before walkthroughs. This is from that era of gaming where if you didn't get it, chances were you could go years without ever getting it. You'd be telling your kids on your deathbed, "Avenge me! Before I leave this earth, figure out that stupid fucking gnome's name backwards," and your kids would then spend the rest of their miserable lives trying to work this fucking thing out until finally the internet would be invented and everyone would be having a merry laugh about it. Oh, and they misspelled fucking Rumpelstiltskin in the first place. It's Rumpelstiltskin, not Rumpelstiltskin. Just to add an extra bit of spice to your already raw and bruised sphincter. If you get it wrong 3 times, the gnome drops this key and then disappears off in a puff of fuck you. Yeah, here's what I think of your key, dickhead. Oh, I forgot to mention this. You can duck in this game, and it looks hilariously like Sir Graham, noblest knight in all the kingdom, is just squeezing out a joyful log onto the ground, or teabagging an alligator. Oh, and there's a jump key, too. Hey, why don't we go show the ailing monarch how spry we are? Look, king, I can do this, and then I can take a shit on your floor, and then I can leave. Fuck you. Now, this is all tremendous fun, but we've been pissing around in circles for a fair bit now and haven't found a single one of these magic items yet, so let's go do something constructive for a change. I actually need to use the jump command here to catch a ride on this condor and get dropped off at this location on the map that's otherwise inaccessible. And from here, you take a monstrous leap of faith and actually plunge yourself into a nondescript hole. Now, this is just Sierra playing mind games with you, because whenever you see a hole in a Sierra game, you want to stay as far away from it as possible. But no, not here. Here, you end up in this cave where, long story short, these culturally insensitive Irish stereotypes have the magic shield, and being a bit of a dick, Graham just swipes it and fucks off. Oh, and you can also get the leprechauns to leave by playing this fiddle you swiped from the murder-suicide couple in the dilapidated hut. This causes the leprechaun king to leave behind his scepter, which you can also swipe. For no good goddamn reason. As far as I can tell, this thing has no practical use in the entire game. This is just the future king of the kingdom being an absolute turd. Okay, that's one magic item down. What's next on the list? Magic chest. Okay, let's go get that. This giant has it. Now, the game says he's been carrying it around for longer than he can remember, which sounds exactly like what I'd do if I had a box full of unlimited money. Why he has it and what he was planning on doing with it is anybody's guess, but it clearly justifies murder. So Graham here gets a slingshot from this hole in the tree. Again, anyone's guess why the giant would keep murder weapons lying around when he's clearly got other things on his mind. So let's get those things off his mind by putting a new hole in it and make off with the chest. Done. That's 2 down. Oh, and by the way, getting up to the giant involves either taking the gnome's now shit-encrusted key, unlocking this very mysterious door, and walking up a flight of stairs. But if you guess the gnome's name right, he leaves behind a cluster of magic beans, which you can then plant in a flower bed, which sprouts a giant beanstalk which you can climb up and fall off 1,000,000 times, because fuck you. And then you get to this lovely cloud area which you can also fall off 1,000,000 times, because did we mention fuck you? And hold on, is this my reward for guessing this little prick's name? Because it certainly doesn't feel so much like a reward as it does like someone violently penetrating me with a cactus. Anyway, what's the last one? Alright, mirror. Yeah, that one's hiding at the bottom of this well. There's a bucket hanging from the well. Can I have it? No? Worst game ever. Oh, wait, I can cut the bucket off the rope using this dagger I found in a hole next to the castle. Okay, now at this point you may be gripped by the nearly irresistible urge to ask such sensible questions as, why was there a dagger at the bottom of this hole? Why is there a golden egg at the top of this tree? Why is there a pouch full of diamonds in this tree trunk? And why is there an elf here who'll give me a ring that turns me invisible simply because he seems to like my face? You should resist this urge, because asking sensible questions about this game is a path down which madness lies. Once you go down that path, it's very hard to come back and remain mentally unscathed. If you're not careful, you'll find yourself staring at your bedroom ceiling at 4 a.m. wide awake, wondering why it's the kingdom of Daventry when it very clearly covers the surface of an entire planet, and why there's only 4 humans in total on the whole rock, 2 of which are resigned to death because they can't get off their asses to pick a bunch of carrots 10 feet away. And if that even constitutes a kingdom as much as it constitutes some floating asylum rock inhabited by 2 demonstrably insane people, Graham the Bobblehead and Edward the Despot, who entertain each other by robbing monsters who may or may not be victims of their imagination blind in an attempt to salvage a kingdom that has clearly gone so far down the shitter, it's a wonder the fucking castle's still standing. Come to think of it, I'm not sure I want the goddamn throne after he's done with it. You can keep it, Eddie, old boy. And if you piss yourself and drop dead in that throne room, no one's gonna notice or give a shit anyway until that poor hungry wolf catches the scent of stale urine and decomposing monarch and maybe finally gets a decent meal. Fuck me, where were we? Oh, right, magic mirror. Swim, splash, fuck you dragon, mirror's mine now. The dragon isn't even defeated, he's just very, very embarrassed. And this is a curious time to start getting cute with us, now that we've not only murdered 2 people, but also left 2 other people to die in squalor, and probably set back an entire underground society of leprechauns into wild chaos. Why did the dragon even have the mirror in the first place? No, I think I made it very clear you shouldn't ask these questions. Remember, madness. Now, let's hop to it, back to old Castle Daventry, which somehow miraculously hasn't crumbled under the sheer weight of bullshit around it, and claim our throne. Now, King Edward the Benevolent does a merry little jig and drops dead in the most cartoonish way I've ever seen in a computer game, proving once and for all that death is not so much a grim and inescapable fact of life as it is a source of endless amusement to Mrs. Roberta Williams. Well, I'm king now, king of the shithole of a kingdom and all the splendors that come with that gig. You know, I suppose I should start by sugar taxing that witch in the candy house. And so ends the first saga of King Graham of Daventry, noble knight turned noble king, in his own mind at least. Back when I made my video on King's Quest I, I neglected to take into account any of the myriad of alternate versions this game has. That video was made before I started doing what I now affectionately term the bonus round, which is where I look at different ports and versions of the same game and compare them for, well, shits and giggles mainly, and this is something I didn't start doing until I made my King's Quest II video. And it's honestly a pity that I didn't, because King's Quest I has some really interesting versions to talk about. So in this video, I will atone for my lack of foresight and play 3, well actually technically 4, versions of this game that are wildly different. And no, I will not be taking a look at the AGI remake for DOS that came out in 1987, because that's literally just the PC Junior version in a different engine. I'm more interested in the weird and peculiar versions, like this version for the Sega Master System, which came out in 1989, 5 years after the original game was released. Now, why anyone thought it would be a good idea to do the original King's Quest game for the Master System, at a time when Sierra had already released the 4th King's Quest game a year earlier, which represented a quantum leap in terms of technology and presentation, is anyone's fucking guess. Maybe they thought the demographic of console players were finally ready to experience the murder by moon logic puzzle design of the 1984 classic. Now, to be fair, the console market was no stranger to bafflingly idiotic puzzles, but a lot of times these were either due to bad translations, like this infamous tornado puzzle in Simon's Quest, or because the developers intentionally made the games harder so players who rented the cartridges over the weekends wouldn't be able to finish them. We've all heard the stories. But King's Quest is brutal by design. It may have been expected fare for PC users back in the mid-80s when the average player was likely out of college and had a steady paycheck, but video games at the end of the 80s were still considered to be children's toys. And with a PC, you could at least pretend you were using it for productivity and playing games was just something you were doing in your off time, but you can't really pretend like you're doing your fucking taxes with a fucking gamepad in your hand. You'd think, therefore, that they would at least make some small concessions to the more egregious examples of mental fist-fucking that this game can dish out, and you would be absolutely wrong. The gnome puzzle is still as bafflingly obtuse as ever, and it still relies on you misspelling his goddamn name because no one bothered to look up how to actually spell Rumpelstiltskin. And you can still dead-end yourself within a matter of minutes because Graham can apparently murder goats from several feet away with the power of his mind. And the game doesn't even so much as ask if you're really sure that this is a good idea, or, come to think of it, supply any rational explanation for why it would even give you the option, since the goat is absolutely no threat to you, and you need it to get past the bridge troll.
Thank fuck I was playing this on an emulator, not an actual Sega Master System back in the late 80s, because once again, your only hope of going back without having to restart the whole game from scratch is by using this rat bastard password system, and holy Christ, do you think you have enough characters in this shit? My fucking god. And you'd think replacing the parser with the pseudo point-and-clickish verb-noun construction circus up here would at least make the game more easy to play. I mean, at least there's no more bashing your head against the dumbfuck parser trying to work out which words it'll accept, right? Well, to be honest, I never really thought the parser presented much of a problem in the first King's Quest game. This new interface, though, can piss right the fuck off. While it's sort of novel for the verb list to be contextual depending on what objects are in the scene, it is rendered massively confusing by having all of your inventory items mixed in with the list of objects in the current scene. And also, it's wildly inconsistent. Whereas Graham can apparently will a goat to death from several feet away, he can't turn the crank on a well unless he's standing close enough for it to poke his eye out. And the game will offer no explanation as to why, not even the dreaded "you're not close enough." Now, it'll just cross its arms like a petulant child and go, "Nuh-uh." In fact, the game is laughably short on any helpful dialogue at all. It's bizarre how few look messages there are, and the standard generic response of, "you see nothing special," leads to a slew of unintentionally comical situations where Graham is face-to-face with a fire-spewing dragon, a throne room full of leprechauns, and a magical beanstalk that just sprouted hundreds of feet into the air within seconds, not to mention the ruling monarch of the whole kingdom, and he finds absolutely nothing special about any of it. The only time the look verb is even used is when you need to look at something to reveal another object, like the pouch of diamonds in the tree stump. Any other time, regardless of how fantastically implausible or impressive something is, Graham has absolutely no opinion and no interest in it. And this goes against every instinct an adventure game player has, because we're taught to always look at something before messing with it, precisely because of games like King's Quest, who delights in punishing you for not being careful enough. And not only that, but the game is bugged up the ass. If you position him just right, Graham is able to scale the throne room walls like he's goddamn Spider-Man. And the fairy godmother here is apparently so offended that I scoot past her because I don't need her stupid fucking protection spell at this point, that she causes the game to freak out and shit itself into an unholy compost pile of garbled pixels. Either that or this is Graham's first overdose come to life. Either way, I had to reset the whole emulator after this. Still, you gotta hand it to Sega. I don't remember the giant's death being this gory, but I'm not complaining.
Fatality.
Needless to say, this whole endeavor of playing King's Quest on the Sega Master System was a trip and a half, and a fairly interesting curiosity, but as a gaming experience, it's utterly pointless, and it's honestly a mystery to me why they thought anyone would ever buy this. The Master System was on its last legs when this came out anyway, and it would only be a year later that Sierra themselves would release this, the official SCI remake of King's Quest I. This completely remade version runs on the then new SCI version that was introduced with King's Quest IV. It's twice the resolution, well, at least horizontally, and it's got the same amount of colors, but it really was a technological leap forward, not least of which in the audio department, because sound cards were now a thing, and this remake boasts a fantastic music score by Ken Allen, who, well, you know, Space Quest IV. Need I say more? The in-game text and dialogue has also been greatly expanded and, in some cases, rewritten, courtesy of none other than Josh Mandel.
What?
The unsung hero of Sierra Online. Now, I've mentioned this before, but Josh was the go-to guy at Sierra if you needed any clever or funny flavor text in your game. He ghost-wrote narration for everything from Space Quest IV to Gabriel Knight 1, but this King's Quest I remake was his first stab at a game, and he's credited too. The one stipulation was that everything he did had to pass Roberta's inspection and approval, but to her credit, she pretty much let Josh do whatever he wanted with very little interference. One of the subtle changes that Josh made was to justify Graham's quest by making the 3 magical items stolen rather than just items the ruling king expected him to go swipe. In the original game, Graham is basically off to steal other people's shit, whereas in this version he's reclaiming them and bringing them back to their rightful owner. Sounds noble, right? It does raise some further questions, though. Chiefly, if King Edward here had a magic mirror that could foretell the future, why didn't it warn him that some asshole dragon was about to steal it from under his nose? How did a big lumbering giant manage to sneak in unnoticed and make off with a chest full of money? And more to the point, what exactly does he want with it? It's not like Daventry is a bustling economy, tree trunks with diamond pouches in them notwithstanding, and the giant honestly doesn't strike me as being particularly bright. From the looks of it, it seems like he's just carrying it around like a pet rock. The only thing that makes sense that someone would steal is the magic shield which the leprechauns have made off with, and honestly, they look like they need it more than Graham does. The Kingdom of Daventry isn't exactly in any danger of being overrun by hostile forces anytime soon. I mean, what would be the point? You've got a population of 5 humanoid inhabitants, 2 of which are starving to death, and another turns people into candy for shits and giggles, plus a wolf, an old goat, and a subterranean society of Irish stereotypes. Now call me crazy, but aside from the chest full of endless gold, which Edward somehow managed to lose anyway, there's not much here that screams valuable conquest to me. But anyway, at least we're no longer just invading people's throne rooms and caves and magical hiking grounds in the sky to steal shit that doesn't really belong to us. Except we can still make off with the Leprechaun King's scepter for reasons I don't think even Graham is entirely clear on. Otherwise, it's pretty much still the exact same game, including this rat bastard eagle jumping puzzle that can seriously go to hell. On the bright side, Rumpeldickskin's puzzle here has been made significantly easier since it now accepts his name backwards as the correct solution, assuming you still spell it wrong, of course, instead of having to go through the whole batshit alphabet substitution exercise. And the throne room of King Edward has certainly livened up since last time we saw it. There are actually people here to witness the king keel over and die, so it doesn't just look like Graham took the old bastard out while he wasn't looking and stole the crown. The downside of this, of course, is that it also illustrates a tragic class divide when all the rich assholes apparently live inside the castle walls and are seemingly indifferent to the grueling hardships of the world outside. I mean, come on, you dickweeds, you got people literally starving to death a couple hundred yards away. What do you care? Anyway, that's it for the official versions, at least those I'm interested in, that diverge significantly from the original PC Junior release. Sure, there's also an Apple II GS version that has digital sound effects and extra music, but, I had to skim through a playthrough on YouTube, and it's exactly the same game otherwise. Although the looping sound effect of the river is so hilariously short, it sounds like there's construction work going on in the background. Also, this utterly pathetic bump when the goat pushes the troll into the river. And horrifyingly, this scream as you bravely push an elderly woman into an oven and burn her alive. And hey, there's actually something I didn't cover in my first video. You can kill the witch. Now, I tried getting this to work in the PC Junior version, but I could never get RNGesus on my side and have her actually come home while I was in her house. And when I played the SCI remake, I had a protection spell, so the witch just fucked off when I barged into her house and stole her cheese. And I couldn't be fucked to try when I played the Master System version. But lo and behold, here's the VGA fan remake of King's Quest, with Josh Mandel himself reprising his role as Graham.
Take heart, my king. I shall not fail you.
It was made by a group of fans who called themselves Tierra Entertainment, then AGD Interactive, short for Anonymous Game Developers, who finally became Himalaya Studios and released games like Mage's Initiation and Al Ammo and the Lost Dutchman's Mine. Anyway, here's Graham tossing an old woman into a bubbling cauldron and boiling her alive.
With a mighty shove, you courageously push the wicked witch into the pot. Her wild screams are suddenly cut off as she melts away into the oily green slime. Congratulations!
I still don't see what's so courageous about sneaking up behind someone and either boiling or burning them alive. Then again, murdering old women in their homes has become kind of a staple of the King's Quest games. In King's Quest IV, Rosella snuffs out a lot in her bed by shooting an arrow in her face, and in King's Quest Mask of Eternity, Connor brutally murders a swamp witch on her own porch for seemingly no other crime than she was in his way. Okay, so let's talk about this VGA fan remake. It's essentially a one-to-one remake of Sierra's official SCI remake, but with VGA graphics styled after what we saw in King's Quest V. In fact, Graham's sprite is literally lifted wholesale from the resource file in King's Quest V. Also, the original version of this remake used graphics from other VGA Sierra games stitched together to form new backgrounds, whereas the current version available for download now has all original background art, apparently because AGDI were told to knock it off by Vivendi back when they owned the rights to the Sierra library. Vivendi were actually sorta cool with people making fan games based on the Sierra properties, but one thing they insisted on was that they couldn't reuse art assets from existing games. Or something. I'm not entirely clear on why they let the Graham sprite from King's Quest V be, but hey, point of the matter is, all the backgrounds were redrawn, and they look fucking amazing. In fact, this is a really competent remake. It even gives you the option at the start to play without dead ends, which is a phenomenal addition. It basically removes all the situations where you can bone yourself into a dead man walking scenario, when the game is still playing, but you will never be able to finish it for as long as you live unless you restart. I actually played both the original version with the stitched together art and the current version, which has all the original artwork and is also fully voiced. The original version is pretty good too, although of course it has some beginner's kinks in it, like here, where Graham has spawned into the room outside a walkable area, so now he's stuck here forever, staring down a goat and unable to move. But on the plus side, he can now telekinetically open gates. Also, minor little unintentionally hilarious little touches, like how the woodcutter tries to feed his dying wife by pouring piping hot stew down her cleavage. On the whole though, the AGDI remake is really good if you thought the original SCI remake was really good, because for better or worse, it's exactly the same game except with a point-and-click interface instead of a parser. Now, one person who was a beta tester on this fan remake thought they could have done more than just a straight one-to-one remake of Sierra's own remake, like for instance have the story and its characters make some kind of sense rather than just being stock fantasy archetypes with no personality or backstory. And when he brought up this point to the developers, they responded by saying, well, why don't you do it? That beta tester's name was Daniel Stacy, and when AGDI decided to tackle King's Quest II for their next remake project, Daniel was put in charge of designing and writing a vastly expanded story for that remake.
Hi, I'm the Space Quest historian. Well then, I'd better get started on King's Quest II, Romancing the Throne. Which, honestly, is a really bewildering title, first and foremost. I mean, I get it's a play on Romancing the Stone, which is either a term used by jewelers or a fucked up Michael Douglas movie, depending on what kind of shit you're into. But at no point in this game, as far as I can tell, is Graham getting hot and bothered with a piece of royal furniture, nor does he appear to be into objectophilia, so I guess the title's just meant to be this mildly chuckle-worthy pun that falls absolutely apart under closer scrutiny. Cool. Okay, let's check out what the story of this game is actually about. And once again, for the purists and other complete nut jobs out there, we are playing the old-school PC Junior version from 1985. This is the earliest version of the game that I could find, version 1.0W, because I figured if I'm going to play these games, I should play them the way people first experienced them. If you're going to do something, you got to do it right. Now, I did also play the quote-unquote standard IBM PC DOS version from 1987. This is version 2.1, and it's the version everyone's probably most familiar with, since it's the version on all the King's Quest collections that are still being sold today. And I did this for a very specific reason, which I'll come back to later. And finally, just for shits and giggles, I played through like 99.9% of the Apple II GS version, which came out a year later in 1988, even though the title screen still says 1987. Don't worry, I'll come back to all of this shit in a bit. Let's just get the basic story out of the way. Because this time we actually have a story, and here's the gist of it.
It is a truth, universally acknowledged, that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife.
Yeah, and before I get any Jane Austen fans yelling at me in the comments, yes, I know about the debate of whether or not that line is meant ironically or not. Put that aside and try to stay focused, please. We get an opening cutscene this time where we get the Cliff's Note of the story, but for the real juicy, meaty lore, we have to once again turn to the game's manual. Let's see here. Oh, designed by Roberta Williams and story by Annette Childs? Who the hell is that? I mean, these days it's pretty common knowledge that a lot of the later Sierra games attributed to Roberta Williams' genius was actually designed by other up-and-coming designers. King's Quest VI was Jane Jensen, King's Quest VII was Lorelei Shannon, Lorabo 2 was Bruce Balfour, and Phantasmagoria was Andy Hoyos, just to name a few. But I didn't know it started this far back. Now, I'm not saying Roberta didn't have a hand in it at all, or that she took credit for other people's work. Roberta deserves a massive amount of respect and admiration for what she pioneered in the adventure game genre. No, I'm actually being serious. But it still doesn't answer who the hell this Annette Childs is. I searched through both Ken Williams' book and Sean Mills' book. She isn't mentioned in there anywhere. I had a look at SierraChess.com and it says her birth date is... yeah. So it strikes me as odd that a person who penned the story to the sequel to Sierra's flagship product would have such a small presence in the general pantheon of the company. And I'm not the only one. Other people have wondered about this too. Here's a forum thread from SierraGamers.com where someone asks who the hell this Annette Childs person is, and someone else replies that she did documentation and packaging in the early days of Sierra, so she was probably in marketing. and also wrote for the Sierra newsletter. And indeed, here is a blurry scan of the Sierra newsletter Volume 1, Issue 2 from late 1987 with an editorial by Annette Girth Childs. That's her blurry picture in the blurry corner up there. So she was editor of the goddamn newsletter, and she wrote the story to King's Quest II, the celebrated sequel to the game that fucking pioneered graphic adventure gaming as we know it today. You'd think she'd get a little recognition at least. But no, instead, Annette Childs is all but erased from history, and I guess that's okay, because her story is fucking vile. I'm sorry, I know this is just classic medieval fairy tale stuff, but I fucking hate this shit. After King Graham viciously murdered a couple of monsters and left his only 2 remaining loyal subjects to die of starvation in the first game, somehow he now has a prosperous kingdom to rule over, and one day his magic mirror, the one that can foretell the future, shows him an image of King Edward the Indifferent, his deceased predecessor, who tells him in no uncertain terms, "Hey buddy, now that you've polished the crown, how about we find someone to polish your highness's wing-wang?" I guess in addition to foretelling the future, the magic mirror is also a hotline to the realm of the dead. It must be nice to write fantasy stuff where you can just make up any new bullshit rule, call it magic, and not have to worry about pesky stuff like having it make any basic logical sense. So Graham goes to his Prime Minister Gerwain, we have one of those now apparently, who suggests that he invite all the single ladies to his front yard for some royal milkshake so he can judge and measure each and every one of them like fucking cattle. And instead of telling Gerwain to eat every inch of his ass like a normal sane person would do, instead Graham throws a party that lasts 2 goddamn days, just to make sure he has enough time to viciously and mercilessly pick apart the slightest perceived flaws of every single eligible maiden in the land. One of them squints, another is clumsy, another is coy, which I figure is another word for why is the king eyeballing me, and one giggles. That's enough to turn off his royal lofty standardsness. And I don't know what kind of shit they serve at these royal weekend parties, but it must be some potent stuff, because after coming to the sullen realization that his kingdom's comprised entirely of uggos and habitual gigglers, King Graham retires to his room to finish off the rest of his stash, I imagine, and to once again stare into his mirror of bullshit, which, new rule, can now also show you something that's happening concurrently somewhere else. In it, he sees a fair maiden trapped in a quartz tower, weeping morosely, and that tempts him. Suddenly, Graham has the most powerful royal boner the kingdom has ever seen, so apparently women in distress is what does it for him. The mirror, new rule, it can also talk, tells him that he's looking at the fair maiden Valinus from the kingdom of Kalima. So instantly smitten to the point where he says he'll die trying to save her. Nice one, Graham. Just leave your prosperous kingdom in a lurch like that. It's real fucking noble of you. And off our valiant hero fucks to find and rescue this woman so he, and this is true, I'm not making this up, can make her his wife and use her to sire an heir. So just so we're clear on this, he wants to go rescue her from captivity so he can bring her back to his place, subjugate her, and then repeatedly hump her, consent be damned, until she squats out a male child, because a magic mirror told him to. True love conquers all, my bare ass. Fuck this nonsense right in the fucking ear. I hate this. Can we just quit now? Alright, fine. The game starts out on the shores of Kalima, which, side note, is perhaps not named after, but definitely shares the name of one of the harshest and cruelest gulags during the Stalin era, just in case this wasn't romantic enough for you. Kalima is another open-world arena, much like Daventry in the first game, where everything is pretty much accessible to you right from the start, and once again you have an array of dangerous beasts roaming the countryside, including, but not limited to, another asshole wizard, another kleptomaniac dwarf, and Hagatha, the Toothless Crone. She apparently is the one who imprisoned Valinus in the first place, but, spoiler, nothing is ever made of that, and she's never defeated or brought to any justice for her kidnapping, so I'm not gonna bother trying to fit that into any context. Apparently she was just jealous, but she also eats human flesh, so I guess she's got that going for her. Not everyone is a perilous random encounter, though. You also run into this fairy who gives you a protection spell, a mermaid who lets you ride her seahorse to Neptune's underwater kingdom, and, hold on to something, Little Red Riding Hood, and her grandma, who may or may not be a wolf depending on what mood she's in. How fucking high is Graham right now? He's really fucking high, apparently, because on the other side of this rickety bridge, he finds a door just standing impossibly in the middle of nowhere. The door opens into another door, which opens into another door, which finally lets him into the enchanted land where Hagatha has imprisoned Valinus, and the key to each of these doors is hidden somewhere in the kingdom. But unlike the first game, These can't be solved in any order you want. You have to go up to the door, get the hint for how to unlock it, then fuck off and find that particular key. Then go back, unlock the door, get the hint for the next door, then fuck off and get that key. So it's a much more linear game than the first one, and things only get weirder and weirder the longer you get into it. Okay, look, here's my headcanon, right? We never see Daventry at all in this game, so let's for the sake of argument say that Graham did ascend to the throne and somehow turn that shithole of a kingdom into a prosperous one. He then throws his little weekend party, eats every magic mushroom in the whole kingdom, and goes on a merry head trip imagining all of this shit while his prime minister is mopping up his vomit and urine from the floor. It's the only explanation I have for any of the shit that's going on here. Okay, first up, King Neptune's key. You have to hitch a ride on this seahorse, but to do that, you have to give the mermaid some flowers. You get the flowers from Little Red Riding Hood here, who has lost her basket of goodies. The basket of goodies is right in Grandma's fucking mailbox, so we have to assume Miss Hood here is just as fucking high as Graham is, and she forgot she already dropped them off. They start early in Kalima. Anyway, once you meet King Neptune, you give him his trident back, which was just lying on the fucking beach somewhere, and the key's yours. Next, the key in the clouds. This one involves hitching a ride on a magic carpet to get on top of a mountain where the key is just lying around in a cave. Who would have a magic carpet? Why, this genie, who lives inside a magic lamp you get from this antique shop. Now, the Kingdom of Kalima is just as barren and fucked as Daventry was in the first game. There's only 6 inhabitants in total, one of which just runs around and steals people's shit. Another is a vicious old hag who boils people alive. This guy's just a vicious old douchebag who turns people into frogs for no other reason than him being an asshole. These two are on loan from the children's section at the public library, and the last one is this fucking antique shop owner. What kind of market is there for antiquing in a realm that's so fallen apart that there's poison in the lakes and its bridges are falling apart? Okay, fine, she'll trade the lamp if we go get her bird back from Hagatha, so we go to Hagatha's cave. Seriously, Graham, how fucking high are you? We get the bird, we get the lamp, we rub the lamp, and off we fuck on a magic carpet. On the mountaintop, we're blocked by a poisonous viper.
A poisonous snake!
Shut up, I haven't gotten to you yet. In case you're wondering, snakes are venomous, not poisonous. Now, if you ate snake venom, that would be poisonous. This admittedly subtle distinction would remain lost on Roberta Williams all the way up to and including King's Quest V, which I'm happy to say I will be covering sometime in the near future, but I don't think she cares. She didn't care about spelling Rumpelstiltskin's name right in the first game, and I mention this because I think we need to start handing out awards for, most gnome-like fuck you moments in these games. This puzzle here with the Viper earns a solid 4 out of 5 gnomes for being almost as notoriously obtuse as the infamous gnome puzzle from the first game himself. The genie also gave you a leather bridle, and if you throw that at the snake, it turns into a fucking horse with wings. And the horse talks to you, says he was turned into a snake by an evil enchanter. You mean this dickhead? And here, have this magic sugar cube, just in case you want some absinthe to go along with that drug psychosis you're having. Seriously, Graham, how fucking high are you? The last key is hiding inside this castle near a poisoned lake. For once, we're using the word poison correctly. I don't know what's in this lake, and we're never told, but whatever it is some fast-acting shit. You set foot anywhere near this shit, you're not only dead from poisoning, you're dead from extreme poisoning. This lovely fella appears after you've solved the other 2 doors and will gladly ferry you across the extreme poison at a price. Well, to hell with your price, buddy. I mean, granted, we've been picking up jewelry of astonishing value from tree logs and holes in rocks and just lying out on the beach, but finders keepers, asshole. There's got to be another way around this. And there is, but it requires a level of serendipity I'm sure most people just stumbled upon by absolute happenstance. If you go into the dwarf's treehouse cave thing and steal his pot of soup, then hop back and give it to old granny here, she tells you to look under her bed. Under her bed, you find a cloak and a ring. And if you wear these, then go up to the ferryman and just leap into his boat, he'll mistake you for someone else and give you a free ride. Never mind the fact that Graham's sprite doesn't change to show that he's actually wearing the damn cloak. Never mind that the ferryman never so much as hinted at this even being an option or that he was waiting for someone. Never mind that you have no reason to go across the lake in the first place other than the fact that it's there. Because, okay, you probably know this as well as I do already, but the castle on the other side is Dracula's castle. Fucking Dracula lives here. In Kalima. What, the Romanians caught onto him and he had to flee Transylvania? Is this his summer residence? Is he renting? What the fuck is going on here? And more importantly, what was Granny doing with his cloak and ring? Did they hook up? Is Grandma a vampire bitch? Does that explain why she keeps turning into a wolf? And this puzzle here, if you can even call it that, of wearing the cloak and ring and then getting a free ride. You know, a lot of the puzzles in the first 2 King's Quest games that I've played so far have this sort of backwards logic, and I kind of understand why, because it seems utterly cruel and unfair and stupidly obtuse by today's standards, but you have to see it from a historical perspective. If you bought a computer game in 1985, that was an investment. Specifically, an investment of your time. You spent your money on this thing, you wanted to get your money's worth. You didn't want a game you could breeze through in a couple of hours. You wanted to get stuck. You wanted the game to tease you. You wanted to drive to work each morning absent-mindedly ramming other cars and mowing down pedestrians because you were thinking about possible solutions to these puzzles. And you wanted to sit there at work staring blankly at whatever it was you were meant to be doing because you couldn't wait to get home and try out these new outlandish ideas you had during your early morning murder commute. And when you finally got home, you couldn't wait to get on the computer and turn it on and wait 5 million years for the fucking thing to boot up and load the game and then try out these outlandish ideas, only to have the parser teasingly tell you that you can't do that here, at least not now, implying that maybe at some point this was a viable option, just not now, not knowing that it's just jerking you around and that's just a general no dickhead, try something else response. And then you go to bed having made absolutely no fucking progress, get up the next day and do the same thing all over again for months and months on end. This was how you played adventure games in the 1980s. This was the accepted norm. The puzzles may seem bullshit by our standards today, but just imagine the exhilaration of having beaten your fucking head against a brick wall for months on end, only to someday, on a complete fucking lark, be wearing the ring and cloak for no other reason than that the game lets you do it, then jump into the boat, and it fucking works! And you're like, holy shit, what just happened? That worked? And that euphoria of making progress after what seems like eons of stagnation just cannot be put into words. It's like every neuron in your brain exploding in a fireworks display of pure orgasmic ecstasy, and you instantly want more. So you stay up until 5 a.m. in the goddamn morning playing the game, hoping to get that same buzz again, even though you almost instantly run into another brick wall, and you find yourself repeating the same cycle of frustrated tedium all over again. If you know what you're doing, you can speedrun King's Quest 2 in less than half an hour, but in 1985, people would gladly beat their heads against dumbfuck backwards logic like this because it meant they were getting value for their money. Where the fuck was I? Oh yeah, Count Dracula. Okay, he's dead now, and that's the third and final key. Side note, I'd love to see what the hell Graham is doing back in the real world now. He's probably pounced on Gerwain in a PCP-like induced stupor and jammed a piece of wood through his sternum. There's blood everywhere, and everyone's too afraid to come into the room because their monarch keeps yelling nonsense about how he's defeated a vampire and that the vampire had a lovely cooked ham on the dinner table that's mine, all mine now, and everyone thinks this can't possibly get any worse, but little do they know. Oh, little do they fucking know. The third door opens, leading into the enchanted realm, and fuck me, we are tripping balls now, aren't we? There is no coming down from this high. Graham has finally fried his brain. The sky is red. The sand is blue. He's just caught a fish that's 3 times the size of him, which he then throws back into the water. The fish thanks him for saving his life instead of berating him for almost killing it. And let's not even ask why it can talk, because of course it can. It then offers him a ride on its back. Somewhere in the back of his mind, the final remaining vestiges of King Graham's synaptic functions bid a silent farewell as they slip off into permanent drug-induced psychosis, and he imagines riding across a brightly purple-colored ocean on the back of a flopping fish, arriving at the quartz tower, scaling its winding steps, and at last setting eyes on the woman he fantasized about. And just to confirm that this is all just a sparkling hallucination brought on by a tragic overdose, she not only accepts his advances on the sole criteria that he's the first dude to show up, but their ensuing wedding is attended by every figment of Graham's once fertile imagination. There's the giant we mercilessly slaughtered in the first game. There's the asshole enchanter and his friend, the asshole dwarf. Fucking Hagatha and Dracula shows up. Why would they invite Hagatha, the fucking bitch who threw in the tower in the first place? Along with 3 sea creatures who, if there was any logic to be had, would be flopping around on the floor, gasping for their lives and pleading to be tossed back into the sea. What the fuck did I just play? Okay, time for the bonus round. I said at the start of this video that I also played through the IBM PC DOS remake from 1987, and there is a very good reason I did that. See the screen? This is what it looks like on the PC Junior, and this is what it looks like in the DOS remake. See the difference? Now, it's a little known fact that Scott Murphy, one of the two guys from Andromeda who would go on to create the Space Quest series, cut his teeth on programming with this game. Not the PC Junior original from 1985, but the remake from 1987. And like most people learning new things, he experimented. Among other things, he introduced this lovely little hole in the rock outside the cave. And if you look inside it, well... This goes on for nearly 3 minutes, and it includes a lot of content from Space Quest 1. Backgrounds, animated sprites, music. I don't know how much space this took up on the game disc, but it can have been peanuts. And reportedly, Roberta Williams was pissed when she found out this was put in. But then again, there's a sign hanging on this tree that advertises both King's Quest 3 and Space Quest, so she can't have been that pissed. But just for kicks, I wanted to see if this Easter egg also made it into any other versions of King's Quest 2, so I also played the Apple II GS version. And when you get up to the top of the mountain and look in the hole, you get this. Fucking what? Okay, I guess maybe she was kind of pissed after all. Oh, and I said at the start of the video that I only played through like 99.9% of the Apple II GS version, and if you're wondering what happened to that last per mil, well, I was playing on an emulator, and I think I may have gotten some corrupt disk images or something. I don't know. For some reason, it would only let me save my game once, and then never again. Not unless I restarted the emulator, and that seemed like effort. So, I just played through the whole game without saving and biting my nails and hugging the edges of the screen in case Hackatha or one of the other dickweeds would show up unannounced to bring the game to a screeching halt. And I actually got all the way up to the end where you climb up the steps of the Quartz Tower and fucking klutz. But I'm assuming the ending is the same in the 2GS version as any of the other versions. In fact, let me just check. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, back to the bonus round. Here's another little difference between the original and the 1987 remakes. You can call Little Red Riding Hood a sperm-burping gutter slut, and the parser will accept this. And it's not just Miss Hood, any female character in the game shares the same synonym list, so you can call all the women sperm-burping gutter sluts. The antique shop owner. This mermaid. Fucking grandma. And as far as I know, Roberta Williams still remains unaware of this, and I think we should all keep it that way. On a slightly more innocent note, having all the women share the same synonym list also means that you can walk up to any female character and call them by any name you want. You can call Valenus a mermaid and the old witch grandma, and the game just shrugs and goes, close enough. So, final thoughts. I guess we should wrap this up somehow. Did I enjoy playing this? No, but I did enjoy it slightly more than the first one. It's a little more structured, given that you have to find the 3 keys in a specific order, which both works in its favor and also doesn't. I mean, I like having a clear goal to work towards, whereas in the first one, I was just wandering all over the place messing with shit for no other reason than that it was there. But even though this one is a bit more linear, it also has a lot of backwards logic, and the fact that it is linear is not even apparent to you until way later in the game, so I still felt constantly lost and confused as to what I was supposed to be doing, or even why I was doing anything, and the linearity with the 3 doors just means that every time you unlock a door, you have to backtrack and check each and every fucking screen in the realm again just to see if anything has changed, which is just tedious. On the whole, I hate the fantasy setting in general where anything goes with no rhyme or reason because it's magic. And even if this was any other genre, I would still hate the vile wife-hunting backstory even more. But the good news is I still have 3, 4, and 5 to play, and I'm told things only get better from here on. Maybe one of them will touch my heart and my dreams. Fucking settle down, Graham, Jesus. I have a few questions I need to clear up. First and foremost, is Annette Childs alright? what happened to her between King's Quest 2 and 3? Because I've played King's Quest 3 now, and I have a lot of questions, but they all lead back to this central, pivotal question. Now, for those of you just joining us, in my King's Quest 2 video, I noticed that the manual credited the story of that game to one Annette Girth Childs. She used to be the editor of Sierra's newsletter back in the mid-80s, and she wrote manuals and documentation for some of their early games. Today, she's not even a footnote in the Sierra legacy, everyone seems to have forgotten about her, but she does have a story by credit for King's Quest 2 and 3. In the manuals, by the way, not the games themselves, which just adds to the mystique of the shadowy figure. I mean, who was she? Where did she come from? Why did she leave? Why isn't she remembered? And most importantly, who hurt her? Because King's Quest 3 is not a happy game. If King's Quest 2 was the cheerfully mind-melting psychedelic drug caper of the series, then King's Quest 3 is the heart crash come-down where you wake up miserable and depressed in a pile of your own vomit with no money, a massive headache, and a traffic cone inexplicably stuck up your ass. Now, I am speculating, of course. I don't know Annette, and I don't know what mindset she was in when she came up with this story, but it can't have been a healthy one. Let's have a look at the backstory in the manual. Okay, there's a wizard. He has a silly name. And that's about the extent of any laughs we're about to have. He lives in a place called Looter. He doesn't like cleaning his own house, so he kidnaps a boy who's only 1 year old and enslaves him to do it for him. And then when the kid is 18 years old and goes, to hell with this, I'm not cleaning this old bastard's house anymore, the wizard fucking kills him. And then goes out and gets another kid. Already, I have so many questions about how a scraggly old wizard takes care of a 1-year-old baby, or how you'd even go about teaching a 1-year-old baby to mop the floor or cook your dinner, but I don't even know where to begin with that. I have a 1-year-old baby. He can't even wipe his own ass, much less the floor. And this goes on for years and years and years. I mean, the manual doesn't specify, but it is heavily implied that we are talking a shitload of kids. This guy just snatches babies left and right, works them to death until they're 18, and then zaps their asses and goes out and gets a fresh one. Sometimes he doesn't even bother waiting 18 years. If they're precocious and caught fiddling around with magic stuff, or stuff he just thinks could potentially be used for magic, like, oh, I don't know, wings of a perfectly normal housefly, he just straight up kills them. This is where your adventure starts. You're the latest servant in this hellhole, being constantly bossed around by this screeching child abuser. You've just turned 17, so your expiration date is almost up. Happy adventuring, motherfucker. Seriously, Annette, please, are you okay? Really? I mean, please, if you're watching this, reach out and tell me you're okay. I know I'm 35 years too late, but I'm really fucking worried about you. Okay, so this dude is a mass-murdering child abductor, and he picked a hell of a place to be one in because no one in the surrounding countryside so much as bats an eye. The people of Looter just let him live in this lovely little house atop the cliff with his chickens and his scores of adolescent human slaves. No wonder this place is so fucking empty. Anyone trying to raise a family here would have to be out of their mind. I can see why he settled here. There's no law enforcement, no one's looking out for one another, and everyone apparently stopped giving a shit a long time ago. There's just literally a seaside tavern and a general store. That's it. That's the extent of the thriving economy of this shithole. There's only one other settlement in the whole land, and that's this cottage, owned by 3 anthropomorphic bears who apparently wandered off from the public domain section at the local library and inexplicably settled down here to grow unspecified flowers and congratulate each other on taking lovely walks. They'll only answer the door to tell you to go to hell, and they're somehow able to teleport bowls of porridge onto their dinner table from a great distance. I mean, look at this. I broke into their house. The door was unlocked, so that's on them, really, not me. Table is empty. There's no one home. I go outside. I come back in. Wham! Porridge! Well, mine now, assholes. Oh, and there's also this treehouse that's home to 2 lawless bandits who just run around and steal people's shit. At least we've stopped racking on little people, so I guess this is a step up from the previous 2 games. But this just goes to show, this whole place is a pile of shit, full of thieves, bears, and child abductors, and you would have to be either fucking crazy or suicidal to want to stay here. Except for these guys, they've got this shit figured out. I don't know what they want with my housefly wings and bear porridge when they've got a purse full of gold coins just sitting out on the table, but hey, 2 can play that game, dickweeds. Yoink! Oh, and fucking Medusa lives out in the nearby desert. Yeah, that Medusa, the snake-haired turn-people to stone bitch. Never mind what she's doing out here in the desert. I've long since given up trying to work out why any of these mythological fairy tale creatures keep showing up in these games, but I will say this. The topographics of Looter are fucking bullshit. From the salty air of the seaside wharf, there's nary a hop and a skip through the tiniest of forests before you're lost in an endless desert. That's like half a mile tops. And you can't get out of this desert no matter how hard you try. Once you're here, you'd better pray that you for some reason thought to look inside the wizard's closet and find the magic map. Otherwise, you're just walking dead. And I haven't even gotten to the worst part yet. You think being a human slave for a crotchety old mass murderer would be a drag? And it is. But it gets worse. See, the previous 2 games left you with all the time in the world to walk around and explore. The only thing standing in your way between you and their windscreen was your stamina against their mountains of bullshit. Not this one. In this game, you're on the clock. And it doesn't stop ticking. It never stops ticking. You are constantly reminded of the passage of time, even if you turn off the fucking ever-present timer in the status bar. The wizard constantly pops up at odd times, sometimes to bark orders at you, sometimes just to smell the back of your head before disappearing again in a cloud of what I can only assume is pure hatred. You can't even go explore the land or do anything useful until the game randomly decides that the wizard goes on a trip or takes a nap. Then you have about half an hour, maybe, in real time I might add, to go and do your thing. And if he comes back or wakes up before you've made it back to home base and hidden your fly wings and other suspicious items under your bed, you're in deep shit. Sometimes you have half an hour, but that's only if the game is feeling generous. Sometimes you have 15 minutes. How do you know how much time you have? You don't! Trial and error, motherfuckers! That's how we do shit down in Looter. I swear, if it wasn't for this debug status screen that tells you exactly how long you have until the wizard comes back or when it's time for his next nap, chances are I would have tossed this game out the fucking window and never looked back. You bring this up by hitting Alt-D or typing rat's ass, and then type in wizard status. This should have been an in-game feature. I don't understand why this had to be guesswork on the player side. Even by 80s game design standards, this is really fucking harsh. You can also use the debugger to send the wizard on one of his trips whenever you want, or just straight up murder him without having to solve any of the puzzles, and that is tempting, but no, we're gonna do this the right way. What you're supposed to do, of course, is to get rid of the wizard before he gets rid of you, and to do that, you need to learn magic. Now, the manual explicitly said that this is what got the other kids in trouble, and we all know what happened to them, but hey, fuck it. If it's a question between being killed on the spot for carrying a pair of housefly wings, or having to spend another day emptying this dude's chamber pot full of lukewarm wizard piss, then I fucking welcome death, thank you very much. You'd think learning magic would at least be fun and adventurous. It isn't. It is, in fact, the absolute worst part of the game. Learning magic is a 2-step deal. The first step is gathering all the ingredients. This part sucks. The manual gives you a shopping list of ingredients for these spells. Yes, the manual. There is no in-game list of these items, so if you don't have the manual, you're absolutely screwed. And you have to go and find them in the short half-hour windows you have between when the wizard goes on a trip or goes down for a nap until he gets back or wakes up. Some of these are pretty innocuous, like picking this mistletoe off a tree. Some are a bit more obtuse, like here, where the game will only let you pick up this mud if you're carrying a wooden spoon to put it in. Like, seriously? A spoon? And then there's this shit with the eagle feather. This fucking thing, I swear to God. I have no idea how people worked this out back in the day, but I'm sure some of them are spending their days staring blankly at walls and pissing themselves while being spoon-fed oatmeal by a 24-hour around-the-clock nursing staff. Because you need an eagle feather for one of these spells, and this fucking cretinous shitbird will only appear randomly on some screens of the game. Not all. Just some. This guy in my stream chat, Bilbo, is a King's Quest speedrunner. Yeah, those exist. And he actually looked this shit up. In the game code, there's literally only a 25% chance of it appearing on these screens. It won't show up on any of the others at all. And even when it does appear, there's an additional 50-50 chance he might not drop a feather at all. So even when you know all of this, you're still wasting a bunch of time walking back and forth between screens, hoping that RNGesus will smile upon you and make this asshole appear, and even then, he might still decide to be a dick to you and not give you what you need, while the fucking clock is still ticking away, I might add. This isn't just mean. It's not just cruel. It's not even playfully sadistic. This is borderline psychopathic. This is a degree of callousness that shows a complete and total lack of empathy towards players. Whoever thought this up must have got up one morning and decided they now hate all of humanity, and they are damn well gonna take it out on us somehow. And thus, the goddamn eagle feather puzzle was born. It's not even a puzzle, really. It's just beating your head against a random number generator while you think you're solving a puzzle. You'll try anything. You'll climb onto a rock and grab it. You throw something at it, you yell at it, nothing, and I mean nothing will work. And that's assuming you're even lucky enough to see the goddamn thing in the first place. Because remember, it'll only appear on these certain screens in the game, and it won't appear right away. You might have to wait around for upwards of 25 seconds before it shows up. And if you're just passing through the screens looking for something else to do, you're not going to be on the screen for that long. And why would you? All the time, remember? Tick-tock, tick-tock. This eagle can go fuck itself. And while we're on the subject of bewilderingly mean-spirited moon logic bullshit, this bit with the spider here. You see a giant spider web like this in a Sierra game, you know it's an instant death sentence. Of course it is. And yep, sure enough. Now, ordinarily, you wouldn't think twice about this. It's like that hole in the wall in Space Quest 1. It's just there to fuck with you. You get a chuckle from the animation, and you move on. But no, somehow, you're supposed to figure out that you have to cast a spell that lets you transform into an eagle, then fly into the spider's web, which the game has already taught us is an obvious death sentence. But now that you're an eagle, you suddenly grab the fucking arachnid by its bulbous furry head with your beak and toss it into the fucking sea. Fucking what? Can we get Sir David Attenborough in on this shit? Because I don't think eagles work like that. And how are you supposed to guess that that would work in the first place? Is it because you can also transform into a fly and, spiders eat flies, so you think, hey, I wonder what happens if I turn into an eagle instead? Wait, how fucking out of ideas do you have to be before you try something like that? Oh, and you may be wondering what's hiding inside this cave that was behind the web here. I'll get back to this in a bit. First, let's head back and actually assemble the spells. Because next step is to go down into the wizard's secret wizard laboratory, don't ask, and put this shit together. Now, I said that the gathering of ingredients part sucked, and it does, but at least you were out getting some fresh air. This part, where you actually make the spells, is much, much worse. What this is essentially the typing instructor from hell. The manual gives you a list of steps to go through, and you'd better type them in exactly as stated, or the game will fuck you from all ends of the earth and straight into the afterlife, where it will continue to fuck you for the rest of eternity. Even if you get all the steps right until the last one, when you've done the spell correctly and you just want to put the fucking thing away in a container, it will eat your ass inside out and spit out the bones. Is it a pouch or a leather pouch? Is it an empty jar or an empty large jar? You'd better get it exactly right, because there's no margin for error with this thing. Even if you follow the steps to the letter and make a single typo, you're out. It's like having the teacher from Pink Floyd's The Wall looking over your shoulder while you're trying to enjoy playing a game. You mess up one time and it's... One of the spells you make turns the wizard into a cat, a fate from which apparently there is no return, so he's now a cat forever. Side note, I get the feeling Roberta Williams really hates cats. The wizard already has a cat, which you can kick around, and the game then laughs at this. The game also expects you to grab it and yank out its fur, which it also seems to take some strange delight in. And later you do a spell that lets you understand the language of animals, and if you talk to the cat, he's just a dick to you for no reason at all. And look at this. From what I'm told, this is actually a pretty infamous situation in this game. These stairs lead down to the wizard's lab, and the cat is blocking your way. And if you so much as lightly graze its, frankly unfairly large hitbox, you tumble off the steps and die. If you're super careful, you can edge around it. But again, who has time to be super careful when every second is tick-tock, motherfuck? Well, whoever drew this fucking cliff face sure thinks you have all the time in the world. This is the path that leads down to the countryside of Looter, and it's the adventure game equivalent of a sobriety test. Look at this shit. This pathway is 2 pixels deep. And this fucking boulder right here. You have no way of knowing if you're safe or about to tumble off the side to your death because this huge thing is just blocking your view. And yeah, once you have the magic map, you can just teleport straight into town, but you still have to navigate this shit every goddamn time you want to go back to the house. And then it's even worse because now you can't even see where the fucking path ends. You just have to guess and hope you aren't off by a single pixel. Because if you are, then... I mean, I know Sierra were really proud of their 3-dimensional foreground-background object thing, but this game just goes fucking overboard. I mean, look at this. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Are these rocks blocking my path? Or can I go through? I can go through them! God damn, simmer down, guys. Jesus. Hey, now that we're down here, let's check back in with the spider cave, because we've been fucking around with this wizard shit for nearly an hour, and I was following a goddamn walkthrough, by the way. I think it's time we had a plot dump. Inside the cave, you find a glowing Technicolor orb and a person, whom the game describes as the Oracle.
Take a cookie.
And this oracle tells you that, surprise, you're actually Prince Alexander of Daventry, son of King Graham and Queen/Royal Broodmare Valinus. And why are you hanging out here anyway? You have a twin sister, Princess Rosella, and she's about to be fed to a dragon. Get your ass moving, you lazy fuck! This is a lot of shit to dump on a 17-year-old kid who's just escaped a lifetime of slavery. And let's not start asking questions about what the hell an oracle and their giant CCTV disco ball is doing in a small cave guarded by a big-ass spider. No, we have a boat to catch! Fast forward 15 minutes, Alexander, the fucking imbecile, has just handed over the rest of his bandit gold to a bunch of pirates who promptly repay him by stealing the rest of his shit and throwing him in the hold. It was around this time in the game that I started to realize that Alexander's just a fucking idiot. I had my suspicions back at the bandit hideout when he just would not get on or off this ladder like a normal person, but now I'm actually convinced. Here, see this crate? It would make sense to climb on top of it, wouldn't it? No, the game expects you to jump. It flat out tells you to jump. Climbing is for suckers. Fucking jump. Actually, let me just go back to that ladder for a second. You're probably watching this footage and thinking, oh, this is just sad. That Space Quest historian douchebag can't even work the controls of a 35-year-old game. And yeah, that's partly true, yes, but there's also something happening here that you can't see. Now, try to stay with me here. There's auto-climbing in this game. If you go near a ladder, Alex will automatically latch onto it, and then your movement keys now control him on his way up or down the ladder. Well, in theory at least. You have to be pretty pixel-perfect spot on for it to work, because otherwise he just throws himself off the nearest edge. But once you're on a ladder, he can also move sideways to step off of it, or more times than not, fall to his death, or at least a mild concussion. This ladder on the pirate ship is a great way to meet an untimely death, especially if you get all the way up to the crow's nest, only to realize you can't go any further and the game just throws you off the ladder instead. The game is also terribly inconsistent about this. When you get on a ladder, your movement stops. When you get off a ladder, your movement doesn't. Alex just keeps moving in the direction you last pushed, and will happily wander off any edges to his death in that process. Or maybe he does stop. It depends on the ladder. Like here at the top, he keeps going. Down here, he stops. There's no way to tell. The game doesn't tell you this. The manual doesn't tell you this. You just have to realize this by stepping on or off a ladder and immediately falling to your death a few hundred times. And what they did here was try to fix a minor annoyance by somehow making it worse. That minor annoyance being that you have to use precision movement to navigate your character around the screen. Sure, it was kind of a bitch in King's Quest II when you would exit this screen to the north only to have Graham immediately fall headfirst into a giant fucking chasm that he should have spotted a mile away, but at least it was consistent. When you exit a screen, your character keeps walking. And here they're breaking that convention, but in an inconsistent way, and they're forcing you to relearn something you've already committed to muscle memory, that characters move in the direction you tell them unless you tell them to stop. Great job, guys. Anyway, back to the story. All you have to do aboard this pirate ship is to get your ship back, then wait for the ship to dock. Yes, wait. You don't know that you have to wait, you just wait. It occurs to me that Alexander never asked these pirates where they were going either. He just hopped onto the first and best ship he saw. They could be heading anywhere. Didn't the oracle say he'd better haul ass or a dragon would barbecue his sister? They could be at sea for months for all he knows. And what's he gonna eat, these mice? He can understand the language of animals now. He'd have to listen to them screaming and begging for their lives if he tried. Unless the pirates intended to keep him alive as their sex slave or sell him off at the next port or something. I don't know. And more importantly, neither does Alex here. Luckily, the ship does reach land in a fairly short while, and Alexander immediately leaps off the side of the ship and swims for shore. Again, he has no idea where he'll end up, but okay, at least it's better than starving to death or getting passed around in the pirate hold. After scaling another cliffside, and avoiding a yeti who will actually fuck you to death, the game outright says this, you arrive at Daventry. Well, isn't that fucking lucky? Daventry has changed a fair bit in the last 17 years, though. Everything's a bit of a mess. The well is all bouldered up, the castle is in disrepair, and there's a very oppressive atmosphere. Rumpelstiltskin has leveled up as far as housing is concerned, but I think the market may have crashed around him. This place is dead and empty. And for the first time, I thought, you know what? This is actually pretty awesome. I mean, it sucks for everyone in Daventry, sure, and it is another worrying glimpse into what I can only assume was the frail and gloomy mental state of Annette Childs. Seriously, who hurt you? But this is actually a pretty interesting turn of events. A quarter of a century has passed between the second and third game. Everything was hunky-dory when King Graham returned in the last game. So what went wrong? I mean, this could have been a really interesting exploration where you walked around, you talked to the inhabitants, you learned the secrets and series of events and intrigues that led to the downfall of a once prosperous kingdom, but no, we already know what went wrong. The weirdo in the cave told us a dragon went wrong. And the more you think about that, the more it sort of starts to fall apart. So Let me just see if I get this straight. A dragon came to town, perched itself on top of a mountain, and requires once a year the sacrifice of a young maiden. And everyone just did that. So here's my question. Why didn't anyone try telling this thing to fuck off? There's only one dragon. It's not like there's an army of them. Doesn't King Graham have knights? Or an army? Didn't he used to be a knight? In fact, didn't he already tussle with a dragon in the first game? He has dragon fighting experience. How might he get off his ass and do something about it? You'd think at least by the time the dragon demanded his only fucking daughter as sacrifice, he would have finally nutted up and at least given it a shot. But no, instead he and Queen Valinus have now locked themselves in the castle and let their kingdom go to shit once again. Parents of the fucking year. And let's not forget, 17 years ago, he let this fucking asshole of a wizard snatch his only son from under his nose, and as far as we can tell, hasn't done shit to find him and bring him back. And Graham has had his share of encounters with asshole wizards. You'd think he'd at least have some sort of security against people just teleporting into your castle and stealing your baby. But no, instead he's just bolted himself in his throne room with his wife and decided to see if sulking a lot will somehow make everything better. Graham is just a fucking piece of shit. And Alexander here can claw and bang on the doors as much as he wants to. No one is letting him in, not even for a pep talk and a hello son, it's good to see you after 17 years. No, instead it's off you fuck, go slay the dragon, then maybe we'll talk. So you go up the mountain, turn yourself invisible so the dragon won't notice you, and because you haven't actually got any offensive spells, decide to call on a thunderstorm to take him out. Never mind the fact that your fucking sister's over there tied to a fucking lightning rod. She somehow fails to catch 300 million volts to the face and catch fire, and the dragon is now dead. I have about a million questions at this point about why that worked, or how no one has ever thought to do anything remotely similar in the last quarter of a century, but I'm too fucking angry at King Graham and every other useless cunt in this kingdom, I can't even think straight. Alex unties his sister Rosella here, who is understandably a bit taken aback by all of this, so naturally we try to explain the situation to her, and she suggests we drop trow and show her a birthmark on her ass, which we then do. What the fuck, game? I'm at a loss here. Can this get any worse? I mean, we've just suffered through hours of the laziest, most depressing storytelling in gaming history, coupled with the most insidious, infuriating timer puzzles, whose solutions rely on an infernal combination of random number generators and the sort of thinking only a serious head injury can supply. And now we're mooning our sister on top of a mountain next to a dead lizard. Is there any possible way this universe could somehow conspire against all odds and somehow make this any way? Yeah, this is so much worse. Thank you. If you look at Rosella, Alexander, and I swear this is true, gives her sister the elevator stare, checks out her body, and springs the biggest fucking incest boner the realm has ever seen. First of all, fucking priorities, man. You just escaped 17 years of slavery, almost got passed around as pirate booty, and scaled a fucking mountain, which I skipped over, but believe me, this part is just as fucking bullshit as it looks. Only to find your own country a dilapidated shithole, and a dragon is about to eat your sister alive, and this is where your mind is. And I didn't think I could get any angrier than this, but now we have to escort Princess Rosella back to the castle, and she doesn't appear to be the brightest shining star in the night sky either. I mean, seriously, sis, come on, what the hell are you doing? There's stairs, come on, they go down, come on, you can do it, over here, oh fucking hell. Okay, we made it down the stairs, we just have a little more way to go, and as sis, you're kind of in my way here. Can you scoot? Because I can't get past this rock here, and you're kind of blocking my... But just fucking move, please! God, I know this is 1986, but this is just wild. Here, check this out. If I walk behind this little black tree stump here, her pathfinding code just freaks out and has an absolute meltdown. The game is telling her to follow Alex wherever he goes, but if he stands behind an obstacle that's just a little too wide, she gets stuck in this infinite loop, running around in stupid little fart circles around this tree stump like a chicken with its head cut off. I'm actually kind of enjoying this. Finally, I'm the one causing the game pain instead of the other way around. In fact, I could watch it struggle endlessly and never succeed all day, but we've got to get a move on, son. There's home, your sister cries in what I can only assume is the most appalling Valley Girl accent, because she follows it up with, Mom and Dad will be so happy, like she's a stereotypical 80s sitcom girl who just got one of those, oh my god, he didn't, phone calls. You make it back to the castle and your two negligent asshole parents give you all big hugs. I don't know about you, but if I were Alexander, I would be mad as fucking hell. Your mom even has the fucking gall to ask you, where have you been all these years? As if you just stepped out for a smoke, got lost, and couldn't find your way back for 17 years. I was 1 year old, Mom. Where do you think I fucking went? Listen, I know kids get kidnapped every day and it's a fucking tragedy, but these are the king and queen of the land. Are you telling me no one at least suggested an expedition to go find this kid? These are seriously the worst parents I've ever seen. They let one kid get kidnapped from right under their fucking noses, and they just give the other one away to be eaten alive. If there was any justice to any of this, the townspeople would have called Child Protective Services on these two dick weevils long before the dragon had any shot at them. And then blah blah, Graham goes on about his magic mirror of bullshit, like, shut up, Dad, no one cares. This fucking mirror too, by the way, it had one job, but no. Graham can't keep track of his kid, so the mirror's like, fuck it, I'm done with this shit. You want your kid back, you get off your ass and find him yourself. But now it's suddenly cleared up again because bullshit. And now Mom is saying, oh, now the dragon is dead and our kids are back home. Everything looks like it's gonna be alright. Forgetting, of course, that you've got rocks in the well, a castle that's in the state of disrepair, and a kingdom with a population of exactly one crotchety old dwarf who's over 100 years old. Yeah, good luck restarting the economy with that. But I think it's pretty obvious at this point that the royal family at Daventry don't give a flying rat's ass about anyone other than themselves. As long as they're fine, everyone else can get fucked. And then Graham here decides to toss his adventurer's hat up into the air so one of his kids, one of his two traumatized kids, can catch it and go on more adventures because it's not like they might just want to curl up with a cup of hot cocoa and settle in for a nap or something. I mean, it's not like they've just been through massive traumatic ordeals or anything. God damn, what is wrong with this family? Anyway, hat spins in the air, game goes game over, fuck it. We already know it's Rosella in the next game. The end. I am so mad at this. Okay, time for the bonus round. Well, according to the Cutting Room Floor website, there isn't actually much of a difference between the first version and later versions of this game. I did, however, play through the Apple II GS version just because I wanted to listen to the improved soundtrack and the digital sound effects. Boy, that dragonfire sure sounds like someone just broke wind. Anyway, the biggest change between the two versions is the wording of the end screen, where every line has just been slightly rewritten. The meaning stays the same though, they apparently just felt that this bit was in need of a little rewrite. And now please enjoy this unholy cacophony of the ending theme being played on both the Tandy 1000 and Apple II GS sound chips simultaneously. You're welcome. Oh, and we did find this fun little glitch in the Apple II GS version where if you just keep swimming to the right here, Alexander will go into his getting eaten by a shark animation and start flopping around on the ground like he's sinking into moving quicksand. And we actually made it all the way up to the mountain to the end where you're supposed to change into an eagle again, but since the game thinks you're still drowning, it won't let you do it. Which is a shame, because I was hoping I could show you the ending of the game with Alexander drowning in the throne room carpet, but sorry, this is as close to the ending as we can get. Final thoughts? I don't know why I keep thinking I need to do final thoughts. This is not a review. I'm not even being remotely objective or fair about any of this, and that should be pretty much obvious by now. I will say this, though. This was the worst game in the series so far. It's like they took everything about the first two games that I may have liked, threw it out of the window, and put in a timer instead. And compared to the other two, this game world feels cramped and compacted. You can only go literally 4 screens in any given direction before it either starts looping on you or you get lost in the fucking desert. The other games were sprawling in comparison. And they somehow managed to make spellcasting, the one thing you'd think would at least be mildly interesting, the most boring, stressful part of the game. But the worst thing is the story. No, wait, I take that back. The worst thing is still the spellcasting. But the fucking story, I mean, it had a lot going for it. I was almost interested at some points. The idea of going back to Daventry and finding it in ruins nearly had me go, oh, you could do something really cool with this. But then they just threw that away. The whole business with the dragon just feels like a lazy threat thrown in at the last minute. I refuse to believe that a whole goddamn kingdom can't get their shit together for one afternoon to take down a single 3-headed dragon. No, instead they just let it eat their virgin daughters. Oh shit, I didn't even mention how fucking backwards that part is. And then they skip town. In fact, now that I think about it, Rosella may have been the last maiden left in the whole kingdom. That was the dragon's last snack. Everyone else is either dead or fucked off. I think instead of sending your kids off on new adventures, Graham, maybe you want to lay off the drugs and start building some anti-dragon fortifications around the kingdom, to assure any new prospective citizens that you're actually going to start taking this monarch shit seriously. Who am I kidding? Graham's a fucking nut job. Valinus has galloping Stockholm syndrome, and their 2 kids are fucking idiots. Anyway, let's see if Rosella at least smartens up a bit in the next adventure. But right now, it's time for Princess Rosella to shine. You remember Rosella, right? We were introduced to her at the end of the last game and got to know her for a grand total of 20 seconds before the game ended. Well, I'll bet you're wondering which of these 2 traumatized kids caught Daddy King's adventurer's hat at the end of the last game, and the answer is none of them. Because suddenly, mid-throw, King Graham collapses on the floor and starts wheezing. Under normal circumstances, you'd just assume he'd swallowed a hit of bong water and is going to be fine after coughing it back up, if it wasn't for the fact that he's clutching his heart and turning a lovely shade of purple. Yes, King Graham is having a heart attack, and already I'm thinking this is the best game in the series so far. Suits the old bastard well. I don't understand why his kids are so upset at this. Alexander's barely known him for more than half a minute tops, and the last time he saw Rosella, he was giving her up voluntarily to be eaten and or charbroiled by a giant fire-breathing dragon. If anything, these kids should be cheering and brainstorming what to spend their bottomless inheritance on. And meanwhile, Valinus is standing over here, hopefully feeling like a right bit of a nitwit, because just 5 seconds before Graham planked, she was telling her kids how everything was finally going to be all right again. Talk about jinxing. I mean, irony is a bitch, isn't it? So, very uncharacteristically for a daughter who was just given a death sentence by her dad earlier this morning, Rosella now sits in the throne room weeping, when the magic mirror— I swear, this fucking thing— I'm gonna have to pause here for a moment. This may be premature to tell you, but I'm working on a theory here that this magic mirror is actually the true antagonist of the whole series. I mean, think about it. It has done nothing but dick people over since Graham hauled it out of that dragon's cave. In fact, I think that may be why it very conveniently clouded over when this 3-headed dragon came to town and started gobbling up virgins. The mirror's rightful owner was that dragon in the cave, and it's been wanting to go back there ever since. So it keeps sending Graham and his dumb kids out on stupid suicidal adventures. It tried to get rid of Graham in King's Quest II by sending him to Kalima and, I guess, get eaten by Hagatha or Grandma Wolf or whatever. It goes on strike in King's Quest III when Alexander gets kidnapped because it's in league with the dragon and hopes the dragon will take care of everything, which it almost does. And it's about to do some bad shit in this game too. You just wait and see. Well, bad for the Daventry family. I mean, it is stolen property. I know people have told me future versions of King's Quest I try to retcon these 3 magic items into being King Edward's properties that got stolen or something, but bullshit. Nothing in the original version of the game said any of this. Not the manual, not the in-game text, so screw that George Lucas bullshit. This mirror belonged to the dragon, Graham stole it, and the mirror's held a grudge ever since. That's my headcanon, at least. We'll see how right I am as the series progresses. Anyway, back to King's Quest IV. The mirror's latest scheme to fuck over the royal family of Daventry is to open up a subspace communications channel to the land of Tamir, specifically with a fairy called Genesta. She says there's a magic fruit in her land that'll cure anything, but it only grows once every 100 years. Already that should be a warning sign something is amiss, but we'll let it slide for now. She says she'll happily teleport us to Tamir so we can go and find it, but wouldn't you know, you just have to sorta maybe kinda help us out a bit. I'll explain when you get here. Honestly, this already feels like the fairy tale equivalent of a Nigerian email scam, but we already know Rosella isn't the sharpest knife in the cutlery drawer, so of course she says sure thing, and zap, suddenly we're on the shores of Tamir with no way of getting back. Genesta arrives and lays out the sitch. She wants us to get her talisman back from the hilariously named evil fairy Lolot, who even had the audacity to run away cackling after she took it. Oh my. Apparently without the talisman, she'll lose all her magic powers and die within 24 hours for some reason. I don't know, she seems pretty spry to me. Also, I have no idea why we're getting involved in what sounds like a high school bitch fight where the 2 queen bees are fighting over who's the most popular girl at school. Or, if the talisman is so fucking precious, why Genesta keeps it around her neck in a flimsy necklace. But fact of the matter is, she only had enough magic power to bring us here, and to fly all the way over here to tell us this, and to fly all the way back, apparently, but not to send us home, unless we get her talisman back. Oh, and that magical fruit, yeah, it's somewhere on the other side of the mountains in a swamp. I actually have no idea how to get there. Good luck, asswipe! Oh, hey, before I go, let me just disguise you as a peasant girl. Yeah, I also have just about enough magic left to do that, so you'll have no authority or status to throw around. And before you can ask her how exactly that's supposed to help us in any way, shape, or form, off she fucks. Look, I'm getting some seriously shady vibes off of this Genesta character already. I get the feeling we've been brought here under false pretenses and we're just being super gullible and taking her word for everything. I mean, how do we know the talisman is even hers? How do we know this magical fruit even exists if she doesn't know how to get it? And if it does exist, how do we know someone else hasn't already nabbed it if it only grows once every 100 years? And why, if she cares so much about the land of Tamir and its well-being, does she live on her own private island off the coast of the mainland? I mean, I'm serious, you can just hop in the sea and swim over there. It's a lovely place, sure, but if you go up to her bedroom and try to coax anything meaningful out of her, her buzzing little insect minions here will just sternly insinuate that you can go to hell. That's it, we're not getting anything more out of her. Not even an explanation as to why she would think Rosella would even be qualified for this gig. She just had a feeling. Either she was just drunk dialing magic mirrors hoping to find any old sucker who could do her work for her, or, in my headcanon, she and the magic mirror in Daventry are in on it, because her story just doesn't add up. Anyway, Rosella's dumb enough to actually buy all of this shit, so she decides to just waltz up to Lolot's castle and see what's what. She doesn't even make it 2 steps up the driveway before she's captured and immediately accused of being a spy, which she is, and thrown in the dungeon. At this point, if Rosella had 2 stones to bash together in that dopey fucking head of hers, she would be cursing Genesta's stupid name and her stupid disguise idea right to fucking hell, but no, she just stands there, presumably resigned to rotting in this fetishist's wet dream. But before she can get too comfortable with any of the delightful sex aids on display here, she's hauled back out of the dungeon and told that Lolot's son, Edgar, this sniveling little twerp I didn't even notice was there the first time, has taken a liking to her, and if she goes and gets a unicorn for her, she'll let you off the hook. At no point during this entire scene does Rosella as much as utter a peep of protest. She just goes along with Genesta's harebrained idea of posing as a peasant girl, which, let's be clear here, would have left her to rot in a fucking dungeon had it not been for the power of teenage fairy boners. What kind of a fucking plan was this anyway? The flying henchman dropped Rosella off at the foot of the mountain, and at this point any normal sane person would have gone back and beaten one last teleportation spell out of Genesta, because fuck everything that's going on here. But no, Rosella just decides to go and do what she was asked to do. I have no idea why. Is she under the assumption that Lolot is just going to give her the talisman when she's done? Because that is a whole new and exciting level of gullibility right there. And of course it doesn't stop with the unicorn. After you're done with this unicorn shit, and trust me, I'm not, but we'll skip ahead for a brief moment here, there's 2 more things Lolot wants you to go and get. A hen that lays golden eggs, which this obnoxious shit pipe has, and fucking Pandora's box, which is just lying around in a crypt at the local cemetery. I have so many why questions, I feel like my brain is going through a tumble dryer. Why does Lolot want a hen and a unicorn? Is she opening a petting zoo? Why is there a catacomb here that actually has fucking Pandora's box in it? Why does she think Rosella will actually go and get these things for her? Why does Rosella actually go and get these things for her? Why doesn't Rosella entertain any alternative plans at all for getting the talisman back? And why, for the love of fuck, would anyone ever say the phrase, "I am desirous of"? Look, it's pretty clear we're not going to get anything remotely coherent out of this plot, so let's focus on the mechanics of actually getting this shit. And this is a great time to talk about the 2 things that will make you go absolutely insane while playing this game. The first one is RNG, as in stuff that happens randomly in the game world. You thought the Eagle puzzle in King's Quest III was bad? Ha! Wait till you see the shit they've got in store for us here. Everything is RNG here. This unicorn we're supposed to find in our first quest appears randomly. You can walk around for ages and never see it, or you can get a lucky dice roll and see it straight away. Same goes for this worm in the ground, this guy playing the lute, this whale in the water, fucking Pan over here, and fucking Cupid. Cupid is taking a dip in this pool here, and you have to steal his bow and arrow, so congratulations, love is dead and it's Rosella's fault. But good luck figuring that out, because again, whether or not he appears here when you enter the screen is entirely random. It must have been fantastic good fun for players in 1988 with no access to hints or walkthroughs to spend ages and ages walking blindly across these screens only to have some event suddenly trigger that they've never seen before and then spend the rest of the day wondering what the hell they were supposed to do about it. Because if you aren't quick on the draw, this worm will fuck off back into the ground, and if you don't scare Cupid off here while he's taking a dip, he'll just take his bow and arrow and piss off. None of these puzzles are telegraphed properly in the game. It's all a giant mess of trial and error, and the game takes every opportunity it can to viciously dick the player over. And they kick off strong, because the whole business with getting the unicorn here is by far the worst offender. This puzzle expects you to make so many leaps of logic, you'll swear you're training for the Moon Logic Olympics. You tame it by shooting one of Cupid's arrows at it. That doesn't make it fall in love with you, no, it just becomes your friend, so already we're messing up our mythology here, but whatever. You're then supposed to ride it back to Lolott's castle, but you haven't got a way to do that. I guess we're not that good friends after all, eh, horsey? But luckily, there's a simple way to go about this. You just have to go clean these 7 dwarfs' house so they'll leave behind this bag of diamonds that you give to this asshole fisherman, who then gives you his fishing rod, which you then use to show the fisherman how shit he is at his job by catching a fish after numerous RNG fails, after which you toss yourself into the sea and hope you don't get caught by this RNG shark that's an instant death sentence, so you can get swallowed by this RNG whale and make it up to the top of its tongue without losing your footing or your goddamn mind, and tickle it with this peacock feathers you better remember to pick up over on Genesta's island, because if you didn't and you get swallowed by the whale, you're now dead princess walking, and then get spit out next to this island where you give the fish you caught to this pelican who coughs up a whistle that when blown summons a dolphin that'll take you back to shore. Fucking what? Oh, we completely forgot the thing we actually came here for. Yeah, we need to get a bridle for the horsey. It's on this little island somewhere. Do you see it? No? Well, neither does Rosella. You can look ground all you want, and she'll just report that she sees sand, unless you're standing right here, in this very specific spot inside the little shipwreck. Then she sees a bridle in the sand. Go absolutely fuck yourself, Rosella. In fact, how about you, the pelican, the dolphin, the whale, this asshole fisherman and his asshole wife, and this seagull who keeps flying off to find a better game, whom I understand is just an innocent bystander, but can go to hell just the same. How about you all take turns to go fuck yourself until you fucked yourselves raw, then go over to the unicorn and have that fuck all of you raw, then climb down this mine shaft and let all the dwarfs take turns fucking you and each other raw until everyone is just a big pile of sweaty, bleeding raw orifices, then go give Cupid his bow back so he can stick it up his ass, and then you can all fuck right the fuck off my hard drive. Can a computer game make a person cry? Oh yeah, it can, but for all the wrong fucking reasons. Holy shit. And if the game hasn't already reduced you to a blubbering mess of frustrated tears, then how about a lovely spelunk through these caves? There's a giant super fast ogre roaming the screens who is almost impossible to avoid and will randomly spawn every time you enter a screen, and also you can't see shit because this lantern is just categorically the worst lantern of all time, and then if you somehow manage to clear your way through this gauntlet of RNG fist fucking, the game then throws an invisible insta-death sheer drop down a chasm at you, just in case you were somehow enjoying yourself too much. Next, the game throws the most insulting non-puzzle at you. You're supposed to make it across this swamp to get to a tiny island where the fruit that'll save Daddy Graham is. You do this by typing jump 15 times. What? Am I solving a puzzle here? Am I in any danger? Why is this even here? Is it just so it can dick me over at the final jump where I have to put this board down to make it across? Because that's real funny, dickhead. I would facepalm at this, but I'm afraid I'd smack myself so hard my wrist would go straight through my skull and out the other side. And yes, Roberta Williams still thinks snakes are poisonous. Give her time, I'm sure she'll—
A poisonous snake!
fuck it. Anyway, the magic fruit is ours. We can go home now, right? No, we still have 2 more of Lolott's inane quests to do. Fine, we're off to kidnap a chicken. We hide in the ogre's closet, wait for him to fall asleep, then swipe the hen and scoot like the wind. We then give Lolott the hen like a good little girl, and we're now told to go get Pandora's box. By this point, even Rosella is starting to catch on to the faintest glimmer of a notion that Lolott might not be on the level here. In fact, she even wonders to herself if she really should be helping her this way, then immediately shrugs it off as if she has no other options. You have plenty of options, you dim-witted little bint. Just off the top of my head here, remember this axe we swiped from the ogre's house? Yeah, just lob the fucking thing at her face and we can all go home. Or, if that's too violent a solution for you, how about this? How about you wear this crown you got that turns you into a frog, sneak past everyone, hide somewhere in the castle until it gets dark, and then hop in and swipe the talisman? But no, the sensible thing to do, obviously, is to go get the villain a mythological box that she herself says contains the purest evil, and that with it she'll be unstoppable. Fucking hell. Around this point in the game, the in-game clock will have switched to nighttime. Yes, there is an in-game timer, but it's not as annoying as the one in King's Quest III, in that it doesn't serve to magically teleport a screeching child abuser in your face every 30 minutes. Rather impressively for the time, the game actually has a day and night cycle, and they actually went to the trouble of redrawing every single outdoor screen for nighttime. Well, in the first version of the game at least. Later down the line, Sierra felt the game was too expensive to duplicate, so in later versions, they reprogrammed the game to use the same screens for day and night, and just replaced the day sky with a night sky. Anyway, when night falls, all of a sudden, this turns into an episode of Ghost Hunters. For the next half hour or so, you'll be wandering in and out of this old house, looking at ghosts, then going out to desecrate their graves and bring them back whatever shit they think they've lost, even though they were buried with these things, so I don't know what their problem is. And if you think you do this 2 or 3 times, then good God, you're wrong. Try 5 times. 5 ghosts, and the methodology never changes. It's always just look at the fucker, then go look at the tombstones and see which one might be the ghost you've just met, then dig it up and bring back whatever you find in the grave. Oh, and dodge these fucking zombies while you're at it, which you can't because Rosella takes for fucking ever to do her grave robbing, and you will get sideswiped by an undead long before she's done. Also, this shovel breaks after you've used it 5 times. No explanation, it just does. I guess it's to prevent you from just digging up every single grave in the whole cemetery, but what this also does is leave you with absolutely no margin for error. If you get a single one of these tombstones wrong, you can't finish the game. And they pulled this same shit back in King's Quest II with this bridge, which will only let you cross it the exact number of times you need to. So if you make one unnecessary trip across it, perhaps to refresh your memory of what ultra-vague and borderline pointless hintless door inscription had for you, then screw you, you're now unable to finish the game. There is a special place in hell reserved for adventure game designers who think this sort of shit is funny. Oh look, I got 2 zombies stuck here. The best way to have these George Romero rejects fuck off and leave you alone is by going inside this not at all suspicious looking cave and getting a scarab off of this sorority party gone wrong. It's anyone's guess why they have a scarab that wards off the undead, or why they're so willing to give it up when they live right next to a graveyard that's crawling with the undead, but whatever. Later, sisters. Anyway, even with the zombie begone scarab, this is still fucking tedious. And by the end of this ghostly gauntlet, we're finally treated to... Remember when I said there were 2 things in this game that would make you go absolutely bonkers? The first one was RNG. Here's the second one. Stairs. Now, I've played Sierra games. Hell, I worked on StairQuest, the fan tribute to Sierra staircases. I know how to navigate staircases, but this game... Oh, God. Remember in King's Quest III when they tried to fix ladders and ended up making them worse? Yeah, in this game they did the same thing to stairs. Look at this. The first half of these stairs, your controls work about as you'd expect. But once you get up past this bend, all of a sudden, the controls invert. Once you round this corner, you'd expect to push down to make her come towards you, but no, you push up, which would normally move her away from you, but now instead, it suddenly moves her up the stairs. This takes some serious mental gymnastics to wrap your head around, and it gets much, much worse later in the game when you have no idea where the fuck you are on these stairs that are about 2 pixels wide and will gleefully throw you to your death at the slightest wrong move. This inverted controls bullshit is where I nearly lost it. If they wanted to fix stair climbing in these games, here's a fun and novel suggestion. How about just drawing stairs that aren't such a fucking bitch to climb? And while we're on the subject, the distance from which Rosella can drop and survive is total fucking bullshit as well. Look at this. Whoop, I'm fine. And here's same distance. Dead. Eat my shit, game. Fine, we get inside the crypt and oh, hi there. Bye. Yoink! Back to Lolot, who tells us that our reward, surprise, isn't whatever we thought it was. It's the honor of marrying her little sniveling weasel of a son. Again, Rosella has any number of powerful weapons at her disposal, including now a box that contains an unstoppable force of evil, but for some reason picks the option that involves her being trapped in this kid's wank-stained bedroom. He does somewhat redeem himself by surreptitiously giving you a key that apparently unlocks every door in the castle. Cool. It's not entirely clear why, though. His motivations, like anyone else's in this dumb game, are left entirely to the player to wonder about and are never explained. It's not clear if he hates his mom's guts, or if he's just so smitten with you that he hopes you'll repay the favor by letting him plumb your trench. My money's on the latter, because if you fuck up this bit and stay until morning, he clearly has no problems going through the forced wedding ceremony with you, during which Rosella fakes a fainting spell like the mature adult that she is, and apparently later dies from embarrassment because no one's heard of divorce around these parts. Anyway, using this master key, we sneak into Lolot's bedroom, resist the urge to climb in and give her a snuggle, and now realize we don't actually have a good plan. The talisman we came for here is around her neck, but we can't just grab it because if you wake her up, she screams Viper, of all things, and instantly zaps you into dust. Now, I know Viper can also mean someone who's treacherous and deceitful. I'm just saying that's a weird fucking thing to be screaming when you wake up. I just pictured a lot in her idiot son going on vacation somewhere and ordering a wake-up service from the hotel reception, and then at 8:30 in the morning, the phone rings and she bolts upright in her bed, grabs the receiver and screams "Viper" at the poor bastard at the front desk, and then zaps the phone into oblivion. Okay, so we need to incapacitate her in some way, and once again, because Rosella can't stand the sight of a little axe-induced decapitation, we have to find a peaceful option. Oh, I know. How about we shoot her point blank with an arrow? Yeah, that'll do. You shoot Lolot with Cupid's arrow, sending good vibrations and a special tingle through her, which then kills her because she was just that evil. And we get this bizarre fourth wall Wizard of Oz joke in here because deep down even the game knows this is just fucking stupid. And then Edgar shows up, doesn't even acknowledge his mom's corpse in the room, and just says you may now walk freely about the castle, then fucks off before his boner curves upright and pokes his eye out. And now it's just a victory lap through the countryside down to the pier, into the drink we go, and a quick swim back to Genesta's island, only to be eaten by the fucking RNG shark halfway, because of course that thing is still around. Why wouldn't it be? This game hates you, remember? The end. No, I'm kidding. If you make it there, Genesta suddenly perks right the fuck up and teleports herself and you onto the beach. She then teleports Edgar here as well, which seems like an invasion of privacy, but she doesn't give a shit. And then in a truly disgusting, awful moment, decides to reward his bravery by making him handsome. This is just so fucked up, I don't even know where to begin. I don't know if I'm more mad at the beauty standards and appearances are everything trope, the underlying racist implications of turning him from a green-skinned fairy into a stereotypical white male human, or the fact that he immediately proposes marriage to Rosella despite only having known her for a combined total of 7 minutes, which means he's just as shallow and awful as these other two idiots. Rosella shows that she does have a tiny morsel of common sense stuffed away somewhere in that hollow skull of hers, because she tells Edgar to pound sand, and now we can finally go home and shove this magical fruit down Dad's throat. Now, I would be highly suspicious of this fruit right now since everything else Genesta's put us through has led us to be either captured to be presumably tortured, or boiled and eaten by these ogres, or eaten alive by their dog, or eaten alive by the shark, or eaten alive by zombies, or come to think of it, a lot of people really want to eat Rosella. Anyway, without so much as a cursory inquiry into the potential harmful side effects, Rosella is zapped back to Daventry and feeds Daddy the fruit. He perks right up and decides to keep his adventurer's hat for himself because fuck you kids, Daddy's on a brand new high and is off for more adventures. Let's not tell him this fruit only grows once every century because this dizzying high is bound to wear off at some point, and I have a feeling this drugged out old bastard's in for some serious withdrawal symptoms. But here's the kicker. There's the alternate ending that's also the absolute clinching proof that Genesta is absolutely full of shit. If you make it all the way to the end without the fruit, and then give her the talisman, she just zaps you back to Daventry so you can watch Daddy bite it. It's well within her power to teleport you to the fruit, or even better, just zap it straight into your hand, but no, it's just thanks for the talisman, bitch. I got what I wanted, now fuck off back to where you came from. Genesta didn't give a rat's ass about you, she just wanted her jewelry back. Maybe at least now she has it back, she'll staple it to her fucking forehead or something so she won't lose it again. Oh, and this fruit, by the way, you can eat it yourself. You can just fucking eat it yourself. I mean, you came all this way, Rosella. You braved countless mind-bogglingly meaningless, hopelessly obtuse obstacles with no plan and wearing the most unhelpful disguise of all time, only to eat it yourself. Why does the game even give me this option? Needless to say, if you do this, you're locked out of the good ending. The fruit doesn't come back, you can't regurgitate it back up and spoon-feed the seeds to Dad. That's it, you fucked yourself. If you haven't got a save game from before you did this, you may as well restart. It's these sort of whoopsie, unwinnable states that have given Sierra their reputation as being sadistic. There are people in BDSM dungeons right now being given the option between being flogged 30 times on their scrotums or playing King's Quest IV, and they're picking the nut thrashing. But I haven't even talked about the worst part of this game yet. Now, you'd think it was the RNG, and that is terrible. You'd think it was the stair climbing, which is also terrible. But there's one thing about this game that's more awful than anything else it can throw at you, and it can be summed up in just 4 simple words. You're not close enough. This game is picky as fuck about where you're standing in order to do anything. You can be inches away from this tombstone, and the game will tell you to move closer. You can be standing within breathing distance of this book on the shelf, and the game will cross its arms and tell you to scoot 1.5 feet. You could be elbow deep inside this unicorn's asshole, but you're still not close enough to climb on top of it. You're never close enough. I've seen strategic tactical simulators that were less picky than this game. And it's not that this is a technological limitation. This game is very much capable of moving Rosella to a predetermined predetermined hotspot when it wants to. This ladder in the attic, for instance. They could have done this easily with any other object in the game, but no, they had to be dicks about it. And this is them being dicks about it, don't try to tell me otherwise. You think they weren't pissing themselves laughing at watching playtesters run up and down this fucking unicorn pen trying to free this whinnying little prick and being told repeatedly they were in the wrong spot? The whole game is full of this sort of shit. There's playful teasing, and then there's just straight up bullying. And this game is a bully. It delights in your misery, and it revels in your misfortunes. It teases you with the promise of a whimsical good time, but makes up the rules as it goes along, twisting them at its demented pleasure, and then laughs at you for not seeing it coming. This game doesn't just hate you, it despises you to the point where your suffering gives it pleasure. I honestly don't know how they could market this as lighthearted family entertainment and then throw dead babies, invisible chasms, random death sentences, inverted stares, and this many Walking Dead scenarios at you. And I'm not talking about the zombies, I'm talking about scenarios where you can fuck yourself over to the point where completing the game becomes categorically impossible, but you have no idea you're stuck in an unwinnable state until you've exhausted every option or driven yourself mad. But it's not all bad. I gotta give props where props are due, and there are two things that spring to mind here. First of all, the music. It is fucking stellar. Sierra Tad William Goldstein, a composer best known for the score to the TV series Fame. It was like Glee, but in the 80s and with a lot of disco in it for some reason. Look, the point is, Mr. Goldstein fucking knocked it out of the park. This is next level stuff. I mean, the music in the previous games wasn't terrible or anything, but it was a little all over the place. Here, have a listen to this and tell me where you think it goes. If you guessed anything other than the ghosts guarding Dracula's castle in King's Quest II, you were wrong, and I wouldn't blame you for that. The music in King's Quest IV, however, is memorable, grandiose, every part of it fits like a glove, and it has everything you could want in a proper film score. It is by far the best thing about this game. The second thing is the animation. I mean, some of this stuff is just way beyond what you'd normally get in other games of this era. There are so many frames in this tiny little animation of Rosella ducking under the bridge, or this animation of Rosella climbing down this ladder. I mean, the sheer effort that went into this is undeniable. So, honestly, on the presentation side, I can't fault the game. I mean, it looks and sounds really good, but is it fun to play? Sure, if your idea of fun is stapling your nutsack or labia to a car door and then telling the driver to take off at high speed. Anyway, time for the bonus round, and this one is Viper! Sorry, this one is a big one. I've already told you how they re-released the game later and cut corners on the nighttime screens. They didn't just do that. In fact, they went in and redrew quite a few of the backgrounds as well. I mean, here, check out the entrance to the witch's sorority. But that's not the wild thing. Oh no, King's Quest IV was the first game Sierra released that used their new SCI engine that allowed for full high-resolution 16-color graphics in 320x200, and it was mind-blowing at the time. So mind-blowing, in fact, that they feared they'd lose sales if they didn't offer a version that could run on less than mind-blowing systems of the time. So they actually built and released a separate version that ran on their previous game engine, AGI. Yes, this game has the unique distinction of being available in both a high-res and low-res version in two different game engines. Now that is dedication. And the AGI version actually looks pretty decent. In some cases, I'd argue it even looks better than the SCI version. I mean, look at Alexander here, and then look at his goofy fucking sad face in the SCI version. Or this close-up of Rosella talking to Genesta. I know, granted, Rosella looks like she just got into Graham's stash back at Daventry before she got here, but stone princess faces aside, I actually prefer the low-resolution version here. The AGI version does have its share of unique features not found in the SCI version, such as a special look message for the trapped unicorn that tells us that they beat the shit out of it. The SCI version just says it looks sad. Oh, and the RNG is way, way worse in this version. I mean, for some reason, this Guardian Lalotte's castle doesn't wake up if you get too close to him. No, instead, it's a dice roll. You just have to save your game and reload if it decides you're gonna get caught instead of sneak by. I mean, come the fuck on. And yes, it has the Easter egg where if you type "Beam Me" on the screen, you get teleported to a space station with all the Sierra programmers who worked on the game and you could talk to them. I think everyone knows about this. I mean, even I knew this, and I've never played the game before doing this video. And same goes with this Easter egg in the dungeon where if you type KQ rap, Rosella does a merry little jig while the programmers drop a sick diss track on Roberta Williams. But there's more fun to be had. The pathfinding in this AGI version is just as stellar as we've come to expect. This witch in the cave will never catch Rosella for as long as any of them live, and neither will the zombie behind the tombstone. But if you want a full-on head trip, check this out. This is King's Quest IV for the Apple IIgs. Now, it's curious in two respects. First, it's based on the AGI version, so it is the low-resolution version, but it also seems to have more colors than the PC version. The 2GS does this weird thing where each scanline can have a separate color palette, so the 2GS actually has more colors in it than either of the IBM PC versions. It's also the only version of King's Quest IV that has digital sound effects like this lovely unicorn, this lovely door squeak, and this crying baby in the haunted mansion. Which, admittedly, is a little overexcited, but that's because we turned the emulator speed up to unlimited, so it's not actually supposed to be like that. I just like playing these Apple IIgs versions because they're such anomalies. For the most part, they were clearly the deluxe versions of Sierra's old AGI games because they had more colors and better sound than any of the other home computer versions, yes, including the Amiga. And by the time King's Quest IV rolled around, Sierra was in this special transition phase where the IBM PC was beginning to overtake the other contenders, even the Apple IIgs, because you had Roland MC32 music with King's Quest IV that practically sounded like you had the London Philharmonic in your living room at the time, and a year later you'd have Space Quest 3 that also included digital sound effects.
Where am I?
So for all intents and purposes, King's Quest IV was the last great adventure game Sierra made for the Apple IIgs. Well, except for Gold Rush, which came out a year later, but who's counting that one? We're up to the 5th game in the King's Quest series. If you're just catching up, let me briefly recap you. Last time we left Daddy Graham wide-eyed and drugged up to the nines on some weird magic fruit that his daughter brought back from the land of winged high school lunchroom dramas, and it seems to have done wonders for him. I mean, look at those biceps! It is a true testament to the wonders of unimpugned totalitarian monarchy that someone like Graham can be allowed to remain in power and have enough time left in his day to get this physically ripped. I mean, it's good to see that he's on the mend, too. I mean, before this, he was just coming out of a nearly 2-decade-long depression following the disappearance of his son and his complete inability to find him, despite having a bottomless chest of endless bribe money, coupled with his equally startling inability to do anything about a single 3-headed dragon that he for some reason allowed to terrorize and lay ruin to his once prosperous kingdom, other than to give up his only other offspring to it as a lunch option, despite having in his possession a magic shield that could purportedly withstand anything. So it is fair to assume that the ensuing heart attack was not so much brought on by overexertion at his non-existent attempts to overcome these obstacles, as it must have been from an absolute overabundant reliance on psychotropic substances to distract him from the fact that he's an utter failure as a king, father, warrior, and human being. And if you just stalled at the drug abuse accusation, then allow me to refresh your memory of our adventures in Kalima in King's Quest II, where we ended things by riding a surprisingly well-articulate fish creature across a purple sea to escort a woman he claims to have seen in a magic mirror to a wedding attended entirely by figments of his imagination. I think it's safe to say that Graham here is no stranger to the mind-warping wonders and splendors that come with the prolonged catastrophic abuse of hallucinogens. Case in point, he's talking to an owl now. Under normal circumstances, you want to put this guy in immediate emergency psychiatric care, but this is par for the course when it comes to the adult mind of the Daventry monarch. He's not even batting an eye at this. Of course, he has also just lost his castle and his entire family with it, but given his propensity for high-octane drug use, I'm sure at this stage he's probably still thinking he just momentarily forgot where he lives. The owl, wearing a sweet vest and a monocle and answering to the name of Cedric, explains to Graham that he's not just imagining things. His castle did in fact disappear, and it was, to no one's surprise, the work of an asshole wizard. Now, Graham has had his share of run-ins with asshole wizards before. In fact, pretty much every wizard he's ever met has been a bit of an asshole. This one paralyzed him. This one turned him into a frog. This one stole his kid. The castle-stealing asshole wizard in question is named Mordak, and he's apparently even more of an asshole than any of the other wizards we've met up until now combined. So it is indeed very much surprising when Graham is told that Cedric is employed by another wizard that he doesn't just lob the first heavy object within reaching distance at him. Perhaps it's because the owl offers to help by dousing him with fairy dust, which Graham probably assumes is owl speak for some illicit substance. Imagine his surprise then when he suddenly finds himself airborne and following this feathery prick across international borders, only to narrowly miss a spine-breaking death by falling into the small river instead of straight onto the hard ground. Well, it's a good thing Cedric didn't take a small detour or got lost along the way, or they'd be scraping Graham's impossibly well-defined abs off the cobblestone with a spatula.
Cedric's employer, the wizard Crispin, explains that Mordag is evil, which we already knew. He then offers Graham a slice of white snake, which Graham, being the drugged-out old bastard that he is, immediately eats before asking what it is. Crispin also gives him his old magic wand, which he admits is useless, before launching into an unprompted and fairly creepy metaphor about treating wands as pets that I didn't need and didn't ask for. And after that, it's off you scoot, me old son, go have fun. First of all, this white snake, let's just get this out of the way. This is so Graham can talk to animals. Now, in King's Quest III, Alexander baked up a batch of dough and stuck it in his ears Babelfish style, and I'll bet he's walking around feeling like a bit of a loser when he finds out you can just eat white snake instead and achieve the same effect without your ears smelling like a hideous yeast experiment gone wrong. It does beg the question, though, how long does this white snake deal last? Is it permanent, or does the effect wear off at Graham's next bowel movement? What happens if you stick dough in your ears and eat white snake at the same time? What happens if you roll a piece of white snake in the dough and then stick it up your ass like a suppository? I only ask because it doesn't seem to be working very well. See the snake blocking the path up the mountains? Yeah, he's not talking, so fat lot of good that did us. He's just there being a dick. And yes, this is the famous clip of Cedric saying,
Graham, watch out! A poisonous snake!
And I've been making fun of this little bit since my King's Quest II video because I was convinced Roberta kept calling snakes poisonous because she didn't know the difference between poisonous and venomous, and I was really looking forward to getting to this bit so the whole thing could finally pay off, and, well, I hope you're sitting down for this because I'm about to tell you something that will hit you like a freight train. If you look at the snake, the narrator correctly describes the snake as venomous. So Cedric is an idiot and thinks it's poisonous, but the game actually knows better, so fuck it. I guess somewhere between 4 and 5, someone must have pulled Roberta aside and gone, if you're gonna keep putting snakes in your games for some strange fucking reason, maybe you should at least read up on how they work. So fine, you win this one, King's Quest V. Okay, let's just get the plot out of the way quickly because there really isn't much to talk about here, except for the ending because that really pisses me off, but I'll get to that in a bit. Now, Graham pisses about town for a bit, then goes to see a fortune teller, and is told that the reason Mordag kidnapped your family is because his brother is Mananananananananan, the asshole wizard from the third game, who's now a cat, and apparently that's the worst thing that can happen to anyone. And he shrunk your castle and your family down to action figure size and plans to feed them to Manny the kitty cat, unless Alexander turns him back, which, of course, Alexander, being the fetid little shit stain that he is, would be completely unable to even if he was his normal size. Which I would assume he would have to be, given that the last time he piddled around with magic stuff, it was like a Satanist cooking show. Boil this, knead that, burn this, stick this in your ear. It was like if Rachel Ray had gone Wiccan and also lost her mind. And Alexander even has the fucking gall to say that he accidentally turned Manny into a cat. Fuck you, Alex! You know how long I spent walking up and down this fucking cliffside getting ingredients for your little accidents? How about you lick every conceivable crevice of my ass? Anyway, here's why going up the mountains to find Mordak's castle is a terrible idea. It's a fucking suicide mission. Once we jazzercise the snake off the path with a little tambourine action, off we fuck up the mountain, back down again, across the ocean, and there's Morty's castle. Lovely place. I don't know if he's ever considered opening up a bed and breakfast here, but it's a prime fucking real estate. Anyway, we sneak inside, resist the urge to play with his organ, or climb in bed with him while he's taking a nap in his frankly ostentatious-looking bed, steal his wand, use that to recharge the shitty useless wand that we got from Crispin, and then play a lovely little game of Guess Who before he turns into fire, which we then put out by summoning a bit of drizzle. At this point, Graham realizes he may have screwed the pooch by murdering the only guy around who could change his family back to normal, but luckily Crispin shows up in what can only be described as the most contrived and lazy Deus Ex Machina moment in the history of fiction, and suddenly makes everything all right again. Okay, back the fuck up. What the hell? This is the part that pisses me off. Does this mean that this entire time, Crispin had the power to teleport straight into Mordak's castle all along? Why didn't he tell us this back at his fucking house at the start of the game? And why did he send us off on this suicide run in the first place if he was going to go out and ask around and do research on how to turn everything back to normal, instead of freezing to death, falling off cliff faces, drowning in the ocean, and being gang-fucked by this flying nudist colony? We could have been chilling out near this cozy river town, eating custard pies and watching this dude in the spiffy shorts try on every single item of clothing in the store for about 5 hours, or listening to the shoemaker machine gun a pair of clogs to death. Nothing we did in this entire game mattered in even the slightest bit. So why send us out on this obvious suicide mission if you're just gonna take care of everything yourself anyway? Thanks a lot, you old geezer. Next time you want someone out of your hair, just say you need an hour or two alone. Don't send them off to get eaten alive by wolves or get violated by mountain yetis. Oh, and if you're wondering who this woman next to Graham is, that's Princess Cassima. She's here because, in addition to being a castle-napping douchebag with a peculiar affinity for the word swine, Mordak is also a grade A level 100 incel who can't get a date. So he kidnapped Princess Cassima and told her to pucker up and marry him or scrub the floor. And she told him to spin on it, so here she is, scrubbing the floor. Of course, Prince Alexander, being, as previously mentioned, the world's biggest shitheel, and displaying a catastrophic inability to read the room, ignores everyone telling him that all of this mess is entirely his fault, which it is, and instead chooses to spring a massive boner over Princess Cassima, and dude, fucking get up, you're embarrassing yourself, come on. Meanwhile, Rosella over here shooting daggers at Cassima for reasons that aren't entirely clear, but maybe there was more to this incest angle in King's Quest III than they let on. Anyway, so that's the gist of it. Now, I skipped over a fairly hefty chunk of the game, believe it or not, and that's because none of it has any bearing whatsoever on the plot. Everything else in this game is just a series of detours and weird puzzle chains that serve no purpose other than to make you think you're actually accomplishing something, but what you're actually doing is pissing around in circles waiting for the game to dick you over again. Now, you'd think having a flagship product like King's Quest V that features state-of-the-art graphics and sound would perhaps incentivize you to make the game more accessible and friendly to newcomers. You would be absolutely dead wrong. In fact, this game not only repeats several of the borderline psychopathic design choices of previous game, it doubles down hard on them. There are so many dead man walking scenarios in this game, it's insane. It's like someone made a bet with Roberta that she couldn't possibly top the previous 4 games in terms of screwing the player over, so she was like, challenge accepted. There are more chances of getting yourself into an unwinnable state in this game than all the previous 4 games combined. Don't scare away this cat here? You're boned. Don't feed this bird? You're boned. Don't pick up this tiny little shard of crystal in this giant room full of otherwise unattainable crystals? You're boned. You don't pick up this tiny little pixel in the nest in the few seconds you have before the timer runs out and you're kicked off to the next screen? Boned, boned, boned. And I'm not talking boned as in game over. I'm talking boned as in you'll still be playing the game for hours and hours until somewhere much later down the line, you'll be unable to progress and there's no way to go back and do it over. You have no other choice but to restore an earlier game and in some cases just start all the way over from the beginning, losing hours if not days of progress and try to work out just what the hell it is you're missing. And more often than not, you'll have no idea what the hell the game wants from you. This thing with the nest here, you have literally just a few seconds to do anything. The mouse cursor is changed into a crown, which I thought was a wait for this scene to finish playing icon, but no, that just means that walking is disabled. You can still use all the other icons. The thing it wants you to grab is literally a single pixel with a tiny little sparkle animation. This happens around midway in the game. If you don't grab this and you get all the way to the end in Mordak's castle, Princess Cassima won't talk to you at all because apparently this is her gold locket. Fuck knows what it's doing in this nest or why Graham decides to carry it with him. That's never explained, but the fact of the matter is, you're boned. You have to somehow make a connection between a shimmering pixel in a bird's nest and a girl scrubbing the floor of a castle kitchen. 2 events that happen several hours apart and are in no way related to each other, and your punishment for failing to do so is to have to go back and replay half the game. How about you get absolutely fucked? And this thing with the cat here is even worse because it doesn't just expect you to have nearly clairvoyant foresight, it doesn't just expect you to be quick on the trigger, it expects you to be all of those things, and it's on a random timer. This cat is chasing a rat whose survival you end up depending on because without him you won't be able to get out of this basement. Don't ask why we're tied up and in a basement. Apparently this is just something Graham really enjoys doing in his off time. Speaking of which, how are you doing down there, Graham? Oh right, I forgot, he can't talk. Not because I cut out his tongue or anything, I'm not a savage, I just cut the audio to his feed because he kept going on about how joke's on me, him and Valinus are into this shit, blah blah, you should see our dungeon, the dragon wasn't the only 3-headed thing we had in Daventry. Okay, enough smarm, let's get back to this rat shit. So, you need the rat to get out of this basement, but if you don't rescue him from this cat, then that'll never happen. You have to find this boot
boot in an endless desert maze full of identical screens which Graham just blindly walks into for no good goddamn reason, find your way back, then hang around this screen for however long it takes for the cat and rat to appear, and then quickly throw it at the cat in the few seconds you have to react, which, I stress, only happens randomly after a certain time has elapsed, and only happens once. Never again, just once. If you see the cat chasing the rat and you don't have the boot, you may as well start over. If you see the cat chasing the rat and don't throw the boot in time, you may as well start over. If you see the cat chasing the rat and don't know what the hell to do because throwing a boot you found in the desert at it makes just about as much sense as throwing a hairpin, a marionette, a tambourine, or any other fucking items you're carrying with you at it, including those other pair of fucking boots that you have, which the game won't let you may as well start over. Fuck this idiotic fucking puzzle right to fucking hell. Other things that can go to hell include this forest elf, this ungrateful emo willow tree, this yeti, this blue bitch, these other blue bitches, whatever the hell this blue fucking thing is supposed to be, this desert maze, this seawater maze, and especially this dungeon maze that totally fucks with your perspective because it's actually a first-person perspective maze, even though King Graham is still right there on the fucking screen. And this magic wand charging machine that for some reason runs on blue cheese. Seriously, this game doesn't even know what it wants to be. Is it a fairy tale? Is it a Disney cartoon? Is it a Marx Brothers routine? The tone is all over the place. One moment we're throwing a pie in a yeti's face and knocking him off a cliff. The next moment we've got enslavement and insinuated sexual assault.
Don't come near me.
I would never hurt you.
I don't believe you. You're probably one of them.
And these wolves are about to eat King Graham alive while he's on his knees, but then we trip up and knock this blue boy on his ass with a bag of peas like he's Wile E. Coyote. And the graphics are gorgeous, but the set design is all over the place too. Is that the fucking icon of sin hanging over Mordak's upstairs landing? It's like someone told the artist to illustrate the Brothers Grimm, but then they changed their minds and added a bunch of slapstick at the last minute to soften things up a bit. I can't tell what tone we're going for here. It was weird enough in King's Quest IV when the night fell and you suddenly had zombies coming out of the ground, and yet somehow it didn't feel as weirdly out of place as it does here. Maybe I've just grown more used to the idea of King's Quest as a sadistic amalgamation of ripped-off fairy tales and death fetishism, so it's just weird for me when they start throwing Warner Brothers cartoon sound effects into the mix. And I could go on and on about the many ludicrous puzzles that make no goddamn fucking sense. Like this bit here where you dump a honeycomb over the pathway and throw diamonds at it, which for some ass-backwards reason causes an elf to appear that shows you the way out of this impossible forest maze. Or the absolute moon logic bullshit of the Yeti and the custard pie, or this fucking cheese machine, or the RNG bullshit which plagues the last part of the game, where you can walk into a room and have a number of chance encounters. Some are outright lethal, like the villain just teleporting into the room and killing you. Some will cause the next encounter to be lethal, like this cat running off and warning the villain, causing him to teleport into the next room you visit and killing you. And some, like this blue boy here, who will toss you in a dungeon that you need to visit once, but never again unless you want to get stuck in an unwinnable state forever. And sure, I could fill this video with hours of ranting about why these puzzles suck, but I'm still stuck on the sheer pointlessness of it all. Nothing you do in this game, and I mean nothing, amounts to any goddamn thing whatsoever. You give the shoemaker a pair of shoes that somehow allows him to retire forever in comfort. You return this golden heart that was stolen from this balding botanical brat so she can turn back into a prissy princess. You find and return this golden hairpin that this tailor guy had lost, which Graham, hello, Graham, hey, Graham, over here, Graham, oh, what the fuck? Graham, great mother of God. Oh, okay, well, you do all of these things, and none of it matters at all. None of what you do in this game has anything to do with actually rescuing your family. Graham is fucking useless. He's easily distracted, leaps headfirst into dangerous territories like endless deserts and impossible forest mazes without any regard for his safety and for absolutely no goddamn reason whatsoever.
Come on, Cedric. There might be something important in here.
Bullshit, Graham, there isn't. And you know there isn't. You don't have a plan. You never did. You're just wandering around in a perpetual stupor, looking for something to occupy your time with, pretending that you're on a quest to save your kingdom and your family, but all you're really doing is wasting time tobogganing down ice mountains and playing with snow monsters, while someone else is off somewhere off-screen doing the actual work for you. And let's talk about Cedric here for a minute, because I know that's what you're all dying to hear about. Cedric's legacy in gaming history is infamous. He became the poster boy for useless, annoying sidekicks, and not entirely undeservedly.
In an adventure game, you typically want a sidekick that serves some kind of functional purpose. In Beneath the Steel Sky, you have Joey, who has a welding torch and he can analyze inventory objects. In Sam and Max Hit the Road, you have Max, who can interact with the game world in some sort of obtuse, poorly defined way that the main protagonist can't. And the same goes for Toonstruck, where you can chuck flux here at things if you want to cause some wacky cartoon magic. Hell, the earliest example of a sidekick in an adventure game I can recall is this Commodore 64 game from 1986 called Murder on the Mississippi, where a small, stocky mutant follows you around with a notebook, taking meticulous dictation when interrogating suspects, and unhelpfully warning you about traps mere seconds before you take a knife to the face. Cedric is a different breed of sidekick entirely in that he doesn't do squat. He's beyond useless. He never does anything. He doesn't give you hints. He doesn't interact with the environment. He doesn't even provide any meaningful or amusing commentary on the situation. All he does is sit on the screen you're currently on, sometimes to tell you to get your ass moving if you've been standing around for too long, sometimes to tell you about obvious dangers.
Ooh, watch out for the bear, Graham.
But mostly he just sits there in stoic silence and, when prompted, outright refuses to talk because the narrator says he isn't in the mood to talk right now. Well, get in the mood, you little feathery prick. The least you could do is warn me that this boat here has a huge gaping hole in it that'll cause it to sink if I don't plug it up, which I won't know until I've actually died from it once. I'm serious, you can look at this boat all you want, but you won't realize it's an instant death sentence until you've already tried taking it out once and drowned. Oh, now he tells me, and then he flies off. Good God. When he gets killed later in the game by these flying nudists, it's hard to feel any sympathy for him at all, certainly not to the heart-wrenching extent the game seems to expect us to feel, and it is indeed extraordinarily tempting to just leave him there on the beach and let nature sort him out. Except you can't, because you need him alive at the end of the game so he can piss off and fly back to tell Crispin the game's nearly over and that he'd better teleport in and save the day. The reason I think most people find Cedric exceptionally objectionable is because of the voice they gave him in the CD-ROM talkie, and it is dreadful. The guy who voiced him, Richard Aronson, even said it was dreadful. He didn't want to sound like a prissy 8-year-old with a fake British accent that goes "ooh" a lot, but this is what he was told to do. This was back in the day when Sierra weren't sure if this whole CD-ROM thing would ever catch on, so they cut corners and decided to just hire their own staff as voice actors. Case in point, Richard was a programmer at Sierra who worked on the Sierra network, which was sort of like Club Penguin in the dial-up age, but with no microtransactions and significantly fewer pedophiles. Other voice actors in the game include Laurie Cole, designer of Quest for Glory.
I think I felt my heart melting. Just a little bit.
This genie here is musician Mark Siebert.
Now you spend the next 500 years in a bottle.
And this rat is Roberta Williams.
Maybe someday I'll be able to return the favor.
No, I'm serious. That's her. The star of the show, of course, is Josh Mandel as King Graham. Josh was a producer at Sierra who did ghostwriting for pretty much every game you can think of, including writing pretty much all of the King's Quest I SCI remake and the Space Quest I VGA remake, not to mention the Software Store games in Space Quest IV, and oh yeah, he designed most of Space Quest VI and Freddy Farkas Frontier Pharmacist. And he's got a hell of a singing voice too. I mean, listen to this. Maybe you've even seen this fantastic video by the Reverend Scarecrow where he's playing a version of the game with all the voices screwed up, and since I probably won't get another chance to talk about this, I can just briefly tell you how it's done, because for years and years people have been wondering how this was done, and the explanation that Reverend Scarecrow gave didn't quite add up.
If you run King's Quest, the DOS version, with the Windows CD in, for some reason it tries to pick up the audio from the Windows disk. What that ends up causing is all of these weird audio glitches.
Since there was never any Windows-only version of King's Quest V released, some people had theorized that he had doctored the video to intentionally splice the wrong audio in, which he vehemently denied. It wasn't until late last year in 2020 that Sam Lawson on my Discord discovered that what had actually happened was the good Reverend had been running an installation of the original CD-ROM version, but with the Sierra Originals re-release in the drive. So every copy of King's Quest V that you can get on CD-ROM or on GOG or wherever is the same as the original CD-ROM that was released in 1992. Except this Sierra Originals re-release, which has all the audio recut and is laid out in a different order on the disc. The audio is also slightly clearer than in the original CD-ROM release, where it sounds like everyone has a goddamn lisp, although it's still not high def by any stretch of the imagination.
Ooh, I suggest we visit the town first. How about it, Your Majesty? Ooh, I suggest we visit the town first. How about it, Your Majesty?
Anyway, this mangled audio swap version is affectionately called King's Quit because every time the sound effect for this river starts playing, the help guy tells you to quit.
Quit.
Quit. No, I want to keep playing.
Quit.
I think it's the sound of water that's asking me to quit.
And also, this is where we got the No More for Today name from when we did Stair Quest. That's because we couldn't stop pissing ourselves laughing at this bit.
No more for today.
Cedric, please, no!
It cost 1 gold coin to see Madam Mushka.
Okay, I think we're already knee-deep into the bonus round now, so we might as well jump into the deep end. So far, throughout this video, you've been seeing footage from the original floppy version and the Sierra original CD-ROM version. The main difference between the two, besides voice acting, is the icon bar in the floppy version. For some reason, it has 2 walk icons. Why? Fuck if I know. The one on the left lets you control Graham with the keyboard, same as you could in earlier King's Quest games, whereas the other one lets you point somewhere on the screen with the mouse and Graham will then find his own way over there. I have no idea why anyone would choose to play with the keyboard controls. I did, and it's terrible. It doesn't make things any easier or faster, and every once in a while Graham will just get stuck on some invisible barrier and refuse to move anywhere unless you switch over to the other walk icon. I guess they left it in because they were worried some people who had played the previous games would miss being able to steer him around with the arrow keys, but when it was time to release the game on CD-ROM, they wisely came to their senses and just removed the option entirely. And yeah, there's some other minor differences, like a bunch of the dialogue got rewritten, and these close-ups of the animals talking were changed, and you can't have subtitles on at the same time as the voices, because who would ever need closed captioning when the audio is this crystal clear?
I'm Queen Beatrice, kind sir. I wish to thank you ever so much for saving our hive from the claws of that horrible bear.
This was also during that wonderful early 90s time when Sierra would create separate versions of their games in 16-color EGA for people who didn't have a 256-color VGA card. With later games, Sierra would just release one version and have a special graphics driver that automatically downscaled the graphics to 16 colors if your computer couldn't run the proper version of the game, but this 16-color version of King's Quest V was actually sold separately, so you had to really pay attention when you were at the store that you didn't accidentally pick up the wrong version. And these aren't just downscaled graphics, a lot of these assets were redrawn especially for the 16-color version. And I'm a sucker for these kinds of alternate versions, but there's nothing more alternate than King's Quest V for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Yeah, you heard me right, there's King's Quest V for the NES. And it's just as horrible an idea as you think it is. I played through the entirety of this abomination, and it was a nightmare. For one, it still has a mouse cursor, but you're using the D-pad to move it around. And the game doesn't pause while you're doing this. I don't know if you can tell where I'm going with this, but if you didn't already hate this throwing a boot at the cat puzzle before, I can guarantee you will now. Especially if you're playing this on original hardware, which thank fuck I wasn't. I don't know how I ever would have gotten through this without the modern comfort of emulator save states and rewinds, where I can just zip back to any place in the playthrough and pick it up from there. If you're playing this on a real NES, you would get 2 save slots. 2! For a game with this many dead ends and Walking Dead scenarios, you might as well be pissing in people's faces. But it gets worse. There's no battery in the cartridge, so those 2 save games only exist as long as you have the cart in the machine and it's powered on. So if you have to turn off the console for whatever reason, or if the power goes out, those save games are gone. Not to worry though, you can always enter this 15-digit password key to get back to roughly where you left off. That's assuming you wrote it down, of course. Good fucking Christ. I mean, one part of me is super impressed that they somehow squeezed all of King's Quest V down onto a 512 kilobyte cartridge for an 8-bit system that was already being superseded by its successor, the Super Nintendo, at the time of its release. And another part of me is just really glad this wasn't under the Christmas tree when I was growing up, because everything about this just screams terrible idea. I mean, just look at it. Look at it. What the fuck is this anyway? It looks like someone smeared diarrhea over a NES dev kit and forced it to sing and dance. It is by far one of the ugliest NES games I've ever seen. I think it has something to do with how the NES draws graphics using tile sets, so they were effectively building these backgrounds out of sprite Legos or some shit. The point is, it looks like turd, and plays like one. Anyway, with this terrifyingly awful rendition of the ending theme, so also ends my adventures of playing King's Quest V. It is a technical marvel that looks and sounds beautiful, if you're not playing it on an 8-bit breadbox, that is, but it's also an affront to every game design standard you can think of. It has tons of Walking Dead scenarios, a shitload of obtuse moon logic puzzles, a handful of aggravating RNG bullshit where the outcome is entirely predicated on a virtual dice roll, and the worst part of it is the story. It's just so underwhelmingly uninteresting. Even the game itself doesn't feel like it deserves a proper ending. It just teleports this dude in to clear up the whole mess so we can all go back to our lives and pretend this never happened. King's Quest V feels like the series went into a deep depression, but is in abject denial of it. It can only muster the barest of bare-bones effort to challenge you intellectually, or to tell an interesting and cohesive narrative, and it seems to just secretly wish that you'd stop playing so it can curl up in bed and quietly hope it dies in its sleep. And as such, I don't actually hate King's Quest V, I'm actually kinda worried about it. I hope it gets the help it needs. But I don't hate King's Quest in general, I'm really fascinated by these games. It's interesting to me to see how they all seem to embody different mindsets. King's Quest I was like an infant, stumbling around its world on a quest of self-discovery, trying everything and anything to see if something would stick. King's Quest II was like the 60s Woodstock of adventure games. It was like a free-for-all mindfuck that just wanted to party and get laid. King's Quest III was cynical and nihilistic. It was like the teenage goth version of King's Quest that wore mom's eyeliner and fishnet stockings on its arms and wrote Nietzsche quotes in its diary. And King's Quest IV was just a cauldron of spite and hatred that delighted in the misery of its surroundings. And now we have King's Quest V, which just seems like it doesn't even want to be here, and it's just quietly hoping everyone will go away and leave it alone. Look, here's the thing about Roberta Williams, okay? People seem to think I have this deep-seated hatred of Roberta Williams. I don't. Quite the contrary, in fact. I fucking love Roberta Williams. If it wasn't for Roberta Williams, I wouldn't be here making this video today. Roberta Williams saw a game in 1970 whenever the fuck, fell in love with it, and convinced her database programming husband Ken to code her a game and add graphics to it. And that last bit, adding graphics, was revolutionary. You have no idea how revolutionary, because it seems so mundane these days, right? I mean, just add some pictures. Come on, how hard can it be? Well, pretty fucking hard, considering the most advanced computer at the time had a fraction of the computing power of most household kitchen appliances today. But she was adamant, and they figured out a way, and thus, Mystery House was born. And if it hadn't been for that game, then we wouldn't have had graphic adventure games as we know them today. The entire trajectory of graphic adventure games can be traced back to that one game. Out of its success came King's Quest. Ron Gilbert saw King's Quest and got jealous, so he made Maniac Mansion in 1987, and thus was seeded the competition of the juggernauts of the early to mid-90s, LucasArts versus Sierra Online, a competition that for some ass-backwards reason people still treat today as if it was an actual competition, like someone actually came out, quote-unquote, a winner and a loser. And for the record, the only losers here are the ones who think this is some kind of team sport, and the real winners are the ones who can play and enjoy their games without turning it into the fucking Holy Crusades. But I digress. The point is, if it wasn't for Roberta Williams, we wouldn't be where we are today. So I have nothing but the deepest, most heartfelt respect and admiration for her and her well-deserved legacy. And you can fuck right off with your, well, someone would have thought of it eventually. Yeah, same goes for the light bulb, the telegraph, the printing press, and the roll of toilet paper you need to wipe your mouth with because of all the shit that's pouring out of it. The point is, she did it first. And as adventure game fans, like it or not, we're all still living in the shadows of her legacy as an innovator, and her legacy as a pioneer that cannot and should never be impugned. What I take issue with is her legacy as a master storyteller, because quite frankly she's not. She's not even a particularly good writer. Her writing in the first 5 King's Quest games is, if I'm being kind, serviceable first and foremost. She's not interested in feelings or characters. She's interested in settings, set pieces, and wow factor. Graham sees a mysterious door standing in the middle of a field, and he has absolutely no emotional reaction to it whatsoever. Alexander is captured and thrown in the cargo hold by bloodthirsty pirates and just seems to go, oh well. Rosella sees the fucking undead rise from the ground and make a hungry beeline for her, and she's like, could you get out of my way, please? I'm trying to desecrate this grave over here. As an author, Roberta Williams sits back and lets you, the player, inject whatever emotion or motivation into the story that you feel is necessary. And I guess that works from a gameplay perspective, so it's assumed that you, by virtue of simply playing the game, are going to provide all the incentives needed for the protagonist to reach their end goal. But it also has the distinct side effect of creating a cold, emotionless, barren game world where actions have no emotional consequences and carry no significant weight other than an arbitrary point score. So it is refreshing to see what happens when you hire an actual actual writer and tell her to make a King's Quest game. And that writer was Jane Jensen, a former systems engineer at Hewlett-Packard who was hired at Sierra as a staff writer, mainly to write extra text and dialogue for games like EcoQuest and Police Quest 3, and to write the game manuals. And she was really, really good at it. So good, in fact, that Roberta tapped her to co-design the next King's Quest game with her, which became King's Quest 6, Heir today, gone tomorrow. Okay, I see we're still keeping the tradition of the eye-roll inducing subtitles puns. That's nice. But how do you build on something that had little to no cohesive mythology to begin with? Well, obviously, you take the most obnoxious moment from the ending of the last game, perpetrated by the most obnoxious member of the Daventry royal family, you throw in a huge retcon that falls apart under close scrutiny, and then you base the entire game around that. It's only been 6 months since Alexander, hormonal teenage pervert and all-round royal shit-stained son of King 420 and Queen Stockholm Syndrome, saw a slave girl in tattered clothes in a wizard's laboratory and sprang the second most inappropriate boner of his life. That girl was Cassima, princess of the Land of the Green Isles, and as we join the opening cutscene of King's Quest VI, a stilted marionette replica of Alexander is sitting on his ass in the throne room, where he has apparently spent the vast majority of his time since getting back to Daventry, pining for the day when said boner could be attended to by a girl he exchanged a grand total of 40 words with. Yes, I counted. And let's be clear here, all she said was, "Perhaps we'll meet again," before she was whisked away to her homeland by Crispin the plot-convenient wizard, which Alexander apparently interpreted to mean that she was totally DTF and obviously his destined soulmate till death do them part and happily ever after. Jesus fucking Christ, Alex, simmer down. Even his mom is like, dude, you cannot be serious. You talked to her for less than 20 seconds. But Alex is like, fuck you, mom, get your crotch out of my face. I may have spent the first 17 years on this planet as a slave to a degenerate old child abuser and a pointy head who had me clean out his bowl of piss on a daily basis, and we just got back from spending a couple of days in a glass bottle under threat of death by his asshole wizard brother, but this is by far the greatest agony of my life. So after Valinus leaves her son to console his royal blue balls, the magic mirror decides to show Alexander a vision of Cassima. New rule, it can apparently also sense whenever someone in the room wants to see something. Or maybe it's just fucking evil and wants the whole royal family dead, as I speculated in my King's Quest 4 video, and I have seen no evidence to the contrary yet. Anyway, wah wah, come find me, Alex, I'm in terrible danger, boo-hoo, and off Alex fucks. In the Mac intro, it even says his mom lends him the kingdom's flagship. I didn't even know they had one of those, to set sail and find the Green Isles. Now, the problem is, in this game, no one knows where the hell that place is. And as far as we know, Alex's only experience with seafaring vessels was the time he booked passage on a pirate ship only to be stripped of his belongings and thrown in the hold as their prisoner and/or stripling sex slave. Nevertheless, he insists that he'll be able to navigate by the stars he saw outside of Cassie's window, that he only saw for a brief minute and didn't bother writing down, which is patently ridiculous even if he was the most experienced sea captain on the planet. I guess it's somehow reassuring to know that some things never change. Alexander continues to be, and most likely will forever remain, a complete fucking idiot. The only trouble is, his special brand of idiocy gets people killed. After 3 months of fighting off scurvy and looking at seagulls sniffing each other's butts, Alexander and his crew of 3 plastic animatronic puppets spot land and immediately crash straight into it. Alex washes up on the shore, but his boat is all smashed to shit, and although he says he hopes his crew made it out alive, it's pretty fucking obvious they didn't. Yeah, I know, fast forward to the ending where Graham and Valinus show up and tell you the crew made it back safely to Daventry. No, I called fucking bullshit on that. There are alternate versions of this intro, which I'll talk about more in the bonus round, but they have additional descriptive text of the storm, and there's talk of whirlpools and storms like Poseidon himself threw a fucking tantrum. The Mac intro calls it a tragedy, and look at the fucking shipwreck on the beach here. There is no way in hell anyone got out of that shit alive, and even if they did by some miraculous turn of utterly implausible divine intervention, how did they make it back in life rafts after being at sea for 3 months with no provisions? What, did they eat the chubby guy? Bullshit. Alex and his idiot boner are fucking murderers already, and we haven't even gotten past the intro yet. So, it turns out we've washed up on the Land of the Green Isles, which is pretty fucking lucky considering that's where we wanted to go. Now, before we get into the rest of the game, let me just back up here a little bit. The game came with this absolutely wonderful guidebook that tells you of the history of the Green Isles, the kingdom, the different islands and their cultures, even some local folklore and myths. And the guidebook is a fantastic read that not only describes the land you're about to explore and sets the stage for the adventure you're about to have, but it also does something absolutely essential that the other previous 5 games didn't bother with. It does a stunning job of world building. Reading this guidebook makes the place come alive in your imagination, and at the insistence of my Discord, I read the guidebook before I played the game, and that is absolutely the right way to do it. I think Sierra expected you to thumb through this thing while the game was installing because it really does a fantastic job of setting expectations and piquing your curiosity about what lies ahead. It's written in the words of a dude who, like Alex, washed up on the beach and found himself stuck on the island because the surrounding sea is so treacherous it's essentially impassable. No one ever leaves the Green Isles, and the only people who come here are those who miraculously survive shipwrecks. But unlike Alex, this guy wasn't a complete bumbling tool, and he describes the land and its 5 islands as this gorgeous hidden paradise of splendor and wonder, full of kind people and creatures and sunshine and rainbows and unicorns, and fuck me, I think I just got diabetes. It's a bit of a cheat though, because at the end of the last game, Cosima was like, I live in the land of the Green Isles, and Crispin was like, sure, let me just teleport you straight there, no biggie. But in this game, people talk about the Green Isles like it's fucking Atlantis, shrouded in mystery, hidden behind waters, too violent to pass, blah blah. You think if the place was just a quick teleportation away, at least 3 rubber crewmen would still be alive today. Or maybe, instead of claiming you can navigate by the stars you saw outside her window, which doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever to begin with, maybe you should have hit up Crispin and asked him to zap you there. Seems like that would be a lot easier than to commandeer a giant galleon and crash it into a beach after 3 months of pissing around in circles. The whole conceit of the Green Isles being this walled-off paradise that no one can get in and out of smells like an awfully big retcon that really falls apart when you think about it, but I'm actually willing to let it slide because the world building in the guidebook is just so good. I can't believe I'm saying this, but as I was reading the guidebook, I was actually getting excited to play this game. And then we get into the game itself. So here's Alex, big fat murderer, on the shores of the Isle of the Crown. It's called the Land of the Green Isles plural because it's made up of 5 islands, and they all piss me off, but we'll start with this one. It's home to the castle of the king and queen, and more importantly to Alex and his royal libido, Princess Cosima. So off we scoot to meet our future mom and dad-in-law and maybe sneak in a boudoir session with the princess, but psych! Turns out the king and queen are dead, and Cosima is sequestered in mourning. This hateful prick delivering the news is Vizier Al-Hazred. No, I refuse to pronounce it Wizier or Wizzer or Wazia or however many variants the voice actors throw at this word. If we can't come to a consensus, I'm just gonna settle on Wizzy-Poo.
Vizier.
So Ali the Wizzy-Poo here has assumed command of the land in the royal couple's death-induced absence, and he plans to solidify this not at all suspicious power play by shacking up in holy matrimony with Cassie, and he straight up tells us to fuck off, although I don't quite know how he expects us to journey home, seeing as you only have to step out 3 feet into the water before the water instantly sucks you under and carries you off to your death. Meanwhile, Alex, being unforgivably dense, senses nothing out of the ordinary from this whole encounter, not even from this dude in the background with the glowing yellow eyes, and humbly apologizes for wasting everybody's time before leaving. Now, if you're a more observant person than me, you'll remember back in King's Quest V where Cosima straight up told Graham that her parents were partying down with an evil vizier who just so happened to be a friend of Mordak's. Gee, you think she might mean this mustache-twirling dipshit here? Now, it would have made sense for Graham to at least have passed on this minor detail to his son before the little twat commandeered the kingdom's flagship and sailed it straight into the ground, but Daddy's probably off somewhere on a massive fairy dust bender or something because he was certainly conspicuously absent from that intro. All 17 million variations of it. I promise I'll get to that. So, no points for guessing that Twirly McTurbanstache here is our main antagonist. In fact, he's quite cleverly, or so he thinks, caused all the 5 neighboring islands to get very mad at each other by stealing some of their shit and blaming it on each other, and this is supposed to help him in some way. I'm not entirely sure how. Something about them being too busy squabbling so he could take over the kingdom, at least according to this evil letter of evil you find near the end of the game, but I don't know why he would need to do any of that since they all seem to be super loyal to the throne anyway, regardless of what bag of turds may be sitting in it. Maybe this is just how he gets his kicks. And of course he did kill the royal couple. In fact, he snuck into their bedroom while they were sleeping and stabbed them to death like a viper! Sorry, I just had to get that in there. And why he even wants to rule over this land in the first place while everyone's super pissy and at each other's throats, I don't know either. It's not like this is a bustling economy or a valuable strategic outpost or even a particularly attractive tourist spot. It's just 5 islands populated by dimwits, narcissists, and LSD hallucinations come to life. You set foot anywhere near this dude's cursed garden on the Isle of the Beast, and you have about 10 minutes before you turn into a whooping terrier. You climb this cliffside of copy protection bullshit on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain, only to be scowled at by a pair of winged cock muppets who repay your efforts by tossing you in their catacomb maze to be eaten by a minotaur they can't be bothered to clear out. And if you're somehow able to get to the Isle of Mists, you're instantly welcomed by a death squad of hooded shit gobblers who toss your ass in a cage and roast you alive. And then there's the Isle of Wonder. Oh my fucking god, there are no words in the English language that can adequately describe how much I hate every fucking square inch of this place. It's basically Alice in Wonderland, full of whimsy and non sequiturs and brightly colored bullshit. It's where all of Jane Jensen's worst puns and dumbfuck linguistic jokes suddenly sprouted legs and started talking to you. There's the 2 chessboard queens who squabble over a piece of coal and a rotten egg. Don't ask why, it's not supposed to make sense. There's the anthropomorphic bookworm who's lost his dangling participle, which happens to be this weird little caterpillar creature that doesn't speak in dangling participles, so fuck you, you rotten little snot. There's a black widow who's just a stereotypical femme fatale, quite literally, and boy do they milk this 8-legged little bitch for every dead husband joke they can. And then there are these 5 fucking obnoxious gnomes who represent each of the 5 senses: smell, sound, taste, touch, and sight, and they can all go to hell. For one, they're just there to cockblock you from exploring the island until you've shoved 5 inventory items in their faces, and they never appear again. And second, most egregiously of all, they speak in rhymes. Rhymes. Oh god, I wish I could set each and every one of them on fire and then sit back and laugh my ass off as they each try to come up with a clever verse meter to adequately convey the horrors of their flesh melting from their bones before their lungs turn black. Everything on this island is full of try-hard whimsy and dumb fuckery, and it can all go fuck itself. So Alexander piddles around for a bit, visits each of these islands, and either annoys the inhabitants or just robs them blind, and finally he makes his way into the castle to stop the wedding between Wizzipoo and Cassie. But it's not actually Cassie at all, it's the wizard's pet genie, Shamir Shamazel, a name that's so ridiculous I don't even need to make a joke about it. Now, this magical dingbat has been trailing us since the start of the game, but he's super inept at it. Once Wizzipoo knows we're in town, he sends Shamir off to make sure we get into a fatal accident somehow. Why he doesn't just outright kill us is anybody's guess. Anyway, here he is posing as a young boy, a gardener, a wizened old levitating crone, and a not at all conspicuous looking dude in a black cloak. Not to mention a host of specimens from the animal kingdom, including this snake, this raven, and this weird little possum thing. It's supposed to be a weasel according to the King's Quest Wiki, and sure, whatever you say. I mean, when have they ever been wrong? And I'll admit, the first time he tries to lure us into our death by posing as a little boy in the ocean, that's nice, in a suitably creepy way, but after that, he's just a one-trick pony, and you can smell his bullshit coming a mile away, especially because no matter what form he assumes, he still has eyes that look like he just entered the invulnerability cheat code in Doom. And for some reason, he's addicted to mint, which gets him super drunk. I don't know, it's apparently his way of coping with being this snot monkey's enslaved servant. I think it's supposed to be funny. Anyway, once you interrupt this lovely ceremony between an evil racist stereotype and his pet genie, which, side note, begs the question why Wizzipoo even bothered keeping Cosima alive for the several months he's been cooking up this scheme, if his genie can just impersonate her to such a convincing degree that it fools the castle guards who have known her all their lives. But anyway, one of two things can happen. Either you played the game on the short path and Mission Impossibled your way inside posing as a serving wench, in which case you run up to the happy couple and flash a mirror of truth in Shizzle's face, exposing him for the giggling magical shitbird that he is. If you're playing on the long path, however, Cassie's recently deceased parents burst through the door and loudly proclaim that that's not their daughter, that's just some weirdo who never puts on a shirt. And did I forget to mention, as a minor little side quest, you can travel all the way to the land of the fucking dead and bargain with the Lord of Death himself for the release of Cassie's parents back into the realm of the living. That's a hell of a wedding present, isn't it? And you do this by flashing the aforementioned mirror of truth at Death, reminding him of what a wretched, lonely, eternally fucked creature he is, making him shed a single gray tear. How fucking metal is that? don't get me wrong, it's also wildly out of place in a game that also has a scene where a talking stick and a log throw swamp muck at each other, but this whole bit with showing Death a mirror that holds up the truth of his tormented existence and forcing him to look at it is just so fucking badass. I'm legit impressed. The writing is beautiful too.
The mirror's surface swirls with darkness for a moment, then fills with images even blacker. Reflections of despair, of wailing souls, of shackles colder and more immutable than any forged by man, of a world of thirsts that can never be quenched. His is an existence that has no possibility of redemption, no end.
How fucking killer is that? It is, of course, slightly diminished by the silly dance number in front of this giant sphincter door that happens only minutes prior, or this wildly inappropriate dance music that kicks in right after you've humiliated Death in the Amiga version. Either way, back in the throne room, Wizzy-Poo's plan is just crumble around him, so off he fucks out the back door to... that's not entirely clear, actually. He runs up the stairs to the tower where he's got the real Cassie under wraps, literally. At least I think those are ropes she's trying to undo. Maybe she's just having a minor seizure and all the excitement. And I don't know what he was planning to do up here, because it's a dead end and his genie's occupied downstairs fighting off a horde of loyal guards who at this point have finally caught on to the notion that old Allie here and his yellow-eyed goon might be a bit suspect. Speaking of said goon, the genie then pops up and you can either kill him by getting him drunk on a peppermint leaf, or if you've gone the extra mile and stolen his lamp, you can command him to stop being an asshole and fuck off back into his bottle. Both of these solutions piss me off because they rely entirely on information that's shown to you in cutscenes where Alex isn't present, which just creates this massive disconnect between the player and the protagonist and makes Alex appear downright clairvoyant. There's no way in hell he would know what the genie's lamp looked like because he wasn't in the goddamn room when the game showed it to us, but nevertheless he somehow picks out the exact right one from this lamp salesman. Yeah, fuck you. And sure, he saw the genie get buzzed on a tic-tac in the pawn shop that one time, but he didn't know it was the genie at the time, so this genie business is bullshit either way. And then, blah blah, epic sword fight with the villain that's only hampered slightly in its grandiose aspirations by the fact that Alexander once again demonstrates an astonishing absence of mental acuity by entering into a fight with a sword that's twice the size and 3 times as heavy as him. Cosima then finally decides to join the party and lend a hand by stabbing Wizzy-Poo in the shoulder, giving Alex enough time to brain him over the head with the non-lethal end of the sword, and the two teenage lovers embrace and exchange a generous amount of saliva, despite, and I hate to bring this up again, having only known each other for a combined total of 10 minutes. But apparently that's all it takes to bag yourself a princess, because not only does she succumb to Alexander's fairly creepy request to give him more than her gratitude, ew, but she also accepts his offer of marriage on the spot. Hot damn, Cassie. Ever heard of slowing things down and taking your time? Maybe get to know the dude first and make sure he doesn't take after his dad and has a crippling drug addiction? Or even more pressingly, has unresolved incestuous feelings towards his sister? Maybe he has a trauma-induced sexual dysfunction whereby he can only achieve an erection if you dress up as a 100-year-old wizard and piss in a chamber pot. Because from this point on, life takes off at about 5,000 miles per hour for the two lovebirds. Within a week, they're tying the knot and are bestowed the keys to the kingdom as the new ruling king and queen. Again, depending on what path you took to get here, that means they either inherit an island paradise full of rhyming gnomes and lamp salesmen, or a kingdom where everyone is at each other's throat and on the brink of civil war. And let's be clear here, these kids are about 18, maybe 19 tops, because Alexander was 17 when he came back to Daventry, and I may be wrong on this, but I think I read somewhere that a year passed between King's Quest 4 and 5, so maybe, if we're being generous and say Alex had a birthday in those 6 months that passed between 5 and 6, then he might have turned 19. So he's still a kid. And we're not explicitly told how old Cassie is, but I'm willing to bet she's around the same age as Alex. So essentially, we're leaving the fate of this kingdom and its recovery from bitterness and rivalry in the hands of two high school kids who just played tonsil hockey next to an unconscious psychopath and a squad of anthropomorphic dogs. Yeah, this'll turn out splendidly, I'm sure. Now, if you went the route where you kept the genie, then he magically fixes everything for you, and also teleports your parents in from Daventry to attend the wedding. However, keeping the genie also means taking a very long route through the game, and it means you have to befriend and then suffer through the companionship of this dopey fuck, Jollo the Royal Jester, who sounds like a stoned goofy and insists on wearing his curly shoes everywhere he goes. And honestly, I'm not sure that's worth it. Not only that, but as I mentioned before, Graham and Valinda's bullshit us into thinking our crew of animatronic robots made it back safely to Daventry, which is just a crock of horseshit. Honestly, Dad, you couldn't stay off the smack even for my wedding day? Come on. So that's the story in a nutshell. How's the gameplay? Well, it's a King's Quest game, so there's of course the prerequisite dose of obtuse moon logic, unfair timer events, dead man walking scenarios, and our new friend, the most blatant of all artificial extensions of gameplay time, mazes. It's not the worst in the series, but there are some real travesties in here. By far the most unforgivable of these are the dead man walking situations because so many of them can all be traced back to this wretched pawn shop dude. This guy has 4 items on his counter, all of which he'll gladly trade back and forth, but you can only keep 1 at a time. Why? No reason other than to piss you off. There's no way of knowing which item you'll need when you set out and look for something to do, and many times you'll get stuck in a situation, say trapped in a dark room inside this catacomb with a hungry murderous minotaur on your ass, and you'll wish you'd brought a light. But how are you supposed to know that upon arriving on this cliffside, these dick twisters would immediately toss you into the catacombs? Oh sure, if you haven't got the light on you, they let you scoot off and get supplies first, but you don't know that you need light until you've gone through half the goddamn catacomb maze already. And that's even if you get that far, because before that, you also need to remember to bring this brick from the wall on an entirely different island and shove it in this Indiana Jones contraption, otherwise Alex gets squashed into a gooey mess of hair and pulverized teeth. Oh, and this dude has the worst business sense ever, because even after you've taken the tinderbox for a spin to light up this cavern in this dark musty room in the catacombs, he'll gladly take it back and swap it for a new item. Dude, we just spent all the fucking candles in it. I mean, that's mighty generous of you, sure, but you're probably the worst pawn shop owner in the history of forever. By far the biggest disconnect in terms of story versus puzzles, for me at least, was this cliffs of logic bullshit. You climb the side of this cliff by going up these precarious steps and solving a series of puzzles along the way that aren't really puzzles at all, and they certainly aren't logical. What this is essentially a reading comprehension test because every answer to these puzzles is in the guidebook that came with the game, and I hesitate to even call this copy protection because the answers to the puzzles are always the same, so once you get them right the first time, you can just write them down, or if you're Adventure OT level 8, you can just memorize them and never have to look at the manual again. But the thing that bothers me is, from a story perspective, how does Alex know any of this shit? It's clear that he's never read the guidebook himself. The guidebook is even in the game itself, inside this chest in the castle, and the narrator snidely remarks that this would probably have come in handy if Alex had bothered reading it before coming here. And all the puzzles on this dumb fucking mountain requires extensive knowledge of the history and folklore of these winged dick squeezers. So how the fuck did Alex manage to scale this thing? Did he just guess all the right answers, including this baffling code cipher which shows up twice, or this Duke Nukem 3D style button combination whose solution lies in this old riddle poem? And while we're on the subject, if you're gonna set up a character like the Winged One's Oracle as this mystical being whose very existence is so shrouded in mystery that many of the Winged Ones themselves believe her to be nothing more than a fairy tale, and then once you come out of the catacombs, they go, oh, by the way, you've won an audience with the Oracle like it's a free car on the Oprah show, and she apparently just lives on top of this mountain that's freely accessible to anyone with a pair of wings, which is every goddamn person on the island. That kinda kills the mystique a bit, fellas. And speaking of the catacombs, look, I'm sorry to keep going on about the Isle of the Sacred Shit Stains here, but they just really piss me off. This minotaur that's been living in your catacombs for centuries. The guidebook describes it as this towering, fearsome creature who threatened to lay waste to their whole society if they didn't promise to feed it an annual living sacrifice. And this is the fearsome minotaur. This is the scourge of the land, the undefeatable, flesh-munching menace that has tormented your kingdom for untold generations. Come on, guys, what kind of a fucking petting zoo are you running here? He's pint-sized. He's almost adorable. You're telling me you've got an army of these spear-throwing snot goblins that can fly, and you can't set aside an afternoon to clear out your catacombs of one measly little billy goat? How about you vigorously lather my sphincter? Okay, I think that about does it. Time for the bonus round. King's Quest VI came out in 1992 on floppy disks for DOS, and a year later in 1993 on CD-ROM for DOS, Windows, and Macintosh. There are very few notable differences between the floppy and CD-ROM versions gameplay-wise, except for these gaudy mustard-colored text boxes from the floppy version, which they mercifully toned down for the CD-ROM version. Of course, the CD-ROM version also has all the in-game dialogue voiced, and this time they actually went to the trouble of hiring actual voice actors. I mean, fuck, Robbie Benson, the guy who voiced the Beast in Disney's Beauty and the Beast, is the voice of Prince Alexander, and Lord help him, he tries his best. But even great writing and a talented voice actor can't save the character of Alexander of Daventry from forever being the world's biggest fucking moron. A year later again, in 1994, a version for the Commodore Amiga was released. This version is really interesting in that it wasn't made by by Sierra at all. In fact, it doesn't even run in Sierra's game engine SCI like all the other versions. See, after the abysmal failures of trying to convert games like Space Quest 4 and King's Quest 5 for the Amiga, Sierra begrudgingly realized that SCI just performed like pure unbridled ass on the Amiga. It was slow, had monstrously long load times, and the games were terribly ugly to boot. So ugly, in fact, that it sent us down a bit of a nerdy rabbit hole over on my SQH Discord, because particularly King's Quest 5 and Space Quest 4 were so ugly, we had to look deeper into just how badly screwed up they were. King's Quest 5 has some spots where it's okay, but it gets really rough to look at the further you get into the game. Space Quest 4 just looks like a bag of turds with an extra serving of turd on the side. Now, you may already know that the standard Amiga display can only show 32 colors at once, whereas if you had a VGA card on your DOS PC, you could have 256 colors on the screen at once. And since Sierra viewed the DOS PC as their primary development platform, that meant that these games were created with a 256 color display in mind, and they would then have to be downscaled to 32 colors for their Amiga versions. Now, normally you can get away with some pretty decent results by swapping out which 32 colors to use in any given screen. This is a technique known as palette swapping. So you'd essentially pick a new palette of optimal colors for every screen of the game, and while the Space Quest 1 remake on the Amiga does that and gets some fairly decent results out of it, King's Quest 5 and Space Quest 4, on the other hand, doesn't do that. They use the same palette for every single screen of the game, which is a technique known as we're lazy and don't give a fuck, so let's just get this shit out the door so our boss will stop yelling at us. Add to that the SCI engine really wasn't optimized to run on the Amiga. Every review we could find of King's Quest 5, Space Quest 4, and the Space Quest 1 remake all complain about slowdowns and long loading times, and Sierra rather wisely decided to stop porting their games to the platform after Space Quest 4. That is, until a little-known British game developer by the name of Revolution Software stepped in and offered to do the conversion of King's Quest 6 for the Amiga. And if the name sounds familiar, then yes, it is the same Revolution Software that would go on to create Beneath the Steel Sky and Broken Sword. In fact, what they did for King's Quest 6 wasn't so much a conversion as they literally stripped the game apart, threw out Sierra's SCI engine, and rebuilt the whole fucking thing from scratch in their own game engine. So yes, King's Quest 6 for the Amiga runs in the same game engine as Lure of the Temptress and Beneath the Steel Sky. And what an improvement! The game loads much faster, and Revolution sure know what the hell they were doing in terms of graphics, because even though this is still just 32 colors, it looks much better than whatever the hell this is supposed to be. There are some funny differences between the two. Apparently Revolution were working off an earlier version of King's Quest 6, so it has some slightly different dialogue in places. The funniest of these is that if you get the genie on your side, in the PC version Alhazred knocks the lamp out of Alex's hand with his sword. In the Amiga version, and presumably in earlier drafts of the PC version, Alexander, in a fit of boner-induced hubris, chucks the fucking lamp down the stairs and says, "I don't need a genie to fuck you up, buddy." Yeah, right, Alex. I hope you like shish kebab, because you're about to become one, you dim-witted little prick. Also, I hate to say this, but the genie's a lot cooler in this version. In the PC version, they practically beat you over the head with his yellow eyes that glint and sparkle, and every time he's on screen in one of his disguises, he disappears in a puff of smoke after a short while if you ignore him, which the narrator, echoing Alexander's extremely limited mental prowess, simply describes as odd in a maybe they just went away when you weren't looking kind of way, instead of, dude, that gardener just teleported off the face of the earth while you were staring right at him! But in the Amiga version, he doesn't disappear right away, and because of the limited color palette, his eyes aren't always sparkling bright yellow, so actually his presence in the Amiga version is much more sinister because he doesn't give himself away instantly, and they cut out his most ridiculous appearance, which is this old woman on the top of the mountain who suggests you eat nightshade to gain the power of flight, which she then demonstrates by flapping around like a balloon for a bit. Any sane person would have grabbed his dumb ass and let him teleport himself to safety in midair from being tossed off the cliffside, but no, Alex just has another, that's odd moment. Fucking imbecile. Yes, both of them. Anyway, I'm nearly done, but let's talk about the intro. So, by my count, there are a grand total of 5 different versions of this intro, and they're all different in some way. There's the original PC floppy intro, which is fully voiced, but not by the professional actors from the CD-ROM version. This has an entirely different voice cast, but the dialogue is the same as the CD-ROM intro. The floppy intro is also less animated, of course, but it also has this, for the time at least, spiffy, if slightly dizzying, merry-go-round shot of the throne room. But if you play either of these versions in 16-color EGA, then you get a different intro. Since Sierra's video player was only designed to run in 256-color VGA, the EGA version does things slightly differently. It's just static text on a black background, but it also offers more descriptions of the events and slightly different dialogue than the voiced intro. Interestingly, if you run the CD-ROM version in 16 colors and view the intro, it's silent like the floppy version, but the actors actually did record their lines for this text-only intro, and they're in the game's resource files. The programmers just didn't bother actually putting them into the game.
Until finally, on a day like every other day at sea, as the young prince searches through his spyglass, he sights land.
And then there's the Amiga version, which is more or less just a cut-down version of the PC floppy intro. The dialogue is a little different, but not remarkably so. But then we have the Macintosh version, which doesn't have any voiceover, but is still fully animated, and has a very different narration and dialogue from either the PC VGA or PC EGA intros. In this one, Prince Alexander is called a young man obsessed. Yeah, I believe you. And it's also this version that says Queen Valinus lends him the royal flagship on his quest to find his prince's booty, which it doesn't say in any other version. Anyway, I think that about does it for this video. King's Quest VI is certainly not the worst game I've ever played, and the different paths and puzzle solutions that affect the outcome of the ending are certainly welcome, because I enjoy a game that plays with the medium, and adventure games by their very nature as an interactive medium certainly benefits from being non-linear and having more than one possible outcome. What works against this approach in King's Quest VI is that you actually have a bit too much freedom to explore, so the game frequently has to corner you into sections like this catacomb maze or throw cockblocks at you like these sense gnomes, just to make sure you have everything you need to progress and don't completely derail the story. And even then, it still has a bunch of dead man walking scenarios where you can get yourself stuck in an unwinnable state and have to start over from a previous point. On the upside, the writing has certainly improved over the previous games because, Jane Jensen is an actual writer, and as you probably already know, she would go on to design and write the first Gabriel Knight game a year later, a game that's just honestly phenomenally brilliant, and you can see a lot of precursor elements to Gabriel Knight in King's Quest VI, like this maze where you get periodic reminders that something is after you, or the way she uses less than greater than signs to denote non-verbal sounds like grunts and sighs, or the third-person narration that'll make you absolutely sick of hearing the protagonist's name before you're a third of the way through the game.
Alexander.
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 Alexander. Alexander. Alexander. Alexander.
On the downside, I have to just briefly talk about the graphics for a bit because, honestly, they're pretty shit. King's Quest V was a much better looking game than this. In King's Quest VI, all the backgrounds look washed out and have really poorly defined detail, whereas King's Quest V was pretty crisp and colorful. But where King's Quest VI really takes a nosedive is in the animation department. Sierra were apparently so proud of the fact that they could videotape actors and then trace over them that they forgot that this process was intended to enhance the realism of the characters' movements, not detract from it. The characters all have really few frames of animation, and their limbs sometimes seem to stretch weirdly and awkwardly. I mean, look at Alexander's arm here when he's holding out an item for Cassie's Nightingale. Or this gaudy-ass sprite of Alexander with his lit torch that just looks like a terrible video capture running at 2 frames per second. Even the fully animated characters look weird. I mean, what the hell are these chessboard queens doing exactly? Are they headbutting each other? I'm sorry, this is just awful. Look, here's what rotoscoping is supposed to look like. And here's King's Quest VI. I rest my case. So that's it for everybody's favorite King's Quest game. Sure, I didn't hate it, and the writing and story were miles ahead of any of the previous games, even if it did star the most insufferable member of the royal family of Daventry, but coming off the heels of the piss-poor plotting and puzzle design of the previous 5 games, it's hard to see this as anything other than an improvement on most fronts. It still has some terrible flaws, both in terms of story and gameplay, some that I can overlook, some that are just downright unforgivable, and some that are just the result of weak retconning that they hope no one who had played the previous games would notice. Well, we're up to the 7th King's Quest game. The 6th one almost passed for a decent experience, so I'm sure the 7th would be an absolute triumph. I mean, 2 years passed between 6 and 7. Surely they spent this time ironing out the final kinks, getting rid of all the mazes and dead ends, and just generally perfecting their craft to finally deliver a stone-cold classic. So, the opening cutscene starts with...
Grow up, young lady, that's what they all say.
Oh, fuck you. Okay, so we open with a song. That's nice. And if you're wondering if the video is lagging or if I have my DOSBox cycle set too low or something, no, it's supposed to look like this. That is rough. Hang on, how many fingers did Rosella have? Okay, so skipping this audio affront to decency, we get into the meat of the story. Princess Rosella is off pissing about in the countryside of Daventry, singing to no one in particular about how she longs for adventure despite already having had an adventure of her own, including ghosts, fairies, unicorns, and zombies. I don't know how much more adventure a girl needs, but apparently she gets bored easily. And her mom, Queen Valinus, whom you'll recall was brought back to Daventry by King Graham in King's Quest II primarily because of her functioning uterus, then meets up with her daughter to discuss how eager she is that Rosella also put her womanly bits to good use by going off and getting married. Why her mom is so desperate to pawn off her daughter to some random cock-swinging sack of testosterone is an excellent question that's never answered, but I can only assume that internalized misogyny must be considered a virtue around these parts. Anyway, Rosella's IQ has apparently dipped alarmingly between games to that of an easily distractible parrot because she sees something shiny off in a pond. I know it's hard to make out with the FMV compression and the frankly atrocious animation, but it's supposed to be a castle. And she immediately leaps into the pond because, I guess, drowning is a preferable alternative to listening to her mom prattle on about making babies. Valinus jumps in after her because, she's old enough to get married, but not old enough to go swimming on her own, and thus begins the adventure. So, here's a question for you. How drunk or hopped up on nostalgia do you have to be to enjoy playing King's Quest VII? I'm asking because I was neither, and I was really struggling with this one. I get the feeling I wasn't the only one, though. The game itself feels like it's really struggling just to keep itself together long enough to see itself to the end. The first chapter of the game, yes, there are chapters this time around, takes things rather slow, in fact, quite painfully slow, as Valinus wanders around a desert, messing with vaguely Mayan-looking statues and getting dunked on by this Bugs Bunny ripoff. It's supposed to be a jackalope, but things soon pick up the pace, and by the time you get to the 4th and 5th chapter, the game is in such a rush to get its plot out, it's almost dizzying. And it's actually one hell of a convoluted plot. Let me see if I can get this right. When Rosella jumped into the pond, she was transported to a troll kingdom by this goofy-looking fuck, Otar the Troll King, who wants to marry her, and for some reason the teleportation turned her into a troll as well. I thought we were underwater, but maybe we just went through a wormhole or something. It's never explained. Anyway, the trolls live near an active volcano. In fact, I think this orange goop is supposed to be lava, but, it could just be Fanta. But it's not actually the real Troll King. It's an imposter created by this not at all suspicious looking lady with a giant cape who goes by the not at all suspicious name Militia. Yeah, we're really making sure you know she's evil because she has an evil name and an evil laugh and an evil cape, and also she wants to blow everything up by setting off the volcano and killing everyone for no adequately explained reason other than being evil. And apparently no one in the Troll Kingdom feels like lifting a finger to do anything about it, so now Rosella has to take an elevator up to the land of Tim Burton rejects and find the real Troll King who's hidden away inside this coffin, again for reasons that aren't made very clear, if at all. All I know is this place must smell real interesting if he's been stuck here for God knows how long without any access to toilet facilities. Through the magic of a series of plot contrivances, Rosella and the Troll King end up in the control room of the volcano. Yeah, apparently volcanoes have control rooms, who knew? Where they defeat Militia by pointing a MacGuffin at her that turns her into a baby. Now, you may be wondering who that guy on the floor is or what Valinus is doing here. Trust me, I'll get to all of that because this is around the time when the state of perpetual confusion I was in throughout most of the game turned to outright hatred. So trust me, we'll have fun with this later on. First, it's important to understand just how utterly confusing this game is. Rosella's journey is only half of the game. The other, and curiously far longer journey, is undertaken by her mom, Valinus, who spends the majority of her sections moping about her long-lost daughter, interacting with the most infuriatingly irritating bit characters ever to deface my computer screen, tickling rock monsters, and randomly cackling like an idiot. Also, none of what she does seems to matter in the fucking slightest, because she's always one step behind Rosella, and only shows up at the end to shove her daughter in front of the first male character to appear on screen that's vaguely human-looking. Fucking hell, priorities, Valley. Most of the time spent in this game can be boiled down to two things: listening to characters spout exposition at you at 1,000,000 miles a minute, and wandering around the game world waiting for stuff to happen to you. The characters in the game love telling you what they need you to do, and it nearly always involves you to go see another character that you've never heard of before, to get an item that you've never heard of before, or another barrage of exposition about more characters you've never heard of before so that something volcano I'll give you an example. This talking cat tells you to go talk to this headless horseman so you can find a way to go to Cloud City and jump through this crystal ball so you can talk to the three sisters of the Fates who tell you to go and talk to this frozen lady called Mab, the Queen of Dreams, and to do that you need to visit this guy, the Macromedia Dreamweaver, who transports you to the dream world to see Mab, but to unfreeze Mab you need to talk to this lady, Ceres, the nature goddess, who tells you to go back and talk to the three sisters of the Fates again, and they tell you the only way to unfreeze Mab is to shove a crystal up her ass, which for some reason needs to be powered up by this tiny sunbeam in a Mayan temple, and then the unfrozen Mab tells you to go find Oberon and Titania, the king and queen of Etheria, who have fucked off to find their own lost son, and to do that, you need to throw a bridle at this flying horse and actually hit it instead of just yeeting it off the cliff, and then these naked wind nudists finally summon the king and queen, who then do absolutely nothing for you, so fuck you, all of that was absolutely fucking pointless. And by the way, none of these characters are properly introduced or explained. The game just expects you to have either a PhD in classical studies with a specialty in Greek mythology, or just a very high tolerance for being bossed around by a bunch of annoying talking animals and arrogant celestial douchebags. Meanwhile, Rosella is stuck inside an active volcano, somehow keeping her flesh from melting off of her bones, and claws her way through solid rock. What the fuck? This game is a hot mess, and I don't just mean from the constant threat of volcano! At no point are we told why Rosella or Valinus are supposed to give the slightest sliver of a shit about this volcano blowing all of these idiots to hell. I mean, if it means everyone in this fucking town of Falderall will die a horrible burning death, then fuck, I am all for it. Because this place is just the absolute pits. You thought the Isle of Wonder in King's Quest VI was grating and annoying? Wait till you see this shit. This insufferable mutt is the mayor of the town. His name is Archduke Fifi von Yip Yap, and he made me seriously consider if animal cruelty can sometimes be justified. The same goes for this little chicken who runs around screaming the sky is falling in a voice so grating you'll want to shove a sewing needle so far into your ear canal it'll come out the other side. This peculiar penis monster is supposed to be a snake, and he sells useless medicine because he's a snake oil salesman? Oh, yeah, the puns are so plentiful and so painful, it'll make you want to stab yourself and everyone in a 3-mile radius. Here's a bull who runs a china shop. Seriously, just let the fucking volcano blow already, who gives a fuck anymore? And then, at the end, we come to learn that the fake troll king was actually this guy, Edgar, in disguise. And I know what you're thinking, it can't be the same Edgar as the guy in King's Quest IV, right? You know, the sniveling little piece of shit who told his evil fairy queen mom to force Rosella to marry him? The guy who got turned into a cast member from a late 80s teenage drama series at the end of the game who still couldn't get over his unrequited fairy stiffy for Rosella and tried one last-ditch pathetic effort to get into her knickers by immediately falling to his knees? No, of course it can't be, because we're told that this Edgar is the son of King Droopy Nip and Queen Sideboob here, and Edgar in King's Quest IV was the son of the evil fairy queen with the stupid name, so that can't possibly...
Well, you see, I was stolen as a baby by an evil fairy named Lolotte. She twisted my body and tried to twist my mind.
Oh, fuck you! That is such unbelievable bullshit. You're expecting me to believe that Edgar in King's Quest IV was actually kidnapped by Lolotte and turned into a fairy, and then later he gets kidnapped by Militia and turned into a copy of the Troll King. Are Oberon and Titania just the worst parents ever? I mean, seriously, Graham and Valinus are pretty shit parents themselves. If they don't let their kids get kidnapped or wander off to zombie-infested graveyards, they'll gladly let them sail off on their own to get shipwrecked or just throw them at flesh-eating dragons. But at least they only technically lost a kid once. I nearly rage quit at the bull in the china shop pun, but I hung in there thinking that was probably the worst the game could throw at me. Boy, was I wrong. I mean, if this wasn't the ending cutscene and I had technically finished the game at this point, I swear I would have shut the game off and canceled my Patreon on the spot. This is by far the most insulting, stupid-ass, backwards retcon I've ever seen, and it's doubly infuriating because not only does it imply that Edgar once again tried to kidnap Rosella and force her to marry him, this time disguised as a troll, but by the end of the game he gives it yet another shot with the creepiest line imaginable.
May I have the honor of courting you?
Seriously, that rivals Alexander's "give me more than your gratitude" line from King's Quest VI as the creepiest pickup line ever. And the correct answer to that obviously would be no, you fucking dipshit, because you're the creep who tried on no less than 4 occasions through trickery, deception, and outright begging to get into my pants. So please do me the favor and go launch your incel self straight into the volcano. But no, instead Rosella's last remaining brain cell finally gives out, and she tells him, yeah, sure, let's hook up. And that's where the game ends. What the absolute fuck? Okay, did you catch all that? If not, let me try and quickly summarize. Evil bitch wants to destroy everything with volcano for no real reason other than being evil, and Rosella of Daventry stops her because she, for some reason, gives a fuck, even though I can't see why I, or more importantly, she should. And meanwhile, Valinus is off piddling around somewhere with rainbows and half-naked gods, accomplishing a grand total of fuck all, except being able to cry on command and getting roasted by a bird.
Quick, go soak your head, your brain is overheating.
It's a mockingbird. Look, I'm sure there was a good story in here somewhere. It certainly seems like there was a lot of it, at least. The game design is credited to both Roberta Williams and newcomer Lorelei Shannon, and much like Jane Jensen before her, Lorelei had previously written for other games such as Pepper's Adventures in Time and Lorabo 2, The Dagger of Amun-Ra, and she was tapped by Roberta to work on King's Quest VII with her. She reportedly gets very upset at the insinuation that she wrote and designed the whole thing while Roberta Williams just took credit for it, despite the fact that the full title of the game, according to Moby Games, is Roberta Williams's King's Quest VII, and at first I thought Lorelei was just being gallant and noble in an attempt to share the credit with Roberta, in a sense like the protege crediting their success to their mentor, but now having played the game, I get the feeling it's actually a bit of a diversionary tactic, because I do get the sense that there was a very good idea at the base of all of this. First of all, it puts the women of Daventry front and center. We don't even hear from the men this time, and that's a refreshing and very welcome change of pace. I mean, sure, Rosella already had her game to herself, where the entire cast was also dominated by women, and that was also a really refreshing and quite bold move for 1988, but we've never heard much from her mom, Valinus, other than the time she gave up her goods and was whisked away to her own wedding by a guy she just laid eyes on 5 seconds earlier, and after that, just the odd peeps and cutscenes here and there. And I'm sure the story of Rosella Alice in Wonderlanding herself away to an enchanted kingdom and finding herself way over her head was intriguing and promising when it was first being pitched, but sadly the execution falls so flat on its face it not only smacks its head, but pulverizes its entire skull, leaving behind nothing more than a face-shaped imprint on the sidewalk and a fine white powdery substance that used to be teeth and bone floating in a sticky red and yellowish pool of blood and pus. And as you play it, the sheer desperation of trying to get something cohesive out of scraps and bits is just screaming out at you with every frame that passes over the screen, which in most cases is 2, maybe 3 times a second. Because it turns out that the game I just played constitutes maybe a quarter of the game that was originally planned. Lorelei apparently wrote a phone book-sized tome of story and lore for this game and was then told to axe all but the most essential details in order for the game to meet a Christmas deadline. In fact, the game was so far behind schedule, the first copies of the game shipped in an empty box with a coupon inside it that you could redeem for the actual game disc once it was finished, just so parents could buy it and wrap it up for Christmas. It's no wonder then that the game feels like it's in a mad rush to dump as much exposition and plot on you as it possibly can in the shortest amount of time. And the end result just feels like everyone involved were in way over their heads. I'm sure Lorelei did her absolute best to roll with the punches and try to make the best of an awful and stressful situation, but even she must have looked at the animation that came back from the Russian and Croatian animation studios and squinted real hard in order to convince herself that this was passable. In fact, I think there was a lot of squinting going on throughout the production. A total of 4 animation studios were involved in the production of this atrocity, one of which you may recognize as the cabal of fiercely untalented Russian animators known quite ironically as Animation Magic. Yes, these Animation Magic guys. These Animation Magic guys. And according to one of the animators at Sierra who worked on the game, the animation that came back from these studios was so bad, the in-house artists at Sierra had to spend an inordinate amount of time fixing up the animation themselves, pixel by pixel, with a mouse. No drawing tablets, a mouse. So, to sum up, the game was massively truncated, running way behind schedule, looked a hot mess, and only barely made it to the finish line, limping and panting and begging to be put out of its misery. Which, funny story, it actually did to itself. The first playable copy that shipped was so buggy and broken, you couldn't finish it because the game would just literally commit suicide before your very eyes at various points, making the game entirely unbeatable. Sierra had to rush out a patch, which, you have to remember, in those days meant shipping a fucking floppy disk in the mail to people, just so people could finish the damn game. And even with the game patched, it's still a buggy mess. Look, this guy's mouth just detached from his face and is now flapping in the wind because the game is frozen. It's frozen because there's a persistent bug that's gone unfixed to this day, where if you keep the mouse at the bottom of the screen, to move it out of the way so it doesn't obscure all the beautiful movie quality animation on display, the game will literally freeze up every once in a while between animations unless you jiggle the mouse around a bit. Look, these 2 characters are just staring each other down, and here they will remain forever frozen in time until you move the mouse cursor. I'm playing this in DOSBox, but we checked. This bug is still in every version of the game, even if you play it in ScumVM. A pervasive rumor is that a lot of the content wasn't just cut for being overly ambitious, but also to keep the game confined to a single CD-ROM. Now, I don't know if that's true, but if it is, it certainly sounds like a very unnecessary additional kick in the teeth, because while everyone was killing themselves making this travesty come to life, Roberta Williams was off playing with her pet project Phantasmagoria, a bloated monstrosity of an FMV game that ended up shipping on 7 goddamn CDs. 7! Yes, Roberta Williams worked on both games simultaneously, and by worked on, I think it's pretty obvious that meant she left King's Quest VII to rot and let Lorelei take the fall, while she were off in the studio playing with the video cameras and picking out orange shirts for her lead actress. This is all pure conjecture, of course, because to this day, Lorelei Shannon insists on taking the high road and refuses to cast any shade on Roberta or talk smack about the game. In fact, you'll rarely hear her talk about it at all. And it feels really awkward for me to be talking this much shit about a game that I know must have been a super stressful experience of seemingly endless long nights and brutal compromises, only to have all that sweat, blood, and tearful exasperation come out as a laughingstock that barely makes any sense and looks like a low-budget Eastern European Saturday morning cartoon drawn entirely in MS Paint. Not to mention the fact that the puzzles frequently just amount to walking around and waiting for stuff to happen to you, or rely on you paying the closest of attention to minor details in characters' dialogue that speeds past you like a bullet train delivered by absurdly untalented voice actors, which only happens once, and you can't have subtitles on because Sierra hates deaf and foreign people, remember? They have since King's Quest V came out on CD-ROM. Look, you can switch between speech and text, but you can't have both. In King's Quest VII, you don't even get the option of text. You just get all the dialogue delivered by people who really have no business being in front of microphones. And oh sure, these days you can play the games through ScumVM and get captions and speech at the same time, but back in the day, if you didn't understand spoken English very well, or if you just had trouble hearing, you were shit out of luck. In fact, this game hates deaf people so much. There's a puzzle where you have to play this harp to be teleported to the Fates. I have no idea what the harp is doing here or why playing these particular 4 notes powers up this crystal ball that somehow teleports you there. Maybe I blinked and missed an explanation somewhere, but I really don't care. It's bullshit either way. Anyway, the hint for playing the right notes is given to you by these fluttering little insects who don't respect your personal space and hum the tune you're supposed to reproduce on the harp. They do this while the background music continues to blare on, making it nearly impossible to make out what notes are being played, even if you have perfect hearing. Meanwhile, this door combination to the volcano control room relies on you paying close attention to the 6 frames of animation where the Troll King opened the door in a previous cutscene, which only happens once, and there's no indication that you needed to pay attention or write this down somewhere, and you can't go back to a previous point in the game and check, because guess what? You only get 1 save game. 1. For the entire game. 1! You have got to be fucking kidding me. Now, thankfully, this time around there are no dead-end situations, so you can't technically get stuck and be unable to progress, which is a plus, I'll give it that. Granted, it's not something that should have taken them 7 games to realize was a shitty idea, but it's appreciated nonetheless. But come the fuck on! How did we go from a sensible save game system that let you make several bookmarks along the story to 1 save game? What catastrophically dim-witted bonehead thought this was an improvement in any way, shape, or form? Because whoever it is, they can go to hell. As a small and relatively pointless concession, the game does let you pick whatever chapter you want to start from when you boot it up. But that just begs further questions, most principally, why? You don't unlock these as you play, they're available to you from the start. Why does the game let you skip straight to the ending the first time you boot it up? The game doesn't give you any context or recap of previous events if you do choose to skip ahead. It just thrusts you straight into an unfamiliar situation, and with the amount of warp speed exposition this game has, I can guarantee you'll find yourself more lost than a member of the royal family of Daventry in an endless desert. Which this game also has? Are you fucking kidding me? Didn't we get enough of endless deserts in King's Quest 3 or 5? Apparently not. Speaking of so-called improvements, the interface in this game is that horribly annoying single-click interface that completely robs the player of any decisive agency over the protagonist's actions. The standard Sierra icons may not have been perfect, but at least they let you decide to some degree what you wanted to do. You had walk, look, ubiquitous use, that could mean basically anything, and talk. Now, King's Quest VI did this annoying thing where they swapped the look and use icons around, so if you were used to Sierra's point-and-click games, you'd click the right mouse button to cycle through the different icons and keep getting the wrong icon. But I'll gladly take that minor annoyance over a single mouse cursor that apparently does whatever the game feels like. Like here, you come across an open grave in a graveyard. Maybe you'd like to have a look inside. Maybe there's something interesting down there, but you just have to trust that when you click on it, your character will walk over and look inside of it instead of throwing herself into it? Why the hell did you do that?
I can't believe I did that! My mother taught me to have better sense.
And then she has the fucking gall to blame me for it. Go fuck yourself, lady. But the game's favorite trick to play on you is to suddenly have hotspots appear where there weren't any before. Like here, on top of this mountain. You're supposed to hide behind this rock to catch the wind horse, whatever the fuck it is, but that hotspot wasn't there the first time I climbed up this mountain, and there's nothing to indicate that it's there now all of a sudden. So how was I supposed to know that's suddenly an option now? Or here, at the end, where you're supposed to shove this MacGuffin in the electrical socket. Since the cursor lights up over hotspots, your first instinct is to fly the cursor all over the whole screen looking for when it changes. But this socket doesn't highlight. It only highlights when you try and use an inventory item on it. There's just no fun to be had in this game. Even when you think you've finally got all of its little tricks and traps worked out and you've gone back and replayed vast bits of the games over and over again to catch whatever impossibly vague hint may have been buried below a mountain of expositionary dialogue, and you backtracked all over the goddamn game world looking for whatever new hotspots might have appeared out of nowhere since you were last there, all at a glacially slow walking speed because nobody told you about the undocumented plus and minus hotkeys that change the walking animation speed. Even if you've gotten the hang of all that, there's still RNG to deal with. You're supposed to break into this house, but if you do that while the dog is barking, you'll get caught. I don't know the exact number, but there's a significantly greater chance of him barking than not, and you have no way of knowing that you're simply supposed to leave and come back until he stops barking. You'll bash your head against the desk trying to think of some ass-backwards moon logic solution of scaring away the dog, or wandering off to find some other puzzle to solve that'll maybe somehow double as a trigger to get rid of the dog. In fact, for a game that has this many bugs and crashes, you'd be forgiven for thinking the game was just broken at this point. But no, you have to just walk back and forth a million times and eventually he's gone. Oh, and this is an audio-only clue. There's no animation or visual clue that the dog is there or not, so once again, fuck you, deaf people. And then there are these bits that just absolutely boggle the mind, where you're not sure if it's supposed to be like this or if the game is just having a fit. Like this shit with the bridle. This was before I realized you were meant to hide behind that hotspot that wasn't there before. I keep yeeting this fucking thing off the cliff, but it keeps coming back in my inventory. Is it supposed to do this? Is it like a boomerang bridle? How many of these do I have? Or here, check this out. I'm carrying a lit firecracker around, and every few seconds it blows up and I die. The firecracker's on a timer, but because my computer speed is too fast, the timer runs out before I can get to where I'm supposed to try and use it. And every time I die, I can just choose try again, and it puts me back exactly where I exploded. So I can just walk around the whole game world like this, sporadically exploding into a million gooey pieces, and then magically reassemble and come back to life as if nothing happened. Apparently earlier versions of the game would even put me back to the beginning of the puzzle and have me start over, so this is their idea of fixing this puzzle, but wouldn't it have made more sense to, I don't know, fix the timer? Or here's a wild idea, make a puzzle that didn't involve the fucking timer in the first place. You could have just given me an unlit firecracker and then have me go off and find a match or some tinder or some way of lighting it, you know, like an actual puzzle. Because once you pick this thing up, you can't put it down again. You're now forever the amazing exploding woman until you find somewhere to chuck the fucking thing. And I know I'm gonna get some wise ass in the comments saying I just lowered the cycles in DOSBox. Yeah, thank you, I'm well aware of that. But you try and tell that to the poor suckers who were running this game on fast computers back in 1994. And sometimes the game just ups and shits itself and has a complete meltdown. Like here, I just freed Mav from her popsicle prison.
I am Baroness of Daventry,
ladies,
can you
one at a time, please.
Has ignited the volcano.
I can't understand what you. Could you just one at a time? Could you just please shut? Oh, okay, that's fine, I guess. I could go on and on about this, but I think I'm just gonna stop here. I'm not even gonna do a bonus round for this one. There isn't much to talk about. The game only came out for DOS, Windows, and Macintosh, and the only difference as far as I can tell is that the Windows version had slightly better looking opening and closing cutscenes, but everything else is just as god-awful as the DOS version. There's just one interesting tidbit to share, and that's this screenshot showing an alternate view of the arcade in Polysorbate 60 in Space Quest 6 that for some reason is lurking around inside King's Quest 7's resource file. It's unclear whether this was part of a demo or a mock-up, or perhaps this was a very early version of Space Quest 6 when it was just starting up development around the same time as King's Quest 7 was being made. It's intriguing, sure, but it's just a static image and it has absolutely nothing to do with the game we're talking about, so yay. I mean, sure, there's also some concept art floating around inside the game files. That's pretty cool, I guess. Maybe they were intended for some behind-the-scenes feature in the game that got cut out because they ran out of time. Who knows? And also, there's a cut line from King Graham, who was apparently supposed to make an appearance right at the end of the game and ask the ladies where they've been all this time, but they left it out of the final game for whatever reason.
Ladies, I was getting worried. You're 15 minutes late for lunch.
It's actually Denny Delk who did a lot of really memorable voices for LucasArts games such as Hoagie and both Green and Purple Tentacle in Day of the Tentacle, but he's no Josh Mandel. But in terms of interesting different versions of the game across different platforms, sorry, there aren't really any. This is pretty much how the game looks and plays whether you're running it in Windows, DOS, or on the Macintosh. So that's it really. I don't think a game has ever made me care less about its story or given me less incentive to finish it than King's Quest VII. Maybe if they'd spent less time reinventing the wheel, trying and failing miserably to make a Disney cartoon with a fraction of the budget and talent that requires, and more time just honing and perfecting their craft. I mean, fuck it, they were so close with King's Quest VI. Maybe we would have gotten the full scale of whatever Lorelei Shannon had up her sleeve, and maybe we would have gotten a game that was actually worth playing. But instead, we got this shambling clusterfuck that rivals King's Quest III as one of the worst games in the series. But where King's Quest III was intentionally sadistic with its borderline psychopathic design, King's Quest VII, on the other hand, just feels weak and misguided, like a court jester who had his arms and legs cut off and is limping weakly around on the floor with a feeble smile, trying to dance and entertain you with his last breaths as he's bleeding out. I mean, I had fun making videos about the first 6 King's Quest games because those games have stood the test of time and become cornerstones of the adventure game pantheon, and I'm just this bratty little shit on the internet nitpicking them to bits. I mean, decades from now, the legacy of those games will remain intact and unscathed, and no one will remember who the fuck I was. But this game just feels like I'm picking on the slow kid. Look, it's okay if you have fond memories of playing this as a child, or if you find the grating talking animals adorable, or if you find the stilted, rubbery slideshow-like animation endearing and charming. I'm not here to take that away from you. You're quite welcome to it. In fact, I want you to have it. I want you to have it and keep it as far away from me as goddamn possible, because I never want to see or hear about this game ever again for as long as I live. Hi, I'm the Space Quest historian. Well, this was a piece of shit. Everyone knows this is a piece of shit. I knew it was a piece of shit before I played it. You knew this was a piece of shit before you clicked on this video. Hell, even everyone who worked on the game knew it was a piece of shit. But let me paint you a picture of the time in which it came out. This was the late 90s, 1998 to be exact. Doom and Quake had come out in 1993 and 1996 respectively, and introduced the world to deathmatching, thus ushering in an era of competitive sports-like gaming. Concurrently, the games console market was booming with next-gen shit, where everyone cared more about how many bits their system had than how the games actually played, and game publishers across the world had all decided that computer and video games were now toys for children, specifically adolescent male children, as was reflected in the advertisements and print publications of the day. Adventure games were considered old hat. Publishers wouldn't touch them because they didn't have multiplayer, they didn't have 3D accelerated graphics, and they required something that didn't appeal to the new core demographic of computer games: thinking. It is in this climate that Roberta Williams found herself making the 8th, and as it would turn out, final installment of the original King's Quest series, Mask of Eternity. The big games at the time, other than the ubiquitous Doom and Quake, were games like Tomb Raider and Diablo, and since Sierra Online had built their reputation as a pioneer and frontrunner of a genre of games that were now considered as dated as disco, it's only natural, if a bit facepalm-inducing, that the industry leader that had previously told its designers not to play competitors' games because we're leaders, not followers, now looked to the big sellers of the day and thought to themselves, how can we be more like that?
Mask of Eternity has the unenviable task of trying to live up to the expectations of Diablo and Tomb Raider fans, the former with its real-time combat and magic system, the latter with its 3D world to explore, while still keeping up the flimsy pretense of being an adventure game to placate the existing fans of the franchise. And predictably, it fails horribly at all of this in every respect. Jesus, turd fucking Christ, let me count the ways. Where to begin? First of all, just getting the game to fucking run is a chore and a half, because this was made back in the dark ages of PC gaming, that mysterious 6 or 7 year period in the late 90s, early 2000s where the PC landscape was the Wild West and Windows 95 and 98 had become the dominant PC gaming OSs for no good goddamn reason other than Microsoft being the phenomenal turd squeezers they've always been. And games from this era are notoriously hard to get running because they frequently rely on a myriad of outdated third-party codecs and renderers, not to mention whatever startlingly incompatible version of DirectX was in vogue the same week as the game came out. Case in point, if you buy Mask of Eternity on GOG today and try to run it, you'll be lucky if you get a horribly stretched full-screen software render version of the game to come up. The most likely outcome, however, is that the game will just flat out refuse to do anything. I swear I'm clicking on this executable, but a fat load of fuck all is happening. To get this thing to run with 3DFX emulation, I had to follow this fairly complicated set of instructions from speedrun.com that a fellow named Chuck Grody says took him months to compile, which requires, among other things, a fan-made patch, a handful of 3DFX Voodoo DLLs from an era long gone, an outdated Indio video codec, a launcher called DXWND that I insist on pronouncing as Dexwind because I'm an idiot, and an original copy of Mask of Eternity on CD-ROM. That's right, you literally cannot get this game to run with any degree of success unless you chuck your legally purchased digital copy in the bin and go out and find a copy of this abomination on eBay, and a fucking CD-ROM drive too in case you don't have one of those either. Or if you can't be fucked to pay a king's ransom for a secondhand copy of a game that, I stress, everyone knows is a piece of shit, then you can always set sail on the perilous digital high seas and find an ISO of the original game. Fuck me absolutely sideways. I realized I was in for a hell of a time already, but I didn't know the price for admission to hell was to go out and commit piracy, and then install a bunch of weird patches, DLLs, and launchers just to catch a fucking ride down to the Seven Circles. Alright, so now that the game is running, let's try and summarize the plot real quick, and then we can talk about how fucking awful the game is. You play as Connor, an eminently punchable imbecile who lives in Daventry. It's never explained anywhere what he actually does. Some early drafts of the story had him as the son of a fisherman. Later he became a tanner, but neither the final game nor its manual has any info on him, so in my headcanon, he's this bumbling weirdo who goes into people's houses, strips naked, and then runs out and beats up the first non-human life form he sees. Okay, so let's just get this out of the way. Yeah, he's naked. No, this is not how the game usually plays. Yes, this is an actual thing that is in the game. And yes, I played through the entire game like this. And if you have any objection to it, then fuck you. If I have to suffer through this god-awful tragedy that we all know this game is, then the least I can do is make everyone stare at Connor's well-toned but strangely warped butt cheeks for the duration of the video. I played this live on Twitch, by the way, and you would not believe the amount of people who came in and going, "Why is he naked?" And my chat regulars then had the unenviable task of having to explain to newcomers that this was our way of coping against the staggering heaps of bullshit the game kept piling on us. And whenever Connor picked up a new suit of armor and his character model changed to reflect this, no sooner had he put on his new duds when up came the dev console and we put in the nude code under the mantra, no clothes, not ever. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah, Connor's a complete and total dipshit. He will happily storm into people's houses, proclaim loudly and reverently that he will stop at nothing to relieve them of this terrible calamity that has befallen them before turning around and rifling through their belongings and swiping their shit. Here he is stealing from the till at the local bar. Here he is robbing a church. And here he is in a hut in a swamp, stealing these people's money while the petrified inhabitant is standing right fucking next to him. And the dialogue in this game, fucking hell. Oh, we just have to get this out of the way real quick. For some reason, everyone now talks in ye olde English type language. There's a lot of thy and hither and forsooth to go around, and there's no goddamn reason for it. None of the other King's Quest games went out of their way to sound like a fucking LARPer at the county fair who will not stop talking about how awesome his plastic sword is. So this is just King's Quest VIII finding new and exciting ways to irritate you at every turn, if the god-awful gameplay wasn't enough. And they have A-list voice actors in this game. Everyone from Bill Farmer and Nick Jameson, whom you may recognize as Sam and Max, respectively, to Leisha Suit Larry's voice, Jan Rapson, to fucking Richard Horvitz, the voice of Invader Zim, and fucking Mary Kay Bergman, who is one of the most prolific female voice actors on the planet, including being the voice of every single female character on South Park until she passed away in 1999, and they're reading god-awful fucking dialogue like this.
Sir Knight, I wish to thank thee for the return of my horn. As thou canst see, my true form hath been restored.
Eat shit, you mouth-flapping glue stick. Seriously, check out that lip syncing. And everything in this game is the something of something. Azrael over here has just completely given up thinking of anything clever to say, so he's sending you off to the compound of death to talk to the boatman of death, who lives in the dimension of death, which is predictably crawling with the deathies of death, who are out to death you to death unless you death them with some death first. The boatman wants you to go find the Feather of Truth in the Hall of Respite, so you can use it to weigh the scales of justice, so you can heal the— what the fuck is that thing? When did this turn into a fucking Cronenberg movie? Right, fuck, I got sidetracked again. What's the plot of this game all about? Well, it's about this mask, Ding, but not actually this mask that Connor has affixed to his non-existent Twig and Plums, but this mask. It's the Mask of Eternity, hence the name of the game. Spoiler, I know, try to stay with me. This sack of shit on top of the pyramid here broke it, so now everyone has been turned to stone. I don't know what these two events have to do with each other, but apparently if the mask gets broke, chaos reigns, which of course begs the question, if it's that fucking important, why just leave it out in the open like this? But this actually has two hugely beneficial side effects. Number one, we don't have to deal with King Graham shit anymore because he's rock solid and will remain like this for the entirety of the game. And number two, the piss poor 3D engine doesn't have to render any more characters than it absolutely has to. Anyway, in addition to being a morally bankrupt nudist, Connor is also apparently the Champion Eternal, a chosen warrior of pure heart destined to reunite the Broken Realms or some bag of horseshit like that, for reasons that are never even attempted explained. He just sort of is. He keeps blundering into realms, throwing himself at whatever challenges the inhabitants face.
I would seek to heal the Sacred Heart. Sir, perhaps I might try to seek it? Well, sir, I might have interest in such a deed. I might have interest in attempting such a rescue, Your Majesty.
Even though none of these are his problems per se, but fuck it, if you're already stark fucking naked and running around murdering any indigenous creatures that so much as look at you funny, then all that chosen one bullshit is bound to go to your head. Then again, it probably does do wonders for your self-esteem when all you have to do to be hailed as the fucking messiah is to climb up a wall and retrieve whatever bullshit fucking rock these dickbags can't be bothered to go look for themselves. This Champion Eternal horseshit rears its head pretty early on in the game when you meet Azrael, the Lord of the Dead, who's just hanging around in this boxy little storage locker of a throne room being a mopey little bitch, but it makes absolutely no sense at the time, and it barely makes any sense the further you get into the game. Apparently Connor just needed a worldwide calamity of disastrous proportions to realize he was okay with a sword. And I'm not sure what the qualifications for a messiah are these days, but as we've already established, Connor certainly has no problems barging into realms and murdering nearly everyone he sees. Some of them are just grunt monsters like these weird-looking Spriggans with the goofy walk animations that apparently descended upon Daventry 5 minutes after the calamity struck and now roam around looking for trouble for reasons no one seems entirely clear on. Or whatever the hell these goofy-looking swamp monsters are supposed to be. Or these weird rock creatures that throw rocks at you. Also, skeletons, zombies, plant monsters. They're just generic and really uninventive monster types that pop out of nowhere to break the tedium of wandering around endless same-looking corridors for hours on end. But some of the blood on Connor's hands are sentient creatures too. Like this witch in the swamp, who, granted, everyone seems to hate the guts of. This weird snail-like creature pops out of the muck and calls her an old biddy, which I thought was a pretty nasty derogatory word for an old woman, but I guess if you're a weird swamp slog who lives neck deep in green goo, you're probably not that concerned about how disgusting you come across as. And people did say she poisoned the swamp, and sure, she's not the most welcoming type.
Die, Toad!
But in her defense, Connor was trespassing, and Connor just straight up murders her on her own porch. And there's no alternate solution to this. You have to kill her. I guess she's just fair game because she's a bit of a crotchety old type? Boy, pro tip, don't grow old and weird in Daventry or the surrounding realms. Some asshat in the buff with delusions of grandeur might show up one day and fling a few dozen arrows at your face. And then there are these winged griffs in the Ice Realm whom Connor pretty much massacres en masse. Again, yeah, they're not exactly giving off super friendly vibes, but we're told that they're not actually bad or evil, they're just misguided because their king has gone missing, and apparently they needed their king around to tell them not to assault these swimsuit-wearing ice nymphs. Doesn't seem to stop Connor from putting several hundred arrows between their eyes whenever he sees one, and then once you return their king, they're all like, "Oh, you saved our king, we're forever grateful," while the corpses of their former buddies are lying not 10 feet away, decomposing in the snow. Good fucking lord. It's never explained why Connor all of a sudden is the chosen champion of all eternity, or why he was spared being turned to stone, or what the mask actually does, and why it's so important to upholding the balance of everything, and why it's a goddamn mask of some bearded dude in the first place and not literally anything else like a hat or a shoe or an oversized ripped and strawberry flavored condom. Also curiously and annoyingly lacking in the explanation department is why this ghostly asshat keeps showing up to tell Connor how awesome he is and dump plot points on us that we already knew. Apparently he was one of the guardians of the mask, but one of his disciples or whatever turned out to be evil because their vetting process fucking sucks, and he made off with the mask, and that would be this guy from the intro, and then yada yada, we know the rest. And at first I thought we were in for an actually sort of clever plot twist where it would turn out that the bad guy we've been chasing after was actually Connor from the future who went on a quest to find the 5 pieces of the mask only to become one of its guardians and then fall prey to its corruptible influence sometime in the future and then betray his comrades, thereby setting up an endless paradox where Connor's caught in this endless time loop where he's constantly off to defeat his own future self. But no, it's just some jackoff in a pointy hat named Lucreto. There's nothing clever about this. In fact, we're never even told what the hell Lucreto's plan was. He just broke the mask and sent the world into a downward spiral of chaos and strife because he was bored? Seemed like a good idea at the time? Fucked if I know. The game doesn't seem to care, so I don't either. At the end, you just sorta go inside this little temple, Lucreto pops out of this pedestal like he's a fucking jack-in-the-box and sets fire to everything for no readily apparent reason, and then Connor kicks his ass by shoving him into this portal that inexplicably appears on the wall behind them, and the game kinda forgets to tell us where it goes or what happens when you get shoved in there, but apparently it's really bad because Lucreto definitely seems upset at being shoved in there, so I guess we won. Cool. Let's strike a power pose with our new buddies that somehow got teleported up here on the roof. Anyway, fuck you, the end. So, let's talk about why the game is so terrible. First of all, the 3D is shit. It was shit even by 1998 standards. The engine it's running on is some unholy bastard mutation of Dynamics' flight sim engine that was used for games like Red Baron and Mech Warrior. The draw distance is so laughably short, it's like Connor has fucking cataracts. And this gets really annoying real fast when dealing with enemies that shoot projectiles because they can see past the draw distance, but Connor, the nearsighted little prick, can't. All he can see are arrows colliding with that fat fucking head of his. And when Connor takes damage, he stops. He just stops whatever he was doing, even if that was something sensible like running away from the projectile. There's no such thing as dodging or strafing in this game, so your only option is to run in a stupid circle like a headless chicken to avoid the projectile, then reposition yourself so you can take another shot at the enemy, assuming the dumb fuck camera doesn't try to sabotage you and you can somehow get it to swing back in roughly the direction you want it to, and assuming that whatever was wailing on you hasn't disappeared behind the giant fart cloud that obscures anything more than 3 feet away. Bashing into a wall will also stop Connor dead in his tracks. Granted, colliding headfirst with a solid object would stop pretty much anyone dead in their tracks, but here it's a bit of an annoyance because he has to spend precious seconds taking a confused step back and grunting, giving everyone else around plenty of time to jab whatever pointy objects they've got into him. Also, enemies apparently despawn behind the fog, so even though I know there's a skeleton dude right here where I'm shooting, the game lets him take 5 and chill out in Limbo Land until I actually get close enough to see him, which is a bit of a pisser because this particular guy, despite his frail appearance, has a shit ton of hit points and can knock about 1/4 to 1/3 off of your health in a single blow. And he's lightning fast too, so once he starts chasing you, you're pretty much screwed. Luckily, the enemy AI in this game is too stupid to follow Connor if it loses sight of him, so if that happens, the game just teleports the enemy back to its starting position so you can go in and surprise them all over again. On the bright side, Connor's a fucking Olympic champion when it comes to jumping. Look at the fucking distance this guy can cover. Even the game engine sometimes doesn't know what to do with Connor's frankly astonishing leaping prowess, like here at the start where jumping into this house will get him stuck in the wall. Look, I made it up to the roof. Here, watch me do a backflip off the chimney. Wham! Oh yeah, long drops kill you, which is great fun on this ice level where a sheer drop will suddenly appear out of nowhere and catch you off guard because the fucking camera turns so goddamn slowly. And oh sure, you can turn the camera yourself by holding in the right mouse button, and you'd better get to grips with these camera controls real goddamn quick because you have to babysit this fucking thing at every turn. If you don't, you'll quickly find yourself plummeting off the side of a cliff that Connor should have seen coming a mile away, or run face first into some ridiculously overpowered enemy that'll instantly knock off half of his health bar, because if you just leave the camera to do its own thing, it'll turn so fucking slowly that by the time you're in a position to click your adversary to death, you're already dead. Oh yeah, combat in this game follows Diablo rules in that you pretty much just click on enemies until they keel over and die. Sometimes you keel over and die first. It's kind of a dice roll. But whereas I'm told Diablo made this fun and exciting, it kind of feels like the combat in Mask of Eternity was designed by someone who once looked over the shoulder of someone playing Diablo for 5 minutes, then went back to the office and tried to recreate that combat system from memory. The feedback is just dreadful. The attack animations all take for goddamn ever, and it's very hard to gauge whether you're actually causing any damage or if you're just flinging your weapon limply in their direction. There's such a huge disconnect between when you click the mouse and when something happens on screen that you feel like you're just mashing buttons until some arbitrary third party decides who came out on top. Anyway, while we're on the subject of the 3D camera, trust me, you will grow to hate this fucking thing with every breath. Not only is it agonizingly slow, it also sometimes flings itself into a dramatic angle that prevents you from seeing anything other than Connor's stupid fucking face, like here when you walk through this portal and we're for some reason treated to a frontal shot of Connor coming out of the other side, despite there being enemies standing off to one side ready to perforate his dumb ass the moment he sets foot in the room. And if you happen to find yourself up against a wall, say in these cramped corridors in Gnome Town, or these cramped corridors in the temple of whatever the fuck near the end, the camera will just get stuck in the wall because it can't rotate past Connor. And if you try and back away and shoot at the same time, say with these snow yetis that just lumber slowly at you, the camera will think you're trying to back up like Connor's a fucking dump truck or something, and will unhelpfully try to turn 180 degrees to show you what's behind him. And if you can't see the monster you're trying to shoot at, then you can't hit it. So whoever programmed this rancid fucking turd of a camera can go to hell. And Connor is no fucking help either. If the camera is positioned just slightly wrong, you may think you're clicking on an enemy off in the distance, but you're actually clicking on the invisible hitbox of an object in the foreground, like this fucking portal here, which Connor then decides would make a much more interesting target than the two fucking skeletons over there shooting arrows into his back. You absolutely, catastrophically dim-witted piece of walking human garbage, Connor. There are environmental dangers too, of course, and predictably, they're not telegraphed very well. This green ooze you're walking in is fine, but this slightly more solid-looking green ooze hurts you. Also, this frozen water hurts, but Connor's running around fucking barefoot on ice and snow, not to mention juggling huge icicle dildos and riding bareback on ice dragons, and that doesn't seem to faze him one bit. Sometimes you turn a corner and just start taking damage for seemingly no fucking reason. Turns out these bubbles in the swamp hurt you. Fucking bubbles! Bubbles! Yeah, maybe I'm not much of a connoisseur when it comes to action RPGs, but I think even I could come up with something a little more inventive than fucking bubbles. Right, here's one. How about an invisible monster that you need a special potion to see, but that potion can be activated at any time, and there's a finite number of them in the game world. I only counted 2 in my playthrough, and if you've accidentally used them already because there's no indication that you need to save them for later, then tough shit, fucker. You are now dead nudist mass-murdering psychopath walking. I'm pretty sure there's no way to finish the game at that point because this invisible monster will wreck your shit and you can't dodge it or just shoot it blindly, so fuck you, I guess. Unless you use cheats, which thankfully this game does have. The debug console can also be used to spawn items that you may have lost or accidentally used because the fucking debug console command is also bound to the same hotkey as the invisible enemy potion reveal, you absolute fucking twats. There's also a level up system, which I'm sure must do something, but it's never explained what. There are no stats to upgrade, your weapons never run out of power or ammo, so as far as I can tell, all it really does is just give you full health whenever you fill up this little meter. In fact, any semblance of RPG elements in this game seem like a weird afterthought. There are a fixed number of monsters in any given level, and they stay dead and never respawn, so there's no such thing as grinding for leveling up. And granted, I am eternally thankful for that, because if there's one thing I hate more than the paralyzing fear of juggling stats and upgrades, it's having to constantly look over my shoulder to see what fucking growling abomination I've already killed has gotten up from his premature resting place and now wants another piece of me. There's a reason I don't play RPGs, and it's because I'm absolutely absolutely categorically shit at them. Everything about RPGs gives me galloping anxiety, and I hate them with a burning passion that can ignite 1,000 suns. So I'm grateful that Mask of Eternity skimped out heavily on the RPG business. But for the people out there who enjoy that sort of thing, I get the feeling this must feel real empty. Not to mention the fact that it gets simple RPG mechanics so dead wrong, even I know this is fucked up. Check this out. I got a bow with an arrow that's on fire. I'm using it to kill these fire ants that not only live on top of what appears to be an active volcano, but can also literally walk on fucking lava. Or these weird creatures that actually live in the fucking lava and fucking hurl fireballs at me. Fireballs. There's a real cognitive dissonance going on here. Later you get to the ice realm and you get a bow and arrow that shoots ice and you use it to shoot ice monsters. What the fuck? Even I know this is not how this is supposed to fucking work. So what about puzzles? I mean, if the combat is so shit, and trust me, if you still have any lingering doubts, let me assure you, it is. At least the puzzles must be worth your time, right? I mean, this is King's Quest. This is the 8th installment of the flagship adventure game series that towered over any and every other of its kind. Surely they wouldn't succumb to mind-numbing shit like push plate puzzles where you need to push these 4 plates down with no clear feedback as to what that will accomplish. Apparently it opens these teleporters way off in another area, and there's no indication that that's what would happen. Or switch flipping puzzles, also with no clear feedback whatsoever. Apparently pulling these switches in a certain order opens up these jail cells that people for some reason left their wooden chests in, and also another fucking switch. Or the fucking insult to your intelligence that is shoving a box under an object so you can climb onto the box and get the item. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't catch that? Don't worry, because they pull this shit on you twice. And sometimes they just expect you to go out of your way to fuck with every single bit of the environment, like this tree that can be knocked down, but every other tree in the kingdom is solid as a fucking concrete wall. Or, and I've saved the best for last, and by best I mean most fucking rage-inducing of all, goddamn fucking jumping puzzles, where you have to somehow navigate Connor across these piece of shit floating platforms. And let me tell you something, as impressive as Connor's ability to traverse half the fucking globe in a single leap is, it is next to fucking useless when any sort of precision is called for. Just lining him up for a fucking jump is an absolute crapshoot. There's no way to tell if he's gonna jump straight forward or veer wildly off to one side and catapult himself straight into the soup. You can't control him when he's airborne, so once he's launched himself, it's anyone's guess where he'll end up. Sometimes the dodgy mechanics of the crappy engine work in your favor and you find yourself floating magically beside a platform because you somehow landed on a piece of jutting 3D geometry that's invisible to the naked eye, but most of the time you're just gonna see this wonderful animation of Connor burning to a fucking crisp over and over and over again. And absurdly, the best way to have any degree of control over Connor's wildly inconsistent jumping is by doing backflips. Backflips! And even then, you still have to line him up pretty damn carefully and hope there's no monster off to the side waiting to tear into you, because to have any chance of success, you first have to spend ages navigating the insistently unhelpful camera into odd angles to try and gauge the distance between platforms, and it doesn't fucking help when Connor adopts this weird stance that make you think he's facing one way, but is in fact facing an entirely different way. Oh, fuck you, you rancid fucking turd, I hate you so goddamn much! Anyway, most of the puzzles in this game are straight up bullshit. The game has exactly one moment of a straightforward, honest-to-goodness adventure game puzzling goodness. These gossipy little wisp insects send you off to find them a secret because they love listening to people's secrets. Okay, that's a little creepy, you little fucks, but I get it, that's a clearly defined quest objective based on an established character trait. You got it! Elsewhere in the swamp, you've got these creepy whispering dudes that come out of the ground and disappear back down whenever Connor gets too close, despite his assurances that he means them no harm. Yeah, Connor, maybe that would ring a little less hollow if you hadn't just come out of a teleporter and immediately caved in this swamp ogre's face with a fucking mace right next to them. I think you can forgive them for being a little on the cautious side. Anyway, the solution to this is to break into these poor people's swamp hut and steal their listening horn, so once this dude comes back to life, I guess he's shit out of luck next time some weird swamp creature decides to sneak up onto his deck and eat his face off. The champion eternal, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, listening horn plus shy whispery creatures equals secret, which you then go and give to these gossipy insect fucks. Simple, direct, straightforward, good, honest, well, not honest, but simple, pure adventure game fun. Revel in this blissful moment, because every other puzzle in this game is either willfully obtuse, bewilderingly bizarre, or just straight up batshit moon logic. A lot of them are your normal fetch quest variety. A character gives you a shopping list of some items they want, and off you fuck to go and get them. But what struck me is how bizarre these items are. This half-stoned wizard wants you to go get a candle, a ring, and some ashes, and this somehow creates a spell that will defeat a shadow monster on the other side of the portal to the dimension of death. And instead of asking any sensible questions like, what in the fuck does torch ashes have to do with banishment spells, Connor just goes, "Aye, forsooth, verily," and runs off to find this shit. Or even worse, this apothecary troll who wants you to go get her a tree root, some shit made of iron, who cares what, and some amber glow, and then she'll maybe think about selling you this statue she has, which, as far as I can tell, is just some bullshit armor upgrade or something that I don't need because this game's laughable attempts at RPG mechanics can go to hell. But just imagine that, the fucking gall to send someone on a fetch quest to get 3 completely ridiculous items that have no bearing on anything whatsoever, all for the privilege of selling you something. Eat shit, lady. And then there's this scroll you find early on which tells you it'll concoct a spell of might, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean, out of mushroom, adamant, and a basilisk tongue if you somehow manage to shove all of these things under a lightning bolt. Fucking what? Oh, but it gets better. Or worse, I guess, if you're still trying to take this game seriously. Never mind that no one knows what the fucking adamant is, or that the type of mushroom is apparently inconsequential as long as it's big, or that the basilisk is this huge fucking monster that's so massive, defeating it involves paying this dipshit to make you a special weapon just so you can go and kill it in a spectacularly underwhelming cutscene. No. Once you've got all that shit under wraps, the lightning bolt you end up throwing these things in is actually this electric chair that's just sitting in this ice castle, and all that for a boost to your non-existent stats that you may as well not have bothered with at all. Fucking what? Oh, and those are the funny ones. Are you ready for some pain? These stepping stones up to Asriel's shipping crate of a throne room rely on you paying attention to this texture above the portal that shows 5 symbols. You'd be forgiven for ignoring these or just missing them entirely, since every other surface in the dimension of Death is covered with symbols that have no significance or importance of any kind. But these 5 symbols just happen to correspond to the solution to the stepping stone puzzle. Okay, still too sensible? How about this bullshit hint the fairy death of Death gives you?
Down creation plus completion equals all things.
Which is supposed to mean pick the 7th skull from the left of the bottom shelf and stick it on this headless statue, which for some reason contains the Feather of Truth inside this secret drawer. The hints for deciphering this cryptic nugget of bullshit are apparently given on these pillars you encounter throughout the deathy dimension of Deathness, and there's absolutely no context to be found. The only time anyone mentions a skull is when the boatman warbles on about judge the skulls on the left, down creation, the one complete stands out, and you're like, okay, shut the fuck up and start making some sense, or I'll start raining blows and I won't stop until there's nothing but teeth left. And those pillars are just more cryptic bullshit that at the time is just nonsense to you, and you have no reason to make any connection between all of that and this fetching IKEA display of human skulls on shelves. And okay, I guess maybe if you were extra bored, you would have had a look at this fetching IKEA display of skulls, and then backtracked all the way back to the boatman of Deathy, and have him repeat this stupid fucking cryptic hint, and maybe you'd eventually get so unreasonably bored that you run around these absurdly dull corridors clicking on every stupid pillar you can find and writing down their cryptic bullshit, and then somehow work out that down creation plus completion equals all things just means bottom shelf 7th from the left. But that is asking a lot from a game that can't be bothered to think of anything more interesting than walking skeletons and ghosts that go boo in a place called the Dimension of Death. Still not enough pain? Okay, how about this slice of burning bullshit then? You get to this section of red hot horseshit in Lava Land where these blocks disappear into the lava, and you go, okay, this is just about the most awful thing the game could throw at you, but brace yourself, it gets worse! Some of these blocks turn into metal blocks when you land on them, no reason, just go with it. On these blocks are a series of squiggles and lines. These indicate numbers, prime numbers to be exact. You're meant to jump on these in sequence, after which this bridge extends and you can then cross across to the other side. Fucking prime numbers on top of sinking platforms in a game that has the worst camera controls of all time, and your reward for suffering through this affront to human decency is to have shitty Yoda here appear on a blocky pyramid and dump a truck bed of exposition on you that you already knew. Yes, mask broke, evil dude, need to find pieces. Yes, we knew this from the start, you fetid shitbird. Why did you make me jump across sinking rocks and prime numbers just to tell me shit I already knew? And then there's the ultimate insult, the final cactus fuck that is nothing but pure blinding agony. And the game saves this one for last because it truly is just the absolute worst fucking insult on top of countless insults, injuries, affronts, and indignities. At the very end, just before you get to the final endgame and can put this nightmare behind you, you're asked to do one last puzzle. And it's a fucking sliding tile puzzle. Are you absolutely fucking kidding me? Look, I'll tell you something about sliding tile puzzles. Everyone hates fucking sliding tile puzzles. They're like the adventure game equivalent of yelling Freebird at a concert. Everyone's sick of it, and it was honestly never any fun to begin with. And you'd think this godless indignity of having to do a fucking sliding tile puzzle to somehow prove your worth wasn't degrading enough. You have to do this while navigating Connor's sorry ass around, bumping him up against straight edges to try and make him push the tiles around, only for him to collide with the corner of another tile and then push that one instead. And the camera is absolutely no fucking help here either. I mean, seriously, what am I looking at from up here? How is this angle helpful in any goddamn fucking way? I'm not kidding, this pissed me off. Most of the shit I can laugh at because I knew there was gonna be great comedy fodder for this video, but this fucking thing made me legitimately angry. I was seething by the time I was done with this. But if you've survived this long, you've already braved so much bullshit. Countless identical corridors, laughably short draw distance, obtuse idiot puzzles like making a lever handle out of a block of rapid freezing ice, and unintentionally hilarious cutscenes of Connor teabagging various monsters. If you're not fueled by dogged determination at this point, then blind fucking spite will absolutely do, and that's what ultimately got me to the end. Not that the game didn't put up enough roadblocks. Ultimately, I got lucky. The game only crashed on me a few times, and when it did glitch out on me, like whatever this funhouse mirror from hell bullshit is supposed to be, it was when I was trying to quit the game anyway, so fuck you. But this game came into the world kicking and screaming and begging to be put out of its misery, so I'm not surprised it was such a red-hot flaming shit show. It's honestly amazing this thing exists at all. At the time of its development, Sierra Online had grown so unwieldy and large, it had actually merged with a couple of other big companies, one of which was Davidson and Associates. The people who ran that company were, apparently as legend goes, fiercely family first, meaning in basic terms they were a bunch of Bible-thumping, censorship-happy moral crusader douchebags. And they took great offense at being associated with some of Sierra's less than pious offerings like Leisure Suit Larry and Phantasmagoria. They reportedly got very concerned that the new King's Quest game was going to feature combat and possibly even bloodshed, so they took it upon themselves to oust Roberta Williams from developing her own goddamn game and develop their own design for, I guess, a more Mary Poppins-esque King's Quest VIII. We'll never know exactly what the fuck that entailed, because eventually the Davidsons and their associates were told to hop it, and Roberta came back to try and salvage what was left of her game. A lot of time had already been wasted, so the finished Master of Eternity was put together in a frankly astonishing record time out of bits and scraps, all held together by the pained, stitched up remnants of a flight sim engine, and it somehow didn't spontaneously catch fire and burn down your house whenever you booted it up. And in that sense, I'm impressed with the game. I'm impressed there even is a goddamn game. Less impressed by the shadow work, though. I mean, what the fuck is this? Why can I even go up here? What is the fucking point of this? I don't know. That sums up the game pretty well, actually. What was the fucking point? I have no idea. All I know is, that's the end of the fucking King's Quest series, and that is the end of my series of retrospectives on the fucking King's Quest series. And that means, Graham, you're free to go. Fuck off, and I hope I never see you or your dumb fuck bag of turds family ever again. Where'd he go?
Warning, unauthorized access in airlock chamber.
The fuck?
Farewell, Space Quest historian. If we never meet again, it will be too soon.
Airlock depressurizing.
I'm going beyond the reach of your bitter sarcasm. Curse you, Space Quest historian. Curse you and your kind. Curse the evil that causes this unhappiness.
Oh well, at least this means I can finally get on with my life and... What do you mean there are remakes?
I'm not sticking around where I'm not wanted. You're just jealous because you're a historian and I'm a king. I'm going on a grand adventure to figure out how to say Mananan, Mananan, Monanon, Monanon, and on. My only regret is that I have bonitis.